Okay, we're live. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 22nd, 2019. We'll begin with the appeals calendar. Continued hearing item number 1, 2017-144A, 2530 44th Street, Queens.
We're going to second call this until owner's rep and the neighbor arrive.
Okay, special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 2, 42929BZ, 4801 Kings Highway, Brooklyn.
This is an adjournment request, right?
We revised the calendar, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just give it a second, okay. So this is an adjournment?
We're going to send a certified letter.
Yes.
Is there anybody here for that?
42929BZ, 4801 Kings Highway.
All right, so we'll just put it on at our convenience. So January.
Yeah.
January 28th with a submission date of January 8th.
Okay. Item number 3, 25852BZ, 30-14 34th Avenue in Queens. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, please sign in. You sign here. This includes the revised statement, Diane? Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Sorry, Carla. Forgot to plug that in. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Sorry about that. Got everything but that.
All right, good morning. Faye Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session. In front of you is a bubbled plan that was submitted last night. We submitted both a clean copy and a bubbled copy. And we could go through a lot of these changes and these revisions, respond to board's comments yesterday. Many of the comments yesterday. I'm also joined by John Anderson, who is here from the architect, who could also explain some of the changes. And we could go through, if it's just easier first to go through the revisions, we could go.
Sorry, before you start, this is 285-52BZ, right?
Yes.
The address on the heading on our calendar is 30-14 34th Avenue.
There are
The
two
drawings
addresses.
that you handed out are 34-02.
There are two addresses because there are two frontages.
Okay. so
It's been the
that's
same block and lot.
super confusing. What's the application, how's the application being considered? As an AKA?
I assume, it's not mine, it's Jella's. Let me see. I don't know if I have any notes on this.
The fire department sent a letter of no objection also, but it's referring to 30-14 34th Avenue.
I mean, all of our submissions have had the 34th Avenue, but the plans have had 31st Street. They go by the two addresses on DOB.
They have.
There's a range on 31st Street and 34th Avenue.
Yeah, that's what Jella has, is 30-14 34th Avenue.
Right, but why would the plans be different?
Because it goes by both, if you want to.
I mean, because it doesn't say AKA, or it doesn't say both addresses, so DOB gets this and it's a different address than what's approved. I don't understand why you would want to run an application like
I
that.
mean, it's the same block and lot. The plans were like this before as well, and this wasn't. We would have made the
Before when?
revision. The other submissions, the previous submissions.
So I didn't notice it before. I'm asking about consistency of an application. Why in the world would you want to have the
We could change.
wrong address or a different address on one set of documents from the other set of documents?
So we could,
I think you're going to change the index as well. P5 and P6, I think, are exchanged.
What?
P5 is supposed to be discretion, if P5 is discretion plan, it's labeled P6. P6 is the signage plan, but it's labeled P5.
Oh, yeah.
oh, yeah.
That's some of the pitfalls of doing these things really quickly is not checking if the
Yeah,
work.
if they're
But I
tried
do
to
think
get
it
done.
makes no sense that the approved drawings aren't the same address as what's going to say on the resolution, right?
P5 says striping, and it looks like it's striping, no?
No, on the index on the front page,
Oh, on here.
it's.
P5 says proposed
Oh,
sign
okay.
plan, signage plan. P6 says proposed striping, but yet the proposed striping plan is P5 here in the.
Understood.
Information
No.
changes.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. So
If these changes, if we talk about the changes in the
Yeah.
comments, and if it's okay, I think someone from the architect's office can make those changes.
Okay.
If we satisfy the board and the changes, then we could maybe do a
Right.
second call.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so, I mean, I think everyone started looking through the plans. The first one for the existing plan, there was a conversation yesterday regarding the vacuum pump and the air. The vacuum and air will both be moved to the western portion of the site. It wasn't just the air. So those have been revised on E1, and they're also revised, I believe, on P1.
where is it revised on E1?
It is to the north.
E1,
To the
you're
west.
showing the existing
V
location.
and A, right,
Oh, in the corner, I see.
in the corner. 5 parking spots, 4 and 5. Will be both vacuum and air. Make those changes,
And then on
And then
P1,
P,
it's all the way
yeah.
on the top.
correct.
Further up, okay.
Okay.
In addition, on the site plan,
Is
if we
everyone
stay,
good, you know, this is the place where residential is right through over the bushes, next to the dumpster.
Well, it's the furthest away from a residential area.
No, actually, where the bushes are,
Well, the next to the bush is the trash enclosure.
no,
Right.
on 31st Street.
No.
There's
there's
a-
a residence
It's
on
here.
31st Street.
I know that.
And
On
30
31st Street, you have a brick wall that doesn't open up to residents, whereas on 34th, you have an open wall. It's against a brick wall, but there's an open wall behind the shrubs. You're not seeing that from these plans because it doesn't indicate what the use is, but in fact, the use is residential behind the shrubs.
It's adjacent, so the vacuum and air is right now adjacent to a commercial building.
I know, but I'm
And I
talking about the
understand-
noise. I'm talking about the noise from the vacuum. So, you know, you're in your backyard, and there's noise from the vacuum, as opposed to putting the vacuum closer to, on 31st Street. I guess it's where
But that's-
the handicap parking is, or
That's where
parking
the
space
resident,
one.
there's a residential building.
Yeah, I do believe that 31st Street has a residential building on the left.
But does it have windows?
Yeah.
is the
It
question.
has that one
It has a
window
window.
over the building that we're trying to adjust the lighting for.
Yes, the one window that's on top of the roof. So that's the question is, which is more annoyed by the vacuum? Right, I don't know the answer, but we know that the vacuums are noisy.
I think they located the vacuums to the other side.
Can I just make one, it's like, this entire site abuts an elevated train line. We just need to keep that in the background.
So according to that, then, the window that's over over the building, which may not be a bedroom window, but we don't know, is more exposed to the elevated train than the guys in the backyard who are buffered from the train noise by buildings.
Right, but this is the furthest, I feel like this is the furthest away from any residential building. I understand that there are backyards where, behind the building where the landscaping is, but the buildings themselves are far away. It's an apartment building, those are their backyards, but this vacuum station is the farthest away.
No, not apartment buildings, there's 3 houses right next to the dumpster.
You have the picture. Hold on. Trying to get the pictures. No, it's in the rear. What's the distance from this? It's approximately 35 feet to the wall, and then there's still some sort of buffer to the back of the buildings. These are the rear, so I don't know, would we put it, you want it right next to someone's apartment that we know are there with the window, or, I mean, this, I feel like is the farthest away, and, I mean, the use right now is still an automotive, this is what it was approved before, it was an automotive service station, which probably makes noise as well. We're converting this to the convenience store, that's the proposed amendment. I think having the vacuum farthest away in this corner is probably the lowest volume, as opposed to it being right next to a residential building.
I don't know. Comments, anybody?
I'm okay with the proposed location, given that there will be a landscape buffer and it's furthest away from a residential door or a window, even though there is an elevated subway which will buffer, I think, muffle pretty much most of the sound that is coming from the site.
I believe it's happening at the same time as the train passes.
Right, but the immediate adjacent over there is commercial,
Right.
so that's why I'm okay
Yeah.
with it being there.
Yeah.
Okay. Just, thinking about what it's like to live in these residential neighborhoods that have commercial uses, which were not the original plan.
I truly think they'd be more disturbed by the train.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so the other revisions on the plan, so the architect provided a revised planting detail landscaping plan. There are 2 locations of landscaping. The one right next to the dumpster that we're just talking about has a width of approximately 4.9 feet. And the one on 31st Street adjacent to that residential building is approximately 4.5 feet in width. And the applicant's proposing to put plant shrubs that are approximately full-grown, minimum 6 feet to 8 feet in height.
I don't know what those are. What's ilex?
They're evergreen yews planted at 6 to 8 foot high, and they'll continue to grow. But they're an evergreen that would provide a pretty consistent dense buffer in those locations.
Okay, so they're actually, I don't know if it's the same thing. Ilex, is it a tree?
It's an evergreen shrub / tree. We would plant it at 6 to 8 feet high, and it would continue growing and get much higher.
Oh, okay. So there's 2 different issues. One is the buffer, the visual buffer, which that would do because it's a tree with a trunk, right? The other issue is the buffering of the noise, right? So, and the smell from the dumpster, right? So that's something where you want it to be bushy at the bottom,
Well, this is a continuous evergreen columnar type of shrub. It would be an evergreen from the ground level all the way up to the top. Kind of like another,
Like a cypress? Not like a
no, like
cypress.
an arborvitae. It's a
Like an
little-
arbor, okay, so it's
It's a
related.
different, it's a yew, but it's a different variation that's a little bit more hardy in this location for a gas station. But it is the same type. It is evergreen from the bottom ground. It'll create a dense visual and noise buffer. And it's an evergreen, so it doesn't lose its leaves.
Okay.
Did you just call these out, or they were always?
Can't find it.
So I know there's been some confusion or concerns about the front of the building. This is a converted, this will be a conversion from a gas station with service bays to a convenience store. So the elimination of the service bays would require us to put a sidewalk in front of the building. So that will raise up the finished floor by 6 inches to create that elevated sidewalk. To get from pavement grade to that front door, we have two ADA ramps on either side. So we renamed them, just for clarification, just calling it proposed ADA ramp.
Okay.
And I think there was some confusion with the pressed curb / curb ramp and so forth, so thought maybe that would be simplified.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So you're just going from pavement grade, which is only 6 inches lower?
That's correct, so you'd have
Okay.
truncated domes for the detector warning strip, and you'd have your slope of not more than 1 on 12. And then
Okay.
that would get you to the height of the finished floor.
Great.
Got it,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
I think those were the changes on P1. On P2, the lumen diagram, there was, yeah.
So what we've added here, I know there's some concern, major concern with the lighting spillover onto the neighbors, and we're also concerned with that. And I know there was some concern with illumination values right at the light fixture that then quickly go down. These are only 12 feet high. They're shoebox style with sharp cutoffs that would push light to the surface. And because they're only 12 feet high, the reduction in light illumination as you get away from the fixture is very sharply cut off. And with the building and then the masonry wall on the 34th Street side, and then also on the 31st Street side with the other building, that's why the reduction goes down to 0 at the property lines. We run this through a computer modeling program that allows us to put in the walls, put in the light fixtures at the proper elevations. That's our result. So in addition to that, we added a note that we will provide within the fixture shielding and shielded optics to create the sharp cutoff, which would be consistent with ISNA for lighting spillover.
Oh, it just reminds me.
And there is the floodlight to be removed. There was a note on that plan, if you look on the building, it says floodlight to be removed. It was on
Right, that is
P2.
TPR, yes. Okay, so that, there was that floating 30.3 on P1?
That's that was a dimension, it was a leader that happened to be, that ran through that landscape island. It was just dimensioning the building to the side property line. We've eliminated that.
Okay.
It was kind of redundant.
Okay.
Regarding the lighting, my understanding is the panels shown here are projected horizontally to that, right?
Projected horizontally onto
On
the
the
ground.
horizontal surface.
That's
How about
correct.
the vertical surface, that building next door?
The
Especially
vertical,
at the window location.
we did actually try and model the vertical surface. It did bring it down to a near 0 level, but there is some lighting spillover. And we did model existing light fixtures within the street, and that creates illumination levels that project onto that surface. But with the sharp cutoff, we feel confident that it's going to be greatly reduced than what's out there today. For the light fixtures that we can control, there's still street lights, there's still light associated with the train, and so forth. There's a lot of
How
spillover.
close to 0 was the panel?
0.2 to 0.3 foot candles.
Okay.
While we're going through the plan, we could go to P3. Nothing was changed on this plan, but we could talk about, I know there was a conversation yesterday regarding the 38-foot curb cut and the fuel trucks. As shown, and this was the same plan that was submitted before, a truck would utilize the curb cut coming on this 34th Avenue is actually an 80-foot wide street, and I know that there's parking, so it's like a single lane it's a two-way street, but with parking, the truck only has one lane to go through, and I know that the truck would utilize the 38-foot, the curb cut, and I think if we were to reduce it, even if that provides another spot possibly for a car to be right there, that causes some, maneuverability issues with a huge fuel truck coming in and might force it to go into the other lane, right?
Yeah, so what we did, we understand your comment to reduce the width down. The previous BSA approval showed it a reduction of 8 feet down to 30. However, we did run the actual truck through this, and it utilizes the full 38 feet. To reduce that width down to 30 would also allow cars to park right up against the edge of that depression that requires that. It would cause, we ran it, it would cause the fuel truck to go into the oncoming lane of 34th Street to make the turn. And it's still...
Oh, because it would have to swing out like this.
And it still clips a potential parked car in that location.
Okay.
And then in P5, which I think we'll just change the plans, or at least, it's the striping plan. We understand the board's concerns about parking on the sidewalk. The sidewalk here is around 20 feet wide. The city sidewalk is 20 feet wide. And we thought that proposed striping to show the separation between the property line and the sidewalk would help reduce, parking on the sidewalk. It's a visual cue that there's some sort of separation, and they would know that there's a city sidewalk there, because it's a little hard to see right now. Additionally, that the proposed use, it's not a service station, it's not going to be a service station anymore. So cars will just be coming to the lot just for gasoline, and if they're there for a quick second to go into the convenience store, there will be striped parking spots on the property. So the applicant's proactively trying to, reduce any parking on the street in the future, and we'll be putting the striping.
Yeah, so arguably with a convenience store, you're not going to have that same issue with parking on the sidewalk anyway, right? Unless there's a big sale of something at the convenience store.
I think those were all the changes to the plans. I think those were all the changes to the plans.
I think there was a question about the curb ramps on the corner. What was it you were?
I think it was the nomenclature. So basically, I think, we were reviewing the plans that were previously approved by the board and the proposed plans. It's the pedestrian curb cuts, curb ramps, curb cuts, the nomenclature. It's the pedestrian ones.
Okay.
So
that's at the corner?
It's at the corner, yes. Those weren't on the previously approved plans, so I don't know if I don't know who's responsible for those, but those are on the existing and proposed plans.
Thank you. The owner is always responsible for the sidewalk, right?
The corner, right.
But the DOT is the one that decides where the cuts go.
So,
Okay.
And we also updated the statement of facts, I said the curb cuts on the corner, I clarified corner, and I also updated the statement of facts with the proposed landscaping, I believe, and the striping.
Okay.
The striping.
So, question, are there any speakers on this? Okay, so the question is, could you make the quick changes to the drawings, change the address to match the application
Certainly.
number? And do this on a second call? Could we do that?
You could do it in the half an hour.
Oh,
Okay,
and
yeah.
the graffiti wall, thanks.
Oh,
What do we-
it's not, we could talk to the owner next door. It's not our property. We don't have
We know.
control over this property. I understand the comment, but for our site, but that could be said for any vacant site or anyone who has a front yard. But I want to note that they will actively talk to the adjacent owner, but also that is going to be where proposed landscaping is. So it's going to be blocked off
Right,
when they
but
do the construction.
Well, it won't be, the thing is, the graffiti will remain, right? Because the landscaping will hide the lower graffiti. There's graffiti everywhere on that because people climb on top of the roof and then graffiti from the roof.
I understand there's graffiti, but there's also graffiti on the other, I mean, it's not an excuse, but there's graffiti on all the other buildings. If you look at Google Street View, on the other buildings as well. We can't control it's been there for years, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the point.
I understand, so we could talk to the owner.
So this is one of those, is this the owner?
No.
No, okay.
The owner of the adjacent owner.
Right, so the thing is, this is one of those property owner responsibility things. If people are coming onto your property, they're trespassing, right? So that's the first part of it, right? And they're coming onto your property to be vandals, effectively, right? So it's your responsibility, you as the owner of that property, to prevent the vandalism from occurring, even though the final result of the vandalism is the adjoining property. So the right way to own a piece of property is to speak to the neighbor and say, I will paint it because the reason they're writing on your wall is because they're accessing it from my property, or at least some agreement, right? Otherwise, I just think it's otherwise, it's irresponsible ownership. And don't forget, it's a commercial use in the middle of a residential neighborhood where you're not going to see ordinarily graffiti like this.
I understand. I mean, the owner, or Luke Oil said that they would speak to the adjacent owner. Do you want
to the mic, please, and identify
introduce
yourself for the record?
My name's James Gallagher. I work for Luke Oil. Yeah, we're reaching out to the dealer, to the owner of the adjacent property, and we're going to ask and see if we could scrub it off and everything, and then we're going to have it's a full-service gas station, so we're going to have the attendants then police it as they go.
Right. Is it open
as they can.
24 hours, the gas station?
The gas station is not, is it?
It's
proposed, though,
When it gets converted
right.
to convenience store, it will.
It'll, 24 hours.
Okay.
Okay, so that should help.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll second call this for you
Okay.
to fix the
All right,
drawings, right?
thank you.
Item number 4, 13887BZ, 218 Street, 21836 Hillside Avenue, Queens, 13887BC. Oops. Oh, no. Swearing sheet. That's what it works. That's to the neighbors. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? Respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes, I did.
Okey-doke, proceed.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Carl Safaro, and I'm the applicant. Hopefully you found my submission from earlier last week.
Well, it wasn't early last week, it was Friday, actually.
Well, the email submission preceded that.
We had a submission on Friday.
The hard copies came in on Friday, but the email submission preceded that.
So here, are you aware that we give you a submission deadline and you're supposed to submit prior to the submission deadline?
Yes, but family circumstances required that I had to be out of state at the end of September, and because of that, I wasn't able to make the timely submission. In addition, some of the work was not completed by that time, so I had arranged on Saturday, October 5th, to go and photograph the lot and give you the pictures that you had requested.
Okay, so are you aware that your submission isn't complete?
Yes, I am. I made a partial submission, and
Okay.
I noted that just to show you what progress had been made since the last hearing.
Okay, so, I don't really know how to handle this. The submission isn't complete. What is it you're trying to show in your submission?
Well, we're trying to show you, you had asked for pictures from the center of the lot, looking around, so you can see what's going on at all points in the lot, which we gave you.
So, for instance, the area was supposed to be, have been completely repaved, right?
No.
It wasn't.
No, I can read you what was done.
No, I know what, was done, I can see from the pictures, but the instructions were that you were supposed to repave the entire surface of the asphalt.
Okay, what was actually done was repairing and repaving, removal of deteriorated asphalt,
I know.
and seal coating.
So you didn't, but there wasn't seal coating done to the entire surface. Whatever the coating done was only done to a part, because you can see a lot of cracked areas, you can see an uneven application. This was the condition in August, when our compliance officer went out there mid-August, which was right after our hearing, and the instruction was that you had to fully resurface the asphalt. I'm not understanding why you're not understanding the instructions. So I'm going to read again for the manyth time, and we are going to send a letter to your client indicating that we've been at this far too long. This is 4 adjournments prior to this one. Normally, we would have dismissed this case, but we didn't send out a warning letter, so we don't feel like it's right to do that. So we're going to send out a warning letter to your client indicating that there's a strong chance we'll dismiss this case if the work that we've directed to be done isn't done.
Let me just be clear. Are you asking that the entire lot be milled and repaved?
It doesn't have to be repaved, resurfaced is the instruction. Sometimes it's done with a coating, sometimes it's done with an actual repaving. It depends on the degree of damage, right? We've been talking about this forever, and there was a photograph a long time ago showing that it was repaved only in a part. And then you can see the broken asphalt elsewhere. And so in order to get this into position to move forward in its history, it needs to be properly taken care of. So, I mean, sorry, I'm extremely frustrated because you seem to be acting as if you've never been told any of these things. And we've had so many hearings going through this. I'm reading the October 23, 18 notes. At the last hearing in March, we asked that the business operator attend the next hearing. The hearings in May and July were adjourned, but the submissions were thorough, so at that time. Let's see. Photos provided show asphalt and sidewalk around building in need of resurfacing and repair. That was from October of last year. The light spread diagram shows at least one fixture's lumens spreading into the adjacent properties. It needs to be shielded. There needs to be landscaping in the area that's labeled grassy area. No photos were provided to show completion of any site work. These are comments from a year ago. We had asked for a landscaping plan and did not receive anything. In August, the comments were a cover letter, so we last heard it in October because there were adjournments. A cover letter was provided stating that improvements have been done as directed, but for the most part, the photos are rather non-descriptive or illegible. One photo reveals a dumpster outside of an enclosure, provide an enclosure. And do we have photos of the landscaping and ground cover shown on the plans? We should have a complete set of photos taken all the way around. Right.
Well, the photos
Those are
that I
really
took,
old comments.
photos that I took on October 5th, do you show the ground cover that you had requested?
What ground cover? What,
You
is
asked
there
for
ground
English
cover?
ivy. You asked for English ivy in the buffer zone.
Show me a picture of English ivy.
It's in the submission of October 5th, the last photo.
Did you take the
You can't really
pictures?
tell.
Did you take these pictures?
Yes,
Where do you see English ivy?
it was planted.
Looks like dead leaves to me. I don't see any English ivy. When was it planted?
Just preceding that, like a week prior.
Maybe it hasn't taken yet.
Was it just seeds?
Yeah.
It
It's,
doesn't even look like the ground has been disturbed.
It was. It had, looked like plantings every 2 or 3 feet.
Well,
The
so
whole-
when you take photographs, the idea of a photograph is to describe, right? And if the photograph doesn't describe the situation, when you look at the photograph, then there's no way for us to know whether you've actually done this thing. And when you looked at your photograph, you saw it describing English ivy having been planted, for example? And what about the dumpster?
Dumpster was enclosed. If you look in the photos, you'll see the enclosure, it's a chain link fence, and since that time, we had the slots enclosed.
So where's the photograph of the slats? Okay.
This wasn't done until after October 5th, when I took that set of photos. So my intention was to give you another photo, better than this one. But that was in fact done. Dumpster is now enclosed with vinyl slots.
And how about updating the drawings?
No, the architect refused to go to the site until everything was done. He says he's not going to make his drawing and certify to it unless he sees all the work completed.
Okay, sir.
But that just means the work needs to be completed and then the architect goes,
Yes.
which should have happened a long time ago.
Well, it should have, yes, but the work was not completed as of the time when I took the photos.
Okay. I don't want to do this, and I feel too much like this reminds me of elementary school. So I think you need to do your work. The architect has to do his work. We're not going to give you a lot of time to do this work. And we're sending your client a letter saying that this is the very last adjournment and that there are no excuses anymore, and if the work isn't done, we're going to close this and we'll vote, and we could vote to deny the extension of the application.
Okay, I understand that.
I just want to add, I think that this picture does not show the ivy that you stated was planted, so if you're going to stay, you might need to
Go
plant some
there.
ivy that can be demonstrated.
Hopefully it's taken root and you see it better in the photo, but I intend to give you more
Are you
pictures.
sure this is the photo we're talking about?
It shows
Yes, the last one.
Shows
And what-
needles. Shows brown stuff on the ground. So anyway, what I would recommend, since your architect is going to go there, the architect take the photographs. Perhaps there's a rough chance the architect will be a better photographer. That's all I can say. Photographs are meant to tell a story. They don't tell a story, and you have a history of submitting to us illegible photographs, so I don't think you appreciate the meaning of these photographs, the purpose of them.
And regarding the resurfacing, I believe they haven't made their mind whether they're gonna repave or just coat or just coat it with a
Right.
sealant. It's not our responsibility to give you directions which way to go. You could hire an engineer, have him look at the pavement, and if it needs repaving, just repave the entire thing. If it needs just coating, coat it. The most important thing when you bring in pictures and we look at them, or when we get to the site and look at it, it doesn't have cracks, it's nice looking.
And it's complete, and it's consistent. It's not patches that you're doing by moving cars from here to there. I mean, those photographs were taken when there were no cars on the lot. Great. But that would have been an opportunity to resurface the lot consistently all the way along, instead of this kind of, there's a patchwork, it's broken, not really even sure. I mean, this was obviously done while the cars were still parked. So, okay, so let's set up so the letter needs to go out.
Yes.
It's going to be certified mail both to you and to your client. And, when's? Okay, so January 4th, yeah.
So a submission on December 24th with a continued hearing on January 14th, and please rewatch all of the videos.
If
Two
any
other
other
items.
questions, call the project manager. Who's the project manager on this?
Daryl.
Daryl. Call the project manager and say, I don't understand what the instructions were, and Mr. Ruffin will go through you with them.
There were two other items that you mentioned that we didn't touch on this morning. One was a crack in the wall.
Yes, there's a wall that's collapsing.
You're talking about on 218th Street?
I don't know if I have it.
The only walls we have are on 218th.
There's a white wall that's freestanding,
218th Street.
and if you stand on the outside of it, it's collapsing. It's not just needing a little bit of cracks. There's a brick here, and then about an inch off, there's more brick. That's not how walls are supposed to look. That's a wall that needs to be rebuilt.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
But you've been to the site, right?
I've been to the site, yes.
And when you walk around, you don't see those things?
I see the crack, but I don't see it, I'm not trained in structures.
So,
I don't know.
you look at a wall and you say, would I sit against this wall to have a picnic?
Okay, and there was one other thing. You said there was asphalt on the sidewalk?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the asphalt was, the way it was poured in the one area that it was poured, they trowel it, and they troweled it onto the sidewalk, so it's spilling over. If you're creating a surface that's a different height than the adjoining sidewalk, you're supposed to put a little edge there, and they didn't do it. So it's just kind of another example of disrespect for the city by a property owner. And so I just want to say,
You
fix
want
it.
that chiseled out or?
It should be saw cut out and stay on your own property line, behind the fence.
Fine.
Those are in Ted's. Okay.
Okay, so just to
Oh, yeah, sorry. Are there any speakers on this?
all right, and just to restate, submission date of December 24th with a continued hearing on January 14th.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 13292 BZ, 3948 Amboy Road, Staten Island. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. No, this one, sir.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I have the owner's representative, or an owner, it's a trust, here with me too, and he brought pictures of the site, so we can go over. I know your compliance officer was there yesterday. He can explain what some of the things he saw were with the photographs. But firstly, I wanted to point out that, I know the last time we adjourned, but the time before that, I showed this community advisory. I don't know if anyone remembers that, from Department of Department of Design and Construction.
Give us a
I'll
hint,
give it
I
to you
don't
again,
know.
but it's outdated, but he just gave me a more dated one, which I can submit, but they're still doing work on the street and the sewers. So that was what I handed out 2 times ago, but I know it's been some time, but this says a week, but it didn't pan out like that.
But, so I understand work on the sewers, but what I don't understand is how that specifically affects the site itself.
And that's why he was here.
Yeah.
To explain some of that.
Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, Thomas Carney. I'm an officer of the corporation that owns the building. What happened was they were supposed to finish the work last week and close me up and restore all my planters and trees. And then the building behind us, which is on the other side of the easement, they found out that the building sunk 4 feet. So the contractor removed the excavators and everything out of it. They had heavy equipment in there. And they sent an engineer in, and it wound up, it wasn't from the machines, the guy has termites. So now he has to fix his building. They told me they're not putting another machine on that property because it'll exacerbate the damage to the building. They don't want to be responsible for that. So they paved it for me, and I want to put my fence back up temporarily. I'm going to spend $25,000 just to put the fence up because the neighbors don't want to see this. I get good neighbors across the street from me. So I'm waiting on the outcome of this hearing to see if I can put the fences up temporarily until they come back next year and complete the sewer. They got to put a storm sewer through there now because they broke my storm sewer. I'm going through a lot there. And then I'm going to repave the whole parking lot.
This is the city improving your lot? Is that what?
They broke the 20-inch water main and flooded my 2 banquet halls and my elevator shaft. We've been through a lot with this. And, I mean, they're good. They took care of that for me. They came in, they replaced the carpets and everything. But we're operating a business there, and it doesn't look good. You know, you go in, there's cones, people don't want to see that. I lost 2 weddings in there recently because of this. So that's why we're here today.
Okay, I'm sorry, what? It's terrible, yeah.
Yeah, so his full intention is to put back that trash enclosure, put back the fencing, but this
Okay.
kind of has to work itself out before he can spend the money to do it.
But
Okay,
as long as I get the okay, I'm gonna do it. It takes 2 weeks to order the fence, I'm gonna have the fence put in 2 weeks.
okay.
I'm willing to spend the money, I just like, the way the building looks behind me, it's disgusting. They don't take care of their property.
So that's why you want to put the fence up to
Yeah.
shield the view, okay. Okay, so let's just talk about the things that are doable, okay? From the photos, there are a bunch of dumpsters that are kept outside in the parking lot.
The fence is wrapped around, we're gonna put that fence back if I get the okay. I'm gonna be putting that fence, then it's gonna be opaque, there's gonna be a black, like, what's that?
The black fence,
Yeah, sure. And this is the old fence.
So this is the old fence, and you said you're gonna have a covering?
Yeah, it's gonna have a black
So he wants to put in a fence
vinyl
like
covering.
this,
Oh, an open picket.
but,
Mhm.
but with a thing in front, with a,
They put a black cloth, weatherproof
Oh,
cloth
I know what
around
you
it.
mean, yeah, like it's a fabric,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So I want to get away from the ugly fence and put a nice fence up too at the same time.
So in terms of that proposal for the fence and the drawings, so in order for us to decide on something, we need a set of drawings that reflects what it is you're proposing to do, right? Do the drawings reflect a fence with,
that I can call the architect. and get.
Yeah,
'Cause
okay.
we wanted to ask your permission before we started.
right? So my first question also, though, is the photographs show like 4 dumpsters. And you're a banquet facility, right? So you're producing a lot of food.
No,
Waste.
I have 5 offices upstairs too. I have like it's a strip mall. And the banquet halls are in the basement. Their average party is between 50 and 75 people. They have sometimes 2 or 3 on the weekend, and the garbage gets put out. They probably use 1 or 2 yard containers, and then the offices upstairs use 1, sometimes 2, depending on what they're doing. And then the other one's always extra. We have a 4th container there. The company went out of business. They left the containers there. The new company just charges me per container when they pick up the garbage.
So but the banquet facility, is that your business or a
No,
tenant?
I have a licensing agreement with a caterer, and recently what we did was to cut down on the trash volume. I put in a commercial dishwasher for them, and we bought, dishes, glasses and everything, so I reduced the volume of my garbage by probably about 60%.
Because they were throwing out disposable,
All that's gone, and when these people come to these parties, they don't cook there, so it's a catered event. Most of the food gets taken away. We're a good neighbor, we've never had any complaints against us. There's never an issue with any smell or odor or anything in the place.
He also discussed with me that the parties often happen on the weekend, and they're not, that trash is never sitting for over a day or 2. Like, the garbage company.
The garbage comes Tuesday, and they pick up the garbage.
So it's not like
It's not rotting.
there's parties during the week, and then it's sitting there.
During the week, we use it for meetings for the community, comes in and they do health fairs and stuff.
right?
So we're a union, we're the Amalgamated Transit Union on Staten Island, so we let the community use our meeting rooms.
But so how about rodents and things like that? I'm just
No,
thinking of tasty
I-
morsels for
I
the
have a guy
rats.
that comes in once a week. Outside, he puts the rat boxes, and then he comes in, he does the whole building, he sprays the whole building once a week. I haven't had any issues, I'm in there 6 years, I've never seen a bug in the place.
I don't think the community groups are using it as a gate, are they?
They don't use it as catering, the community groups use it for health fairs, and the Business Improvement District has their meetings there. We let other retiree unions have their meetings there, but it doesn't involve food. I'll have coffee and donuts, that's about it.
So the size of the trash enclosure that you're proposing fits how many dumpsters?
4 of those 2-yard dumpsters. And it's extra room, so you can move them around. It takes up 1 complete parking spot.
So it's the size of 1 parking spot? Is
Right.
that all you're talking
Right.
about? So, okay. Okay. Is everybody all right with that? Normally, we don't see so many dumpsters, that's why I'm looking at
The
that.
reason there's 4 of them there is because I recently changed over to the flatware and and, you know, I really don't need them. I could get them removed, not all of them. I could get at least one removed if
It'd
that's
be
what you
great
want.
if you could reduce the number of dumpsters. It's a lot of dumpsters for the businesses we see, we don't normally see that
Right.
many. Or if we see that many, they have a compactor,
Right.
right? So that's, a lot of the times, the food in businesses have compactors, and that significantly
Yeah,
reduces
no,
the
I can
trash.
remove one of them. I don't, there's one that sits there that's brand new. We don't even use it.
Okay. Okay. What were the other issues on this? I think it was just, I think it was just the dumpster issue, and I think we have fire department something on this?
I submitted something last night, but it seemed like an extension of term.
No, so, fire,
He said a year, he'd like to do a year in order to install the fire.
this is Amboy, right? No, we got something from the fire department on
Yeah,
this, I
that's-
just need to read it. I had it and I lost it here.
This.
Oh, you got it? Just
Yeah.
now?
I brought it with me. You need a-
The letter. Oh, okay, you just, no, but
Oh,
that's
it's
from the
just in the-
15th,
okay.
that's old.
Oh,
No,
okay,
we
sorry.
just got
I
something
have-
last night.
this is from
No, I have it,
I
I
have
have
it.
it, I have it. It says the fire department has reviewed the app, this is from last night. Oh, no,
Right.
it's
Yeah, he made the
Wait.
submission on the 21st, but the letter says.
Conditional
it's
letter of
15th,
no
oh, I see.
Because I got it last night.
We acknowledge that this installation will take some time to complete. Rather than approving a 10-year permit, the department requests a 1-year extension. Yeah.
So this, I just want to point out, this is an extension of time application, because they need to get a CO. They have till 2020.
Ah. Extension of time to obtain a CO, but you're not, there's probably no way you're obtaining a CO in a year, right? So you need more time than that, right? Because there's the extension, this is so let's have fire department. This is an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy. It's not an extension of a term.
Oh.
Okay, so the problem is, I mean, this building has been in the state of variance since 1920, and has changed many times to different uses, the most recent in 1994 for a banquet facility in the cellar, right? So it's just that, and what's the C of O? I don't remember anymore, but we went through what was left to obtain a CO, among them the fire alarm system.
Yeah, I know the last time I looked at the temporary, John Daly Fire Department, sorry, the C of O, no, a temporary C of O, the last one, they had the fire alarm system. The building had a fire alarm system, but there is no evidence of any filings done nor inspection by the fire department. I mean, so I'm a little concerned, I don't know what happened.
And so the prior owner put in a permit to do that, and then he pulled the permit out. It's in the record in the building department.
So that's the thing, you're operating, you said 50 to 75 people in the cellar come for these banquets, right? And so understandably, fire department's concerned that there's no fire protection system in the building where it's a place of limited assembly, because it's not more than 75, but still.
Well, what they told us in the beginning was they measured from the back wall to the stairs on the means of egress.
Right.
And I have a main and then 2 other ones going out. And they originally told us we didn't need it. But then I got the inspection, and I spoke to one of my other attorneys, and he said, put it in, because if you don't, and they overcrowd the place, you're gonna be responsible too. So-
Correct.
So that's why I'm paying $63,000 for the system.
Well, wait a second. So Chief Daley said at the last hearing that you could file an alt-2 to install this fire alarm and just do it. Why can't you do that? It's
That's what we're doing
independent.
now.
That's what you're doing now.
Yeah, I have the paperwork with me. I have the check and everything.
Right, I reviewed the proposal, but have you signed it, the contract?
I brought the right paperwork with me.
It's always good to have the owner.
This is what they sent me to do for the permits. and it's checked in this amount,
Right.
and it's fine, but that's my,
Great, okay. So I see it's assigned fire department application for filing for the fire alarm system. I mean, the department will accept that as proof that filing will be done. We will notify like LPPA unit, the public assembly unit, as well as the fire alarm, to monitor the site and be sure work is being done. And if not, then would request a compliance hearing before the
Okay.
board.
Okay. So we could allow for the extension of time to obtain the C of O in the kind of our normal course, but if there's a problem with pursuit or prosecution of this application for the OL2 and the fire alarm installation, then you'd come back to us.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Great.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Okay, understood, fire department is naturally concerned about occupancy
always.
without fire alarm. Okay, all right then, are there any speakers on this?
no.
Okay, so you're going to amend the drawings quickly? To show the enclosure for the dumpsters? And the what? The fence. The fence, that's. The fence and the dumpster enclosure, right? And I don't think, and then the rest of it will end up having to be part of the conditions that you're going to repair the asphalt and
Yes.
all of that, right? Okay. Okay, so then we put this on for second call as well, right?
Call Will and see if I can get it.
Okay.
I'm gonna attempt to get it, I'll let you know, but I'll be here all day.
Okay, good. Thanks.
I'm done, right? Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Always better when the owner comes.
Item number 6, 18896BZ, 444 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? To respond honestly to board member questions.
We should just go ahead after this. The
Yeah,
DOB.
I-
An hour
it's
is enough.
like
Did you
11
tell,
o'clock.
just a 1 second, did you tell her that we
I didn't
moved this
speak
to
to
the
her.
1? So maybe she thinks it's in the
Emmanuel spoke to her
afternoon?
yesterday and said, he told her it was the beginning case, so.
Oh, somebody did. Who spoke to her?
Emmanuel yesterday.
Oh, Manny told her. Okay, so she's been informed. So we'll listen, we'll go to number 1 after this. Okay, sorry.
If you want to go to number 1.
No, no, no.
No,
already
we
called
started with you.
We already
Okay.
called you, go ahead.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC, on behalf of the applicant. I made a submission and I can hand it out right now. Just give me one moment.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to go through my submission. Okay. So you'll find in this packet revision cloud plans and normal plans, so you can see both. And when, so let me know if you're, I can start. I know
So what
there's
do
a
we
lot.
need? We're looking at the cloud plan?
Yeah, so the cloud plan should be, sorry, I don't know.
I don't know which
You'll
one.
find the cloud on Z006, so I think it might be the last. Okay, it's the last, revision cloud plans is the last plan in your set. So on Z006, you will find that wall you asked for, the roof, and the door.
So the only mistake I found on this drawing,
Yeah.
because it was like hallelujah, was that on the doors,
Yeah.
it says on this not P6, the detail sheets, Z10.
Yeah.
On Z10, it says good things. It says heavy-duty hinges, 1-pair door, solid wood enclosure doors, handle, right? Very nice. But then, you go to PZ04,
Yeah.
and there's a little bubble, proposed solid PVC gates.
The second call me, I will get it fixed.
Yes, please. Otherwise, you're good.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that you scramble in the middle, quite literally in the middle of the night. These drawings were submitted at like 7 in the morning.
Yeah, I had two at, like, one at 9, one at 10, one at 9 a.m. Okay, cool. So the zoning analysis form was changed, so that's pretty nice. And the statement of facts, but
Your
I'll...
legend date is not updated.
The legend date, well,
Update the
if you're
legend.
gonna make it fixed, I'll make it fixed.
The which date? The revision date. Oh, the revision date.
There's no revision date on that.
That's the last thing people think about, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I know, but then when I'm approving plans.
I understand.
It's actually bizarrely one of the most important things.
Okay, understood.
Thank you. You can take a breath now. Okay, so we're going to go second call this, right?
Yeah, and you're doing them next, so I'll make...
Yeah.
All right, let me just note second call on this one too. All righty, so we're going to number 1, right? God help us all. Okay. Item number, oh God. Item number 1, I'm lost here, wait a second.
So that was number 12.
I'm sorry. Item number 1, continued hearing, 2017-144A, 2530 44th Street, Queens. You don't have to be sworn in, it's an appeals case. Go.
Oh, this is DOB.
Yes,
This is DOB's case, right? Because we already granted the BZ.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Andrew Wallace, representing the New York City Department of Buildings. I attended yesterday's review session, and it appeared that, the one question that the board had was whether the department felt that the applicant was diligently pursuing the application. And can answer just in a word, yes, the department does believe that the applicant is diligently pursuing the application. Applicant may have some updates on what where they are. I'd like maybe before we break, like to have a date set when we can have a next hearing to ensure
Yes,
that this continues, that the momentum continues and we move towards a conclusion.
Great.
Take any questions now if the board has any?
I doubt you could actually answer this because you're not the plan examiner.
Okay.
But I'm curious about the ADA access objections. Do you know anything about where that is in terms of either the mayor's office, perhaps Ms. Laurentian knows
If I can
more?
defer, I
Yeah.
think Ms. Laurentian may have more.
Yeah, okay.
information on
Okay,
that.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lisa Orantia from Ackerman LLP for the, respondent, I suppose. Where the legalization work is right now is that the architect of record is waiting for a final determination on an MOPD accessibility waiver request. The request was submitted in July, and the first response from MOPD was received in mid to late September, which was to ask for more information, specifically photographs and additional clarification from the DOB plan examiner. That was responded to within 5 days, and the MOPD did issue a denial on October 8th. After reviewing that, the applicant determined that it was something they wished to appeal, and there is a pending meeting at MOPD, and it's scheduled for next Wednesday, October 30. We believe at that time we'll get a final determination from MOPD, and with that decision, the architect can proceed with revising plans to demonstrate the necessary compliance or to act upon a waiver if that is ultimately granted.
So what's the Plan B, assuming that MOPD reiterates its denial?
So the discussion next Wednesday will be on what alternatives might be accessible to MOPD. Right now, it looks like either a ramp will be installed or a lift will be installed, because the code requires that the primary entrance to one of the units be made accessible. If the waiver is not granted, in addition to the entrance being made accessible, alterations to the interior are also required.
Right, because there's inadequate sized bathroom and so on, right? Okay.
So,
can I understand, like, what's the argument for the appeal? What's the argument for why an appeal should, or a waiver should be granted?
The waiver is provided for in the code and it's allowed for an existing building, which is a building that was constructed before the requirement was put in place. And it's basically the same as a variance. It's based on hardship, practical difficulty, and if the compliance can be achieved in an alternative manner. So, and it's based on a review by both DOB and the mayor's office for people with disabilities.
And it also applies when you've got a conversion?
Yes. Anytime the accessibility requirement is triggered by the strict letter of the code.
Okay.
So we have been sharing information with DOB as to the status of the legalization progress. There are, right now, as I said, we're waiting for this meeting next Wednesday, which will determine the course of how the application proceeds. There are some other elements that would present a delay. Once the determination is made by MOPD, the architect and possibly the engineer who designed the sprinkler drawings will have to revise plans to show compliance. The plan examiner at the Department of Buildings is going to be out of office for almost a month. And then the objections all have to be cleared, permits secured. Work may be delayed by winter weather if there's excavation required. This is a narrow site, and so it would require manual removal. You couldn't get heavy equipment in there. Again, this may cause a delay in work. So that's just kind of an overall outlook of how this may.
Why do you need heavy equipment? It's an interior renovation and the installation of maybe a ramp or a lift.
The
right?
ramp would require significant excavation, possibly in the rear of the building.
Yes,
of
where
the
would
lot.
the ramp be, actually?
The ramp can't fit in the front of the house. It can't go in the side yard because that's governed by the easement. Wouldn't fit in that small area, and so it'd have to be installed in the rear yard, and it would take up a significant amount of the rear yard to provide the necessary slope.
So then why wouldn't a lula be a
Of course,
solution?
that's one of the options, yeah.
Right, so the lula then would be installed
In the front, I
in the
assume.
front on the exterior of the building or the interior?
I believe on the exterior, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah, I just don't have the plans in front of me, so I don't know.
So what we had discussed with DOB is an extension to early February with the goal of having an approval and possibly a permit at that time for the alteration application. And again, that's because of the MOPD meeting and the plan examiner being out of office.
Okay. Is that, Mr. Wallace, is that timing to come back here in February?
That's amenable, yes. Late January, early February. Again, I did speak with the plan examiner. I've been speaking with him several times about last month prior to our submission, and then also yesterday after the hearing, and he confirmed that, his opinion that the applicant was working in good faith, that there are options if the waiver is not granted by MOPD. There are options, as were discussed. and that he will be on vacation for a good part of the month of November.
Okay, so let's say late are there speakers on this? We don't have the speaker we expected?
I asked that, would you
What?
like to make a statement for the record as to reaching out to her and telling her it's going to be in the morning?
Yeah, so we have a neighbor who comes to testify at these hearings regularly. We intentionally moved this the hearing schedule to put this item first to accommodate DOB, which is our standard, so that they can get back to the office. And we had informed the neighbor that we had moved the case to number one. And we actually held off on hearing it, waiting for her to arrive, and decided to proceed after waiting 1 hour at 11. So we opened the hearing at 10, and it was 11 o'clock by the time we actually heard this case. So.
And it still had a 10 o'clock call time.
And it's still?
It still had a 10 o'clock call time.
It had a 10 o'clock call time, and it's now 11:11, and we still don't have any signs of the neighbor appearing, so.
And there was no objection to being, when they told her of the change in time?
Yeah, that's okay. All right, so.
Well,
That's
1 o'clock.
doesn't have a right to object. Okay, so we'll put this on then for the end of
January or February?
End of January. No?
This is a permit by February, right?
No, he said, Mr. Wallace said end of February. For submission or for a hearing?
For submission.
For submission, end of January?
Yes.
Okay.
February 5th submission with a continued hearing on February 25th.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
New cases, item number 7, 82259BZ, 1774 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. What are we doing? Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I'm going to hand out my submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I guess I will begin with the plans. You asked about what are the changes from the prior approval. They are a conversion of the building to a convenience store because it was an automotive bay repair before. Additional restriped parking stalls, addition of a 4th dispenser island and miscellaneous site work, including a new concrete building walk, handicap ramps, fencing, landscaping, lighting, and building signage, which I don't think the previous approval had as much detail.
Right. An addition of a dispensing pump, you said?
Addition of 4th dispenser island, yeah. It was like 2 islands and then a 3rd island here, and now it'll have 2 and 2. You can see that actually on the
Yeah.
first page of the plan.
This one's not dated either.
What?
It doesn't have an updated date on it.
God.
No, it does.
It does?
Yeah, in the
10/21.
revisions.
It says
This was
10/21.
submitted yesterday, it's 10/21.
Yeah, you look in the revisions column
Got it.
of the title
I
block.
see it.
Okay,
I just
good.
missed it
Very
before.
good.
Don't scare me like that.
The only problem is?
Yeah.
So, wait a minute. I hope this is the bubbled one, because it's not signed and sealed by the architect.
Yes, it is. Where's Tartaglia?
No, is that the bubble?
Yeah, the bubbled isn't signed and sealed. We always sign and seal the
Oh, okay, that's what I'm saying.
the
I'm saying that was the
non-bubbled,
bubble.
because that's the one that.
Yeah, non-bubble is signed and sealed.
So, that is.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying, because this one wasn't signed and sealed, I was just making sure.
Okay, and then I submitted, I probably killed a tree, so I apologize, submitting the tree planting standards. But you asked about putting those trees along Manor Road. The proposal does not seek to place street trees along Manor Road, as the street trees are not allowed in the area. Per item C of the spacing requirements section on page 6 of that tree pamphlet I gave out, trees are not allowed to be planted within standard standing zones. Upon review of the Manor Road sidewalk via Google Street View, the entire Manor Road frontage is in no standing anytime zone as per posted signage.
Can you tell us where, that's interesting, where are you on this?
Page 6, item C.
Item C.
Yes, so there's a
Do
list.
not plant within no standing zone. Sweet. Why is that?
I can't answer deeper than that.
So that whole section is a no standing zone?
Yep.
Okay.
And there's signage that says so.
That's strange. You would think you would want trees in a no standing zone. Anyway. Okay.
On drawing Z004.3, the plans have been revised to dimension the planting bed width along the western lot line as 6.7 feet wide.
Good.
And then lastly, after review of the lighting numbers with the proposed 6-foot-high PVC fence and landscaping along the western lot line, no light will impact the adjacent property. There are only lights on the buildings, there's actually no like standing light. So they re-looked at what's actually there, and thus drawing Z 800.03, the lighting plan has been shown to show zero lighting along the western boundary line.
Zero lighting along the west?
Because that's where it was higher than zero.
Oh, okay.
And then not, and we've just focused on what's not on the road. So,
What did take it to zero? How did you change it to zero?
well, they didn't take into account, they looked at it and they took into account the landscaping and the fencing. And with the landscaping and the fencing and the fact that there's only lights on the building, there is no standing lights there. There would be no place to put a shield, and if you take that all into account, there really wouldn't be.
So they just modified the conditions in their analysis and that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to speak up when you speak.
I'm saying they just modified the conditions in their analysis. There is no further shielding added to the previously
No.
submitted?
No.
Right.
no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And then the cars on the sidewalk?
Oh, also, did I submit it? Oh, I forgot. I also submitted an operational plan.
Sure you did.
Okay. Where did I put it?
And I'll find it. Where, is it attached to your, oh, no.
It should be in here.
Oh, wait, to the back. Oh, I see, it's attached.
I
Thank
can't, it's in there, right? Oh, here it is. Okay. So I can read it aloud if that's what you'd
Yeah.
like. The station will be equipped with security cameras on the building that monitor the entirety of the site and function 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The security camera system will additionally be utilized to monitor customer vehicles so that any prohibited parking on the Victory Boulevard and Manor Road sidewalk can be documented to assist in preventing future occurrences. An employee will monitor both the property and the Victory Boulevard and Manor Road sidewalk during normal business hours to ensure vehicles visiting the station will only park on-site in designated parking stalls and not on the sidewalk. If vehicles are observed parking on the sidewalk, the vehicle owner will be immediately notified to move their car to an on-site parking stall or find another location off of the property for parking, i.e. side street, until such time an on-site parking stall becomes available. The station has an existing 8 parking stalls for customer use with a 9th stall proposed. Additionally, there are 8 proposed fueling positions associated with the proposed canopy, which is an increase from the existing 4 fueling positions. The proposal will convert the automotive service base to an accessory convenience store, which will decrease the number of cars parked on site for longer periods of time. And I think that's pretty significant, that automotive use of repair bays, that probably keeps cars sitting there, and that's still there right now. This proposed increase in parking stalls and fueling positions, in addition to the change in proposed use, will provide additional spaces for customer vehicles on site and a reduced likelihood of vehicles attempting to park on the side.
Great. Perfect, thank you. Are there any speakers on this one? I don't think we have anything open. Anything open, anyone noticing? Okay, so, well done. Done. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close this one.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that all the prior conditions be included in these conditions and that the operational plan be described in the resolution. Okay? So on that motion, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 298BZ, 633 3rd Avenue, Manhattan. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. My office attended the review session yesterday in response to the items that we heard. The C of O delay is based on the fact that there are many open applications in the building, and we do not get priority, and we cannot close our application because of other applications in the building. We can pursue this more with the landlord, but we've been unsuccessful up to this point. It's a very common situation in buildings of this nature, which are 30, 40, 50 stories tall and have ongoing applications continually.
The fire department.
What?
Yeah, we have fire department, I'm just trying to load it. Can't.
Okay.
Yeah, this whole subject is quite an interesting subject, because here we are, this agency that's constantly saying, where's your C of O? And I'm very well aware of these kinds of buildings where there are hundreds of, say, apartments or hundreds of offices, and all you need is one office or one apartment that has an open application, and it stops the C of O from being issued, and you can't even get a TCO. DOB won't do that. And I don't actually know what it is that we should do about this, because it's kind of ridiculous to be asking an owner, a tenant, to amend the C of O or follow up when it has no control. And even the owners arguably have no control, managing, because they have hundreds of tenants or residents or whatever with these open alteration applications. It's really a problem. So this is a conversation we ultimately should be having with DOB, but I appreciate your plight.
With regard to that, the second item is we did, in Section D, we did request an extension of time to obtain a C of O, since we had not received it, and we did pay the fee.
Right.
So we did that regardless.
Yes.
We apologize, there were a set of missing plans in the interim of the last approval. There is some discrepancy it is a cellar, not a sub-cellar where we're located. There's some reference to concourse. The plans need to be amended to clearly reflect which level floor is there. So we will do that. The total PCE floor area calculations are listed on towards the upper right of EP-1.
What is the total PC?
2283, 22,833 square feet.
22,833 square feet
Right.
total.
Total, right. It says 240 on the lobby level, which is where the entrance is, and then it says concourse level, which should really be cellar level of 22,593. I apologize for missing the massage room, since we don't offer massage, we will relabel that one. The ADA access is through the main lobby, as is common for buildings of this size. It then goes into a common elevator in the cellar level, and then there is direct access through corridors into our space. I can more clearly point that out when we revise the plans to show where it comes. If you look at page...
Please don't talk. Sorry.
If you look at page EP2, for example, or even EP3, you'll see where it talks about stair egress H, or egress stair H.
You have to give us a chance to go to these, because we
Okay,
don't
no
have
problem.
them. We just got plans handed to us, so we got used to that. Okay.
I'm just showing, I'm going to show them on plans, and I'll do what I have to do. But I'm just, as an example, if you look on page EP3, you'll see it says towards the top, egress stair H, and there are some elevators that come down to that level, and then there's a little door where it says exit D, and that would be how you get from the main level.
No, the point is that you always need to show a first floor plan to show how we get out, right? So.
Right, well, in this case, I don't disagree. In this case, because our vestibule lobby is outside of the regular elevator, we only showed the vestibule lobby, but we can show,
No, you should, you always, so
we'll show you.
the standard is, you must provide a first floor plan that shows the location of the entrance to the PCE and all the fire egresses that take you to the street.
No problem.
Okay, that's the
Yeah, no,
standard.
we'll do
All
that.
right.
We were copying previously approved plans, which didn't show that, but we will give you a new plan, which will show that. Or a partial plan of the area in question. The last item, which is a little confusing.
So going back.
Yes.
The partial plan can't be a plan that's floating in space.
No, we'll
The
have
whole
it-
idea is to understand where it is on the
Right.
plan
We'll do
of the building.
I'll do a key plan effectively, and then a partial plan. So you'll have a key plan which would show, because the building is almost an entire block frontage and goes
Understood.
back several hundred feet or so. If you look at the size of it. So we'll show you a little key plan at the East 40th Street, the 3rd Avenue entrance, where it shows our vestibule, and then would show where the main lobby is, and would show the elevators. That's acceptable. It's sort of like right in the middle where the 197.8 is. So we will do that. The last item, which is this continuous use question. I mean, the facility has been there for 20 years. We have a triple net lease, so we don't have standard items. I mean, you have a sworn statement from me saying it's been there. You have sworn testimony here saying it's been there. It begs common sense that we were there for 20 years, left, and came back.
So that's not actually how the test works, right? Everyone says, oh, it's common sense that I wouldn't have left and come back. The standard is you have to establish it. It's easy to establish it, you provide Con Ed bills, you provide,
Everything is triple net leased here. We don't have any of those things.
you have a phone bill, you have other kinds of things, right? It's not to say that the use gets no mail that's specific to the location
doesn't.
to pay a bill.
It doesn't.
Sorry.
Are you listed in the Kohl's?
It's a, what?
Are you listed in
There
the
are Kohl's-
Kohl's directory or the Ready Books?
Kohl's doesn't
membership
work the way it used to
statements
work anymore.
for the
It's,
PCE.
it's no
Or what?
longer
Gym
actively, you
memberships.
can't even get into
You know, you're not listening to anything
I'm
anyone's
listening to- I'm
saying. No, you're
listening.
speaking while they're speaking.
I heard Commissioner Otley Brown. I responded to her.
If there's a triple net lease, you are paying all of that. So you
Right.
should be getting the bills.
That's a good point. Triple net lease means you're responsible for everything.
I understand that, but that's not an electric bill. It's not a,
It absolutely is. It's everything.
right, but it's one bill that says, okay, we're billing you $22, $1,000 a month for electric. We're billing
So
you.
you're saying,
It's not a Con Ed bill, in other words.
All right.
But the owner has so you're saying that the owner of the property is accumulating all of the bills and then sending you a total?
He sends us a partial. We pay, 0.023% of the electric bill or something.
Okay,
They're separately metered.
let's not talk about electric bills. There are many other forms of proof that a business existed and exists on a site. And the idea that it doesn't exist is simply absurd, right? So credit card bills, lighting bills, repair bills,
Google Street photos that
Google-
show your signage.
yes.
So just so I don't do this incorrectly,
Membership?
Membership something or others, yeah.
all right, do you want from 2000, from the last?
18.
You want the last, or just from 2018 through 2019?
Correct.
Just one
Go
year?
ahead.
Our rules require that you demonstrate proof of continuous use from the expiration of the term through the date of the filing. of
So
the
you just want the last, effectively the last year, 2 years, for argument's sake?
No, 4/30/18 to 4/25/19, which is when the application was filed, 1 year.
1 year, okay, fine.
So that doesn't mean a lot, right?
Okay, I'll do it.
But it
It's
means
done.
doing it.
It will be done.
Okay.
It will be done. I'll find the proofs that will satisfy the board.
Okay, anything else? That's it?
Yeah,
All
for
right.
me.
All right, are there any speakers on this? And then in terms of the substantial prejudice, you need to make that argument, right? That's a part of it. You know how that works?
I'll take a refresher course on it.
Okay, so it goes like this. If we were to deny the extension, substantial prejudice for your client would or would not exist. Why might substantial prejudice occur if your client was required to discontinue their business? A little paragraph on that.
Okay,
Wouldn't
fine.
be too hard.
No,
right?
I'm not disagreeing, I'm just
Okay.
asking for a clarification. That's,
Okay,
I
okay, there you
have
go.
no problem, I
Okay,
can phrase it accordingly.
okay. All right, so when do we put this on for?
I can do this in approximately a week, so
Well,
I know
our
you're
schedule
tight.
doesn't allow for
I have an 11:19 hearing for
Right.
another 11 hearing on that morning. If it works for that morning, it would be appreciated. Best you can do.
Let me see what the schedule is. No. Just the totals. Here. What is that crazy thing in red? Oh dear. Let's do the 20.
Following week, if that doesn't work.
Okay, so the 25th would mean it's November 6th submission? Yeah, November 25th.
Got it.
What's the date again?
November 26th, with the November 6th submission.
26th or 5th? I heard two different dates.
26, sorry.
11/26, 11/6 submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, 227400, 134 East 38th Street, Manhattan. Raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commission members. Jeremiah Cantreva. for the applicant. I attended, I reviewed the tape from yesterday's review
Sorry,
session.
can you lift your mic up to
sure.
meet more or less your height?
My apologies.
Thanks.
Oh, and congratulations, Kurt, on your appointment. I attended, I reviewed the comments that were made at the review session, and I did submit a letter last night with respect to the comment related to substantial prejudice. I did bring copies with me if you'd like me to hand it out.
I've read it. I don't know if others have. Have others? Have you?
Yes.
It was submitted. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure because that was the missing question about substantial prejudice, because you did a very good job in establishing the continuous use.
Thank you.
So, okay. And I think that was it, right?
There was one other issue, Madam Chair. We had a walkthrough with the fire department, and we've agreed, the fire department will recommend today that we extend rewire and extend the smoke detectors from the hallway, which are sprinklered, into the actual offices, and the applicant has agreed to undertake and complete that work.
Okay. So that, I just need to go to the fire department letter, just 1 second. 274. Just a second. A little slow on the uptake here. Oh, no, that was your submission. Where's fire department on this one? 274. Do you have fire department submission on it?
I'm just doing it now.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. John Daly, Fire Department.
Mhm.
I know I did not submit any formally letter
I don't see one.
because I did not get a chance to talk to
Okay.
my battalion chief till late last night regarding this application. Originally, we were going to suggest that the smoke detection system not be installed, but I've been ordered by my battalion chief that due to two adjacent residential buildings being non-combustible construction, building in the rear, also residential building with wire glad, we are recommending that the smoke detection system be reinstalled, but filed with the fire department, reviewed by a plant examiner, installed, and then tested and witnessed by the fire department. Now, the premises currently has a sprinkler system, which is operational at the time of my inspection with Mr. Rickett and Ms. Ebanks last Thursday, so we have no objection with the sprinkler. We have existing conduits for the previous smoke detection, which they can reuse, and they're going to extend. We recommend that they extend the smoke detection into the office area from the stairwell. And just that minor work, and we'll have no objection.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So we can put that in as a condition?
Yes, Madam
basically.
Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Great, thank you very much. All right, thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Kendrick. Okay, so are there any speakers on this besides that? Okay, so then I would like to make, everybody okay with this one? I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the condition that we just heard described about the installation for the fire department of a smoke detection system that will be extended for the offices, right? Okay. All right. So on that motion, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
This application's been granted.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 10, 5908BZ, 591 Forest Avenue, Queens, Staten Island, sorry. Of course, yeah, sounds like it's Staten Island, it's Queens. Raise your right hand. Let me sign in first, sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, proceed. Right. Just give that to Madam Chair so she can have it. She submitted this already.
Oh, yeah, I saw her submission.
Oh, okay, just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
make sure.
Well, maybe others want to see, oh, but go ahead, Chase, look, yeah.
Good morning, Sandy Anagnostou, representing the applicant, and I'm joined by Mr. Anthony Beretta, one of the owners of Push Fitness, the operator of this establishment. I reviewed the comments from yesterday's review session. Last night, we received a letter of no objection from the fire department.
Right.
We also made an electronic submission yesterday in response to those comments. Regarding the requested waiver, when we initially filed the application, we requested a waiver of the rules of procedure because when we filed the application, the term had expired in February of 2018. So we filed more than 30 days, but less than a year after the expiration date. We paid the fee, but we revised the statement of facts to explain further why this waiver is needed. And basically, it's a waiver to the rules of procedure because of the time in which it was filed. The owner of the business actually obtained a lease from the property owner in January of 2017. The previous physical culture establishment operator at this location was Planet Fitness, and they moved out in December of 2016. They opened another establishment about a mile away from this site. So the owner of the
In December, right?
December of
2016.
2016. And the current operator, Push Fitness, obtained a lease in January of 2017. I submitted a copy of the lease and an affidavit from the property owner, which basically explains when the previous tenant moved out, when the current tenant moved in. And when they moved in, they needed to do some renovation work because their brand is different from the Planet Fitness. It was mostly aesthetic work. But at the time when they signed the lease, they thought there was actually more of a term on this. They weren't aware of the expiration date being so soon, like a year within the time that they had signed the lease. They thought they had more time. When they came to our office, we advised them that their term is expiring, and we filed an application at the Department of Buildings in January of 2018, but the term expired a month later, and subsequently, we filed the application with the Board of Standards and Appeals. So if this extension is not granted by the board, the substantial prejudice, basically because this use occupies the entire building, we'd be left with a vacant building, and that would be a tremendous financial hardship to the business owner as well as the property owner. So they did all this in good faith. They did file the applications with buildings, with the BSA, and they're trying to obtain their C of O.
So the renovation work that started somewhere after January 2017 and went on until how long before it opened?
They opened in July of 2017. The property owner was very nice and flexible with them. He gave them a few months rent-free and then some reduced rent. I actually have rent checks here that show, and I can submit those as well, or I can show you. The first rent check was paid May of 2017. I didn't have a chance to submit this, but I can do so.
Okay, well, I think for the record, we can just say that rent checks were provided, were were displayed
And justified the
to
renovation.
establish the continuity of use, right?
And there's also 3 Google photos that are dated on the
Okay.
internet, starting with July 2017, that corroborate your explanation.
Right,
July
and
2017, May 2018, and September 2018 that show Push Fitness in business.
And you can log on and see their website. They're there, they've been there since, opened in July 2017, and they've been there since pursuing the approval of this.
And how long did the renovations take?
I believe you started in January to July, 6 months?
You have to come to the mic.
They took about 4 to 5 months.
You have to state your name, sorry.
I'm sorry, Anthony Beretta. So it took about 4 to 5 months.
I think that's sufficient to say continuous use as well.
Well, that's the owner's statement that there has been continuous occupancy, right? I think we have a lot of data, and the Google images, I wish the prior applicant were here. It's pretty easy to go on Google and show a picture of your sign that shows that you exist. So, great, thank you very much, sir. Okay. Anything else you wanted to add, Ms. Agnostic?
Yes, Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned signage calculations. We did submit a BSA signage analysis form when we initially filed the application, and also on sheet P5 of the drawings, we have the calculations and the elevation, which shows the only sign, which is on the front facade of the building at the main entrance. It's an illuminated sign, 44 square feet, which is actually an area which is actually less than the prior approval of 124 square feet.
Okay, great.
In terms of changes, they are only making, besides the change in operator, some minor changes to the layout, and they'd like to add a sauna, or you've added a sauna.
Okay. And just to clarify the hours of operation, because you are asking to change them, right?
Yes.
So what I have from my notes are Monday to Thursday, 5 a.m. to 12 a.m., Friday, so let's have the owner make sure that this is what he wants, right?
This is what I have, but you know it.
Monday to Thursday, 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. to
Yes.
midnight. Friday, 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yes.
Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
7 a.m., I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, to 9
Saturday,
p.m.
7 to 9.
Sorry, 9 p.m. And Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Sundays, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh, okay. Important. Where did that come from?
That-
8 a.m. to 8 p.m.? Yes.
That could probably maybe be one of our other locations.
Okay.
Different times.
All right. Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So previously, the Monday through Friday was 12 a.m. to 10 p.m. It was almost a 24-hour operation when Planet Fitness was there.
Right.
So
That's
we're
their-
actually reducing the hours.
Yeah. That's Planet Fitness's business model.
Right.
Right, okay. Okay, so then, are there any speakers on this? Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I'd like to thank you for being so responsive to our comments. Rapid turnaround, excellent, okay, and therefore, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 116113BZ, 1385 Broadway, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, just when before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, I know there were a few questions. I just wanted to confirm that the fire department did issue a letter of no objection. Okay.
Right.
There was a question regarding the hours. No change in hours are proposed. I have, if the board wants to see it, I printed out one thing from the website just showing it's the same consistent hours.
Okay.
Okay. And then we submitted later last night revised plans with note 5 change, removing reference to rescinded local law 5887 and having the new accessibility note.
Okay.
I don't know if there were any
Yeah.
other questions.
Okay, no, I'm just looking for the fire department note that's, okay.
I have
Do
a
you have
copy,
it?
one
Oh, that'd be
copy of
great.
the letter if you want to see it.
Excellent, yes, please.
I think after the hearing, there was a letter that was submitted by the owner stating that owner was satisfied with the steps taken
Yes.
to stop the noise disturbance. I think should we approve it, these should be folded into our condition or in some way to ensure that all these noise installations are maintained and those.
So I'm going to, so it's not, did you submit this letter, right?
We submitted a letter, just to
Yeah.
clarify, I know the board for renewals or legalizations asked for postings of the hearing. We did post the hearing. This particular property owner didn't want us to post it on the front entrance, and the only
Yeah.
place they allowed us to post it was in the rear, so that's why we asked them to do a letter too, because we try and take photographs to show that we're posting it
Mhm.
actually at the spot, as opposed to some mystery spot, so that's why we got the letter to supplement.
Okay, so what I can't remember is whether the drawings are actually showing, the acoustical measures that are mentioned?
I don't believe they did, because this is a renewal, and the original plans were done before the board.
Right.
Have done a lot of the emphasis on this. I do
Yeah,
know
it's an
that they did
extension.
install all these measures,
Mhm.
because they wanted to be a responsible tenant, and there have
Right.
been no issues or no complaints.
Right, and I note this is a commercial building, not a residential building, but what the owner said was, "We are satisfied with the installation of the 2.5 inches of slam tile, rubber tiles with special sound-absorbing feet, and 3/8 inch steel plates to disperse noise at Crunch 38th Street. They moved all the weights over 70 pounds to another area of the gym that's over a mechanical room." That's a good thing to know about future gyms. Remove one Olympic lifting platform from the club entirely. Install the sound absorption isolation flooring 3 inches thick under the existing Olympic lifting platform, and platform was moved from the by Chloe lease line by 11 feet. Obviously, they've been working back and forth with adjoining tenants. They installed a no-drop sign hung from ceilings, and there have been no tenant complaints since Crunch has completed all the work listed above. That's great, actually.
And just to clarify, my understanding is, communicated to me by the club, a number of these issues that may have occurred were actually shortly after the original approval, so it's been years since there's been any complaints.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would say in our resolution, not making it a condition, just as one of our statements of, we received a letter from the owner stating that measures were taken, like that, because I don't want to make it a specific condition. You can see that these things are moved based on an activity above. So if the activity changes, maybe they move that lifting platform from over here to over here, so you don't want to fix that in time, right? Okay, are there any speakers on this? All right then, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application's been granted.
Thanks. Do you want, Todd, do you want this back?
Okay, appeals calendar?
Do we do second call?
I don't, no, that's when they decide, when their architects have gotten the drawings.
You need more time.
Okay.
Huh?
Say what?
Okay, so the revision was made for the
For
second
which?
call. This is, let me just show you something though. So for the one case, sorry, what's the calendar number on that? Shoot. 28252. They made the change here, down here, to put the AKA, but I noticed this still says 3402. Do you care?
Oh, it says AKA.
AK down here.
Okay, that's good, as long
But
as,
this over here still said 31st
no,
Avenue.
as long as it says both addresses. The point is, you don't know what in the world the building is.
Well, it's here, I'm sorry. It says both of them there.
Oh, okay.
It's just that she didn't change this. When I saw that, I figured maybe she
Okay.
should change it because it would,
Well, as long as both addresses on there, then you don't get confused, right? So, because it says AKA, and I'm not gonna, if it said AKA before, I wouldn't have been bringing this up.
all right, so you want to do the second
Is
call
that,
on her?
is that the only change that we needed? There was
Yeah.
another one.
All right, should I? All right,
Yeah.
Fan Baton from Sheldon.
So
We
you
need
need
to call it
to
again?
call, you actually need to call this?
Second call, item 285-52BZ, 3014 34th Avenue, Queens, and please make sure that you know that you're still under oath.
Understood. Fan Baton from Shell Nobel PC for the applicant. So the changes that were made, the address on the BSA application 30-14 34th Avenue is now included on the plans in the title block, and there's an AKA for 34-02 31st Street. Both of those addresses are on Department of Buildings website. The site plan was corrected to note that the striping plan is P5. And then there were some revisions because the signs were previously P5, so it was just changed throughout. So signs now reference P6, which is the signage plan. And then the revision dates were updated. I just submitted a revised statement of facts just to note that it's a pedestrian curb on the corners. So there were two references in the statement of facts. I just added the word pedestrian.
Okay, so but nobody's seen it.
I saw it.
You saw these
I saw it. That was the
submissions?
only-
It was submitted, yeah.
Yeah, it was submitted, that's my question.
No,
when I
but my question is, I need someone to take a look at it.
Yeah.
To see you don't have a copy of it, obviously, it's just on your laptop,
my
right?
laptop.
So before we actually decide on it, somebody needs to
You wanna
look
look at
at the changes and verify.
Email it to you.
How about this, can we put this on for follow-up and maybe Chase take a look at what was submitted and make sure everything's in order? I don't feel comfortable if nobody on the board has actually seen the changes. Okay?
I'll be here all day.
Okay. We know.
Okay.
All right.
All right, where are we? Let's go to the appeals calendar, item number 11, 2017-59A, 2017-59A, 3857 Ocean View Avenue. They've asked for an adjournment.
I just wanted to say that unfortunately, there was problems with the architect, and now they've hired a new architect, and that architect, I think, was hired about a month ago and has been working on revising the plans. So that also kind of slowed us down, and I can submit a letter stating that.
So.
But I didn't, so I
What do we do
apologize.
about this? We've been here for.
We have March, and just really, we understand it's your last, or you're
Yes.
gonna send.
I thought we were talking about a new architect a long time ago, no?
No.
Okay.
We were hoping, like, they were having problems a long time ago.
Okay.
But now they've actually hired a new architect.
That's someone who can be responsive, I hope.
Yeah, because they really struggle with the last architect really struggled with the DEP comments. So
Okay.
we're hoping a new architect can
Okay.
not
So
struggle.
all right, so say March, in other words, and we're going to send out a letter, right?
Yes.
Right. So I hope this new architect knows his or her way around, like flood regulations, how to interact with other agencies, et cetera, because there seems to be a big holdup at DEP, right? Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, submission date of March 4th with a continued hearing on March 24th.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, item number 13.
It's 11:59, we should take a break.
Just, you want to do this next one, it's a withdrawal?
It's a withdrawal, okay.
Item number 13, 2017-318A, 155 Johnson Street.
Dale, I'll be fast. We did submit a letter of withdrawal. Unfortunately, the DP issues are taking longer, so we'll get that resolved and then refile.
Okay, that's the best way to deal with it. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to accept their withdrawal.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
All right, 10-minute break.
10-minute break, okay. And then we'll go back to new cases, whatever. Or the second call?
Or second, depending on which comes first. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, we're back on the record. Item number 3, 285-52BZ, 30-14, 34th Avenue, Queens.
Ann Baton from Shell Nobel PC for the applicant. I believe you reviewed the plans, so.
Yes, so I just want to...
Plans are fine.
Yeah, the plans are fine. They were corrected as you said, as you testified. So then I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Aye. Commissioner Shabeta?
And a motion to grant, I don't see any conditions other than the standard ones, maintain the landscaping, maintain the lighting away from neighbors, graffiti-free, the usual, maintain the asphalt. Okay, on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Aye. Commissioner Shabeta? Aye. And thank you to the architect for a fast turnaround 2
Thank
times.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't forget hard copy in the, yeah, okay. Anybody ready with the second call? All right, so we keep going then to the A cases. Okay. Item, this appeals calendar, new cases, item number 14, 2017-99A, 3798 Railroad Avenue, Queens. You don't have to be sworn in.
I'll still talk. Did we get fire department on this one?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Van Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session. I understand that this application has been around for a while and that there was a resubmission back in the spring based on a dismissal warning. I know that in that submission, we did respond to DEP comments, and I think there was actually correspondence late last week. We made another submission of just some materials for DEP, so I know that that's still under review. And I know at the review session, you had requested that fire department review again, and if there are any comments, we will work with the fire department in revising the plans. As for the easement, I know that we did, you know, we provided the documents, the actual recorded documents, and kind of a image in the statement of facts trying to illustrate that with the 4 different easements, but we will work with a title company or surveyor to provide an official document with that information. I spoke with the architect, and the plans will include the width and the status of Railroad Avenue, the easement, and Review Avenue, and I think maybe it kind of, because this case is so old, there was an initial plan that was filed when there was a proposed fabric enclosure, which is not actually the case anymore. And I think those plans had some of that information, but we'll make sure that the plans are updated. As for the status of the easement, I know that the easement itself is paved, and that is used for, and I have it's in the photographs. I mean, it's paved because the sanitation trucks go over. That's the one from Review Avenue down to the site. Railroad Avenue is not.
Along that overpass.
Right, it's the one that goes over the railroad tracks. Railroad tracks. So Railroad Avenue, there is a bollard up that kind of blocks access. That was part of an agreement, and we could revise the statement of facts or just do some documentation to note. It's not an access point. It could be for, it's just a plastic bollard, so I think, and we could talk with the fire department, I think if they could, the fire department has been there on the site a few times already, and I think there are even photographs showing that the fire department was there, but it's closed off to traffic, so nobody makes a turn onto Railroad Avenue from the site.
But the site plan doesn't show a bollard.
Well, I mean, it's going to be revised. I'm just explaining
Okay.
what the status, because I too have actually been out there and saw it, and the photographs have it as well. Because they want to make sure that any trucks that go down the easement from Review Avenue don't make a right turn onto Railroad Avenue, that it just continues going to the south. Or it turns left, but we'll put it, we'll diagram it and put all that information.
And clarify what type of finish is on the road,
Okay,
how the
yeah.
roadways are.
And I don't know if this was, I don't remember if this was discussed yesterday. We spoke to council. There's just some issues because the job was originally filed under Lot 279. A zoning lot description was filed on Acris. There was an RP 602 that was filed. But I think when they got the objection, they got it under the old Lot 280. So we're going to make sure that the proper job was filed at DOB and the proper objection was issued. So everything matches up for any jurisdictional
The
issues.
block and lot number is the one we need.
Right, no, I just want to,
It should be, what's it, 70?
it should be 279 in the end.
279, yeah.
But I think that the job number for the objection list was from Lot 280.
279, sorry, what? Should be,
So originally, when we came in with this application, there were two tax lots. It was
Yeah.
tax lot 279 and tax lot 280. During this process, they merged the zoning lot and the tax lot to 279. There is, the architect or engineer had put 279 on the actual sheet, the objection sheet, but the job number matches up with a job that was previously filed on lot 280.
Right,
So
okay.
we're working in order to make sure the board has jurisdiction over this case. So those are the revisions. But the comments were noted, and we will make those revisions on the plans and statement of facts, and we'll provide that official easement description.
Okay, great. And then you had DEP comments that you have to respond to.
So there were initial DEP comments that were issued, I think, in 2017. There was, in our notice of comments submission in March, I believe, there was a letter originally responding, and then this weekend, Tony had forwarded over some additional comments from DEP that we responded
They
to.
wanted a certified, was it site
Some-
connection plan?
Yeah, there was some, yeah. So, but we're still working with them. There's no sign off yet.
Okay. Okay, great. What else? I think probably the most critical part of this is fire department review because it's such a strange access route. And to clarify for fire department, the actual easement area, which as opposed to those strange cut and pasty drawings, that's why really you need the survey.
And we'll provide that.
Yeah, okay. All right, are there any speakers on this? All right, so then this needs some time for you to do this work, right? Especially because you need to get a surveyor in.
Right.
Title company. So maybe we put this on for early March?
That should be fine.
Let's say submission early March.
Okay.
Great. So submission March 4th for a continued hearing on March 24th.
Perfect. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, zoning calendar, item number 15, 2018-25 BZ, 109 Workman Avenue, Brooklyn.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board, Eric Palatnik.
Okay, so this application is closed. We closed it at the last hearing. I just want to reiterate a few things that occurred at the last hearing, yesterday's review session. At the last hearing, we heard very extensive testimony from the applicant and the applicant's consultant. No, I'm just reviewing for various reasons. I'm reviewing what happened at the last hearing and at yesterday's review session. So we heard extremely extensive testimony from the consultant and the applicant's counsel. An hour of the hearing was spent on discussing data gathering to determine what the demand requirements were. The application was originally filed indicating a demand of 36 parking spaces, which I find to be quite a strange application submission to begin with, because zoning only requires 28 parking spaces, and it's the practice of the board that when demand is shown to be more than, or when demand is shown to be whatever demand is shown to be, then that's the number of spaces at minimum that need to be provided, and that in that case, with 36 spaces being shown, the demand exceeded the zoning, therefore the application sort of made no sense, right, in coming here at all. Subsequent to our first hearing, the consultant went out and did different data gathering, and rather than using DOT standard criteria, used new criteria that was based on data gathering. And we spent about an hour discussing how bizarre the data was, in that in certain tests it was showing, 5 auto trips, and in other data gathering days it showed 22 auto trips, or 3% versus 26%, or numbers to that effect. And the discussion went on at quite some length about the let's say, unreliability of those data sources, because there was such a swing. And I compared it in that time to sort of how we do comparables on financials, where when you have a very low comp and a very high comp, and all the other comps sort of are swinging around the same, you drop the low and you drop the high and you rely on those middle ones. And there wasn't adequate data from the data gathering days to find some middle ones that would establish what is a reliable data amount. But rather than pursue that and decide which demand was the right demand analysis, an hour into this hour and 20-minute hearing, I said, oh, but wait a minute, that's not actually what we're here to decide. What we're here to decide is whether 14 spaces, which is all that we can grant, all that we can allow to be reduced to, can be provided on site. And so the demand of 5 or more than 5, if less than 14, was actually irrelevant. So for argument's sake, at yesterday's hearing, yesterday's review session, we said, okay, assuming 14, so it's sort of like splitting the difference. If the number isn't properly 36 and the number isn't properly 5, then splitting the difference, the number might be 14. And so there we are at the maximum number that the board has the authority to grant, which is 14. And so we said, and I add that at the last hearing, neither Commissioner Sheta or Commissioner Shibeta were present at the hearing. However, because they were not present, both of them listened to the entirety of the videotape and reviewed the submission. Hence, their comments from yesterday's review session reflected their observation of the testimony and the submission that was provided for the last hearing, as well as anything that might have been provided for this hearing. In terms of anything that was learned, quote, learned from city planning, it was a one-sentence email from city planning pointing us to the history of the approval, which is actually just the 1961 zoning resolution and the 1959, whatever the name of that report is that comes out prior to the zoning resolutions.
Voorhees Walker.
What is it? The Voorhees.
Both of which are on the website.
Both of which are on the website. It's common knowledge, and it just basically talks about the history of why the C designation was not finally determined to be appropriate for office use. Rather, it created a B1 for office use and created the special permit that's the subject of this application. This is not an interpretive appeal. I welcome interpretive appeals, but this is not the forum for one, and not at the moment, it's not before us. And so the only thing that's before us, to just clarify, is the special permit, and the special permit limits us to our authority to granting a maximum of 1 per 600 square feet, which is equal to 14 spaces, and that's what's before us. And so, at yesterday's review session, I said, we don't have any floor plans that show 14 spaces on the site in the cellar, and absent having a set of drawings that show 14 space in the cellar, there's nothing for us to approve. So what I would suggest is, the hearing's already closed, that we defer our decision for 1 week. We give the applicant the opportunity to make a drawing that shows us the 14 spaces in the cellar, and they submit that, and then we can decide on the 14 spaces, which is the maximum that our authority permits. So.
I would ask that, because he has the intention, because I did listen to the previous hearing, the applicant, and what I understood is he expressed the fact that he's not willing to submit no plans with 14 spaces, so I would ask him now.
No, because I don't want to reopen the
No.
hearing. No, the hearing is closed. This is a conversation amongst ourselves. The applicant has 1 week to decide how he or she wants to proceed. And we will leave open the option to submit the drawings. And if those drawings are not submitted, then we have nothing to decide on. So then we vote the next week. I mean, we will vote at our next hearing, however it goes, either based on drawings that have 14 spaces or based on nothing to decide on. And that's that, okay?
That's fair.
Okay. So understood. So then I'd like to defer this decision to next week.
May I speak for a second? Is
No,
that
the
okay?
hearing is closed. So defer the decision until next week, okay?
To October 29th?
That's the 29th, right? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have a submission deadline for the 29th?
Yeah, by
Monday?
Friday.
Friday the 25th.
Thank you. Just for your record, counsel, you don't need to follow up, so you're aware. We have our decision now. We will not be submitting 14 plans. We will be filing an appeal in New York State Supreme Court challenging the
Great.
decision.
So we're going to decide this on next week, okay?
Thank you very much for your time.
Continued hearing items, item number 16, 2016-1215 BZ, 142 West 29th Street, Manhattan.
Lisa Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We'd like to adjourn. I think we have an engineering report that we just received, but I think we need time to relook at the financials. So can we have till like February?
Sure.
Yeah,
You
I
could
just
have
want to
till
give
May.
myself. Yeah.
Kidding.
Yeah, I don't think that'll look great. So.
Bless you.
Bless you, it's true.
A submission in February?
I think so. I'm just, holidays are coming up and I'm scared people are going to disappear.
Okay, so submission February 12th for a continued hearing March 3rd.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the dates? I'm sorry.
February 12th and March 3rd.
Item number 17, 2017-34 BZ, 311 Adams Avenue, Staten Island.
Hi, Todd Dale for the applicant. We do understand the board will issue a letter, but, just to follow up, we had, it took a little bit longer with the new architect to change the plans and to also get the flood approval, which we did submit, so you can refer. With the understanding, next time would be a required submission. We're hoping to push this off into next year for a submission date.
That's fine.
Just to be safe.
Okay. So what we'll do is we will send that letter
Sure.
because that's our practice. And how much time?
I want to be, I want to be
Yes.
safe.
Please, it's
So,
your last chance.
A January submission date.
Really? That enough?
I mean,
Make it February.
it's October.
Make it
November.
February
I know that,
because-
how's this? I spoke with the project architect. I know that they're almost done with the plans.
Okay.
So it was actually closer than you might think to actually submitting
There's
for this.
Thanksgiving, there's Christmas, there's,
How
who knows?
about a submission date of like the third week of January?
There you go.
How's that? That sounds good.
Okay. January 22nd for a continued hearing on February 11th.
February 11th, January 22nd. Thank you.
Item number 18, 2017-24040 BZ, 2208 Bowler Avenue, the Bronx. Let's go. Being sworn in. Anybody else speaking?
Yeah, come on, guys.
Whoever's going to appear and represent must...
We got it, in case you want to speak, you know, you don't have to. All right. It's like a swearing
Okay.
in thing.
Raise your right hands, please. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
We do.
Thank you. Free proceed. Proceed.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. Eric Palatnik. As you may know, and you can see on your calendar, we're here for probably the 9th or 10th hearing. This great church is a not-for-profit that I've had the pleasure of working for for no money at all ever since pro bono, since the second hearing, because I thought it'd be quick in and out. They've hired a boatload of consultants, as you can see here. They are not doing it pro bono. They're all being paid. They've been here to amend their application. I thought we got to a good spot. And now we are at the position where DEP would like to weigh in on, I guess, on the rooftop issue, because they have an outdoor play area, which is somewhat routine. And we've tried to get some clarification from them before the hearing. We tried our best so that we can come here today and maybe come to you and get our financing in place, because the church is on the hook for a tremendous loan right now that the bank has been
Can
kind
we
of...
just get to the DEP
Well,
question?
yeah, I'm trying to, but let me just finish for a second, because, they're spending a lot of money to be here.
No, I know, but they're spending a lot of money for you to be here. and
No,
spend
they're not. I'm
time,
free, and they're here on a flat
or
fee.
for their
Look, can I
consultants
just
to be here.
finish
Let's
one-
just
one
get to
second,
the
One second, so I
DEP.
could educate everybody for 1 second. Just give me one split second. This is so much money for the church. I mean, these members are people that scrub the floors in the buildings, and they're paying it with
Sir.
donations. What all I
Mr.
wanted to
Move
make...
on. Eric, move on.
What I'd like to just
Move on,
make-
please. The DEP, that's all I want to know about. Is there a consultant
There's
here about
nothing
the
to tell
DEP?
you, though. That's what we're trying to tell you. We have a meeting with DEP next week. They wouldn't tell us what they want to meet about.
No. Is there a person here who
Yes, Mr.
specializes
Hill.
in the DEP?
Yes.
Let's talk to that
Come on up.
person.
I have 188.
Hello.
My name is Casey O.
You sent email?
Okay. And you are?
Environmental consultant for the
Great.
church.
Okay, so you received, I hope, a copy of the DEP comment letter about noise, right? Okay. And how have you responded to their comment letter?
Yes.
So is there some, they said that they didn't understand your submission.
That would be my question. What are they confused about?
Okay, can you tell me what your response to their letter is, please, so we have it on the record?
Basically, from the, if I may explain it from the beginning.
Yep.
This project, I was getting into it in the middle of it. Some other engineer started the work, which wasn't up to the guideline.
Excuse me, 1 second. Please, if you need to talk, please go outside.
So I get on it and I measured the noise, which wasn't exactly up to the guidelines. So I made another measurement on April this year and filed to the report to the DEP, and DEP made a comment. Then I responded and made another comment. I responded. I think this is the second or third comment. Responded to their comment.
Okay, so the last comments I have from them are, it says, provide the data logs downloaded from the noise meter and the field data sheets for noise measurement that were performed on April 2nd. Did you give them that?
Yeah, I already gave them.
Okay, please explain why the 20-minute noise measurements were sufficient for the proposed project location, i.e. number of train passed by versus the number of scheduled peak hour trains?
That I already responded in my letter.
What did you say?
There are only one or two at the max scheduled train pass on that particular time. The maximum is 4, and I measured only 1 or 2 during 20-minute measurement. And the level of train pass measurement, noise measurement is less than the bus noise. Average.
Okay, so they said typically 1-hour measurements are recommended for rail facilities instead of 20 minutes.
I did the measurement on May of 2018. So we can extrapolate from that data to this one. Because back then, I did the 1-hour measurement, and I talked to this Mr. Alex Popov. He said, why you do the 1-hour measurement? So I went out there again on April and 20-minute measurement. And then they sent me another comment to do the 1-hour measurement and asking, why are you doing 1-hour measurement? So it is like, I talked to DEP, to one person, and next time I get another comments that is conflicting each other's comments.
But you have both measurements.
Both measurement. So 1 hour measurement, I don't have the data right now. It is 3 or 4 train passes, 20 measurement, 0 to 2 measurement. And especially what it is important is train pass doesn't make noise as compared to the bus measurement. Bus, when the bus pass, the noise is about more than 83 decibel. When train pass, it is 78, 79, 80. And compared to the number of bus pass in front of the church, it is like 28 or 25, 28 versus 3 or 4 at the max. If I consider it for 20 minutes, more than 20 versus 1 or 2.
And this is measurements taken on the playground roof?
No.
Where are you taking these measurements?
In front of on the sidewalk.
Okay, so
the problem for the playground is the building isn't there.
Oh, right, there's no building in that location, so you have to model it.
I have to model
it, okay.
And also, I have final comments they made was cumulative noise impact calculation. Do the calculation, I have to extrapolate from the measurement point to the rooftop. If you see the drawing, it is not a linear line, it is diagonal line. So it has more distance than the linear line because it is three-dimensional from street to the rooftop. So it has longer distance.
Right.
If they confuse, maybe they are confused because of that, and I don't know.
No, I think they're used to doing this kind of work, so I think it's a communication issue. I have another question, though, for you about this. So the main issue is, I believe, about the use of the playground, the roof, as a playground, right? So one concern is kids on the roof who might be affected by the noise from the train, right? Because the train is the one that you're assuming is that is always assumed to be the noisiest. Maybe you're demonstrating, no, actually, the train isn't the noisiest because it's infrequent. But the other part of it is the noise generated by the children on the roof that can be heard by the nearby residents, right? And there are sensitive receptors in eye shot of the roof. So what's your proposal for reducing the impact of the children on the adjoining residents that might also reduce the impact of bus noise, assuming there is a straight line, or train noise, assuming there is that potential receptor there?
Okay, the most sensitive receptor in this case is the neighborhood.
Right.
The playground.
Yes.
The bus and the train noise doesn't affect the neighborhood. Rather, this project block the noise.
Yes.
So it is beneficial to the sensitive receptor to the adjacent property. The rooftop noise could be another noise source to the adjacent property.
Right.
So what we need to do is try to prove how much noise will there be.
Yes.
And the calculation there, the last response that I submitted is, on an average, the cumulative noise level is 69 decibel, which is marginally acceptable. So noise generated from the rooftop is not even bigger than bus noise. Bus passes the street between 30, 40 times an hour, especially for the traffic hour. So the noise level produced from the rooftop playground is less than the bus noise. In addition to it, there's a soundproof barrier, which is named as acoustic sciences.
I'm sorry, say again.
Acoustic sciences.
Okay,
This
Acoustic
particular-
Sciences is
yeah.
the manufacturer?
Yeah, manufacturer. And these are to be used on the northern wall of the playground to block the sound toward the adjacent property, sensitive receptor. This acoustic science is specialized in music studio. So it is not just sound barrier, but it is absorbing the sound. So as you see from my response and the graph, perceived noise is reduced to half. It doesn't have to be exactly half, but 69 decibel, the maximum decibel noise calculated from playground on third floor, will be reduced somehow below than the ambient noise. That's the whole point. And when I heard they're confused, then I'm also confused.
You're confused, okay.
Yes.
So,
Sorry, did you mention this in your correspondence?
Yes.
In your
Yes.
conclusion, that you believe that after the buildings and after this noise barriers and the noise will be even reduced below the ambient?
It is in,
ambient level?
it is in my response.
okay, so here's a question for you. I don't know if the architect is here. Is the yeah, I'm sorry, sir. Is the acoustical barrier that, is the
Victor
acoustical
Body
barrier, I'm sorry, say it again.
Yes, Victor Body Lawson.
Is the acoustical barrier that the consultant describes shown on your drawings?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is actually. And
It
it's
is.
shown on the drawings that we have a copy that were submitted?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Who's here who can, is Darrell? So maybe Tracy can check that. So what I would like to suggest is the following. And also I need Tracy on this. I believe that all of the other environmental issues have been addressed, yes? So the only outstanding one was DEP,
Yes.
Yes, noise, yes.
correct?
Yes.
Yes. So what I'd like to suggest is that we have a conditional approval where it's even, so this would be a neg deck on a type 2 action? Type 1, an unlisted action?
Unlisted.
So it's an unlisted, so we're allowed to have a conditional neg deck, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, yes? Yes, we are, I know. If we're not, if it's not a type 1, otherwise that's called a EIS. I just need to make sure it's a unlisted action. So it's a conditional negative declaration that requires the acoustical analysis to be completed with DEP, but that the condition is that this acoustical fence that's already shown on the drawings is the minimum that would be installed. And if DEP requires any additional acoustical attenuation, that the type of attenuating system be modified. I doubt it's going to require anything different, right?
The type
So,
and the extent.
yeah, a type and extent. But most of the time on these play roofs, they don't even do anything as fancy as this. Most of the time, it's just an acoustifence, which is not a sound absorptive barrier. It's just it's a barrier, it's a break, right?
He mentioned that he's installing the barrier on the northern side of the building.
That's
I believe it could be, DEP maybe like believing that they need to be installed on the eastern side as well.
But the sensitive receptors are to the north. To the east is a highway and
The train
tracks and the garage, right? There's a garage on one side, there's a highway behind us or the train behind us, and in that direction, there's all of the apartment buildings.
The other sensitive receptor is far away than the northern receptor. Northern receptor is closest, maybe 25, 30 feet. The other part is, you have to imagine that the playground does not cover entire roof.
Right.
Only right side of the roof is covered. And from this distance to the sensitive receptor on this side of adjacent properties, long enough doesn't, and is far enough, it doesn't warrant noise, cumulative noise impact analysis.
Okay, so assuming you're right, great, and what you're showing on the drawings would be enough, but to understand that we don't ignore DEP's review, but the fact that you have been responsive, we expect that to continue, and that's hence the conditional negative deck and a conditional approval here from the variance side of it, right? Because we have a environmental quality review and we have the variance application, they're like two separate things, right? Okay. Does that work?
I believe so.
Okay. Because otherwise we'll be here, we don't know.
Yeah.
And,
Thank you very much.
Because one reason I say that is I know that the examiner is out for maybe the month of November or something like that, or something, so, from DEP, so I don't want this to drag on, because when the examiner comes back into the office and there's a stack of other papers that are more important somehow, then they don't get reviewed, okay? And it's the only remaining issue, we've been in that a long time, okay?
Thank you. I'm sure the church
Yeah,
thanks you a lot as well.
Okay, so,
This is the
So we're
third
closing?
floor plan. The acoustic
fence goes all the way across, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the fence is on.
The fence has been there for a long time. I remember when we
Yeah.
talked about this, so
And
it's just been
Thank
back and
you
forth.
for reminding me not to make assumptions. We all came in here thinking that we were stuck for another period of time, and you came in
Right.
here with the intention of
Okay.
helping us. So we all wanted to say thank you, because what the passion plea I was making was really on behalf of them. They've been struggling financially, so we
Okay.
really want to say thank you.
Sometimes facts are better than passion.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
You're welcome. Are there any other speakers on this? All right, so I don't think we had any conditions, right? And this is a really great project that really should get going. So, all right, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta? Commissioner Shabeta?
And a motion to approve on the following conditions. The condition that the acoustical fencing, for one, be installed as shown on the drawings, but also that any changes requested by the Department of Environmental Protection as to the level of acoustical attenuation be made. And then with respect to the negative declaration on the seeker side, that we issue a conditional negative declaration conditioned on continued work with the DEP to obtain a satisfactory attenuation as a result of rooftop play area and whatever, train noise and bus noise and
Mitigations
other
or things.
Yeah,
Okay.
right, great. So on that motion, a motion to grant?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank
Everybody
you.
says thank you. They're all incredibly appreciative.
Thank you for coming, appreciate everybody coming, nothing like experts. We like them.
Okay, are we going to break for lunch, or we go walk to Jericho Turnpike?
Well,
doing
it's
Jericho
not, it's not technically 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
And anyway, Jericho Turnpike is before the 1 o'clock, right? We should do Jericho Turnpike, right?
Okay, cool. Item number 19, 2018-136BZ, 25177 Jericho Turnpike, Queens. Are you going to do the plans coming up, or what? What are you doing? So what are we doing?
I told her about the plan.
Just want to go forward, move? Okay, so who's speaking? Who's presenting? Everybody who's presenting, speaking in the team has to come up and raise their right hands and sign. Everybody, raise your right hands. I can't see you. Okay, thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed. You can start signing. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. This is number 2018-136. So do you want to call the other one, or just leave it the way it goes, one by one?
One by one, they're not
Okay, fine.
related. Billy.
Actually, if it's okay with you, we have a plan that we've created that's going to be coming hard copy. You have the gym, which is a companion application. Would it be possible you could call that first, and maybe that might give us 10 more minutes to get the plans that are responsive to your comments yesterday? They're being messengered over.
No, but then we're out of order. Man, we could just take a break. Why don't we do that?
Yeah, that would be good for us if you wanted to take a break. Because we'd like to give you the plans if you can.
Well, that's what I just asked before.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we had them.
Should we
Already.
take a break for a lunch? I don't
That's
know.
a half an hour then.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
That's fine. They'll be here by then, and then you can have them.
Okay. Okay, let's do that.
All right, let's take a
Thank you
lunch
for
break now.
accommodating the request.
Okay.
It'll be better with
All right, 30 minutes.
Better with them.
1:30, earliest lunch ever.
Is it raining? Mic's on? Okay, we're back on the record. Item number 19, 2018, 136 BZ, 25177 Jericho Turnpike, Queens.
Hello, Eric
been sworn in?
Paletnik. Oh, yes, we're sworn again, I thought.
No, you don't have to be sworn in again. I'm just saying you're still under oath.
Still under oath. Eric Paletnik, I hope everybody had a nice lunch. Thank you for giving us an additional half hour to get you the plans. We had a computer glitch this morning. We attended your review session yesterday, and we've addressed a lot of the plan clarifications and items on the plans that you wanted to see. And we have Stonefield with us, and Andrew's here to talk to you about all the traffic-related issues that came up yesterday. We've made plans, changes to the plans also with respect to the egress, to the access, excuse me, to be a little specific. They'll go through it, but just to touch on it so you would know that we heard everything you said yesterday. You spoke yesterday about the access from the elevator from the cellar to the daycare. We've corrected that. You talked about security to the daycare center from that elevator. We've corrected that. You talked about a safe access passage from the gym to the elevator through the parking lot. They've tried to address that. You're right, exactly. They've cleaned up the plans with things that you said were confusing with the bollards and the lines and the whatnot with that. And I spent some time last night going back into my file. This has been around for a long time, this application. And I know, Commissioner Ollie Brown, you had the comment yesterday, have you been clear? You've really been crystal clear. You have not been clear. So I went back into my records on the efforts to rent. And I could submit it to you, but I have 4 or 5 different submissions, doing this 6 ways from Sunday since we started. 4 of the 6 submissions, and I could submit them after, say clearly, as you said yesterday during review session, that we can't find any sites. We gave you the map, which I have a handout here for, that shows your catchment area, and Vice Chair, you were correct yesterday. We really try to stop on the eastern end of us, because it really goes into Nassau County. So we're on the Queens-Nassau border. So to the Chair's point...
Sorry, which application?
Oh, did I jump right into...
You need to stay on the parking.
I didn't know we were on the parking, I'm sorry. I thought we were...
yeah,
Oh, so let me tell you about the parking, because, okay.
Good.
So I'll go to the parking, it's all the same anyway. The parking, we intend to withdraw. And the only reason we're keeping it before you, and I'm sorry you even reviewed it, is, I thought we made this clear last time, is we're just keeping it in front of you just in case things get denied and things go sideways and it needs to come back or there's a problem with anything. But we'd ask that...
In case things go sideways, what?
I don't know. We're cautious to withdraw, that's all. We're just a little, we don't know what's
so
happening.
here's the thing is, while the application is before us, we're reviewing the application. If you choose to submit nothing, then all on this application,
apologize.
then the comments are you submitted nothing, you were not responsive
We
to
will
the
withdraw the
comments, et
application
cetera, et cetera.
after this hearing.
Okay.
But you did raise comments during that matter. Can I speak about the second one? Is that okay?
No, we're staying
Okay.
on.
So I'll hold off.
So the
Then we will withdraw that application.
about the parking, since it's relevant because we still have an open application, were that you have this parking garage layout, and the parking garage layout is arguably dangerous for some of the
Yes.
patrons because they can't get to the elevator, or they get hit by a car on their way to the elevator, or however, right? That's what yeah.
And we could address that if you'd like. We could address that right now, but since we're withdrawing this application for the sake of a clear record, maybe you want to just have us start talking about that in the next application. It's your decision. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. whichever way you
Well, are
want.
you making a statement that you're withdrawing the application?
Yes, we will withdraw the application. I think it'll make everybody's life
We're
easier.
making a vote on this now?
Are we voting on withdrawing the application?
Yes,
That's what
you
I
could,
mean.
yes, you could vote to
We're
withdraw.
doing it right
Yes,
now?
yes,
Okay.
if you'd like.
So it's a
Yes.
motion to withdraw? All
Chair
right.
Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So 2018-136BZ has been withdrawn.
Withdrew that, so that's
So
good.
item number 20, 2018-137BZ, 25177 Jericho Turnpike, Queens. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Latnick again. To resume our conversation, this is an application. This one is to have a school pursuant to 7319 placed within the C8 district. Just to the sake of the record, to recap your review session yesterday, one of the discussion points, which I guess we'll start with, was a discussion point about the movement of people through the parking lot downstairs. It was also a discussion point that you brought up about the movement of people through the elevator up to the daycare center and the security of the people as they come into the daycare center. So we have developed a plan, which would you like to come up and introduce the plan? Or Zach, do you want to speak about the security plan? Who would like to speak about the plan with the parking and whatnot? Yeah, please, why don't you go through that, introduce yourself?
Wait a minute, so the security plan as in terms of little lights, the lights and the cameras and that kind of stuff?
Security, what we've created, what he's going to go through for you is, A, the security plan that takes the people from elevator A, from the cellar to the daycare center.
Okay.
Which was made some changes, and they put some security measures in. He's mixing up words. They've made that design change, and there are security changes that go along with that. And they've added more wayfinding changes to the plans to get people from the gym elevator to where they drop their cars, so he's going to talk about that. And these are all plan changes that we just wanted to bring to your attention in response to your comments yesterday. And they've made changes with notes and whatnot for upstairs with respect to the bollards and the fencing and the curb up in the parking lot. So what I was hoping we would do is just get through that so we could show you the mechanical stuff and then sort of move on to maybe more of the more in-depth discussion, which included the parking and then the efforts to rent, if that's satisfactory with you. Efforts to find a location, so. You're good. I'll pass.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Trevitt, the project manager for KOH for Jericho Turnpike. So you wanted to go through what we addressed for the cellar access for the daycare tenants?
And take the mic with you if you're going to.
That's the ones that security.
So this is addressed on our security access plan as well, but we wanted to display it here to color code the wayfinding graphics that we're using with the uses provided in the building. So as you know, we've relocated the valet parking in the cellar per your request. When you get to the valet area, you have 44 inches clear of wayfinding to each elevator. We're including signage. we
So
have-
can you just stop right there? 44 inches clear of what? Like there's cars driving down that way, right?
So we have a maneuvering lane here, which is not included in our parking count. So above, we do have the American Auto lift system with cars before that, but it's an attended valet parking, so that's going to be used by a professional attendant.
So in other words, when people get out of their cars and they go to the gym lift, what happens? The valet parker therefore won't drive down there over the pedestrian walkway because there's a pedestrian.
Right, so again, like this is a maneuvering access aisle here, and so we're leaving this clear for gym access.
So just point us, so when a vehicle is coming down the ramp.
Right.
So when a vehicle is coming down the ramp, it comes and then makes a left turn, and then it has to cross the 44-inch wide pathway to get onto the maneuvering lane.
So the
that how
access
it
aisle is
operates?
here. So if a tenant is coming down, they'll be dropped off here.
Can you point instead, point specifically to where you're talking about when you say the access aisle?
So where they're dropping the cars off is this area. Right, so it'll be attended professional valet at any point beyond that.
Right, but there will be the public at any point beyond that. In other words, the public is walking in that hatched area, right?
Right, correct.
So you've got the public and a valet parker who needs to move this thing, right?
Right.
In conflict with each other.
Right. So to address that, we've used these wayfinding graphics to lead you directly to the elevator, so you're not lost, like wandering around the cars anywhere. So there's lighting attached to the post that will direct you as well. And then each of the attended lifts has a sensor with an alarm underneath it. So if there's any access of someone walking underneath there, it's not going to be allowed to drop.
So,
But that, I don't think the pedestrian should even be close to that. I'm not sure why you're even referring.
right. So this is frankly scary. So you've got direct conflict between both the left turn and the right turn of your car, either pulling in to be picked up by a patron or pulling in to be dropped off with the valet guy, because when you stop at the valet spot, you have to walk to the elevators to the medical office or whatever, and that's in the route that the valet guy will be driving. Or you're walking to the gym elevator, which is in the route that the valet guy will be driving to park a car. So I'm not understanding. Normally, this would be something where it's a clear area where a car can't go.
Do
You don't
you think a
have
temporary
that.
crossing gate would solve that?
Say again?
A crossing gate would solve that, or?
No, because
Yeah, do you wanna
a
address-
car can't move. So, all right, so I dropped off the car. That means the valet parker, who's in a rush, by the way, he's got 10 cars backed up or more, because we've seen that it's busy morning, right? So his idea is to do this fast throughput, right? How does he do fast throughput if people are dropping the cars off and sauntering, especially if we talk about the daycare center, sauntering to the elevator, or the gym, sauntering to the gym elevator, has to wait there until either a left or a right turn. There's no way to go park the car by driving straight.
Pardon me if I may say a few words about that. My name is Zach Schwanbeck. I represent the owner, AB Capstone. Thank you for your time, commissioners. So we've have a number of leases with this parking operator. It's a very professional company. They appropriately staff the garage. And so these are professional valet operators that would be handling the drop-off. And when a pedestrian or when a visitor drops off their car with the valet, the operator is going to know that they're there and that they're going to the gym. So they're not going to immediately, I assure you, they're not going to immediately try to drive down the pedestrian passageway.
They can't.
Where,
So that's the whole point. Pardon me. The whole idea, we look at a lot of parking garages, and I'm sure the designer looks at even more parking garages, right? The typical parking garage has an area where it's clear that the pedestrians are in a safe zone and is not walking in the middle of traffic, which is what this is, in the middle of valet parker traffic. You can assure us all you want, but that's actually not how you design, how a parking garage that's safe for pedestrians. When we talk about these things, usually the pedestrian gets nowhere near any of the parked cars. This is forcing pedestrians to go through all this elaborate mechanical parking system stuff just to get to the elevator. It'd be different if the valet drop-off were right next to the elevator and everything is going on independently, but it's not. And so, forgive me, but architecture speaks much louder than assurances, verbal assurances, and the architecture is not telling us that that's a safe parking garage.
Can I ask a question? The area that is left empty on the other side of those columns, why is that area left empty?
this area?
Yeah.
The zoning in this area does not permit parking for the uses that are contemplated in this project.
Oh, right, that's in the R2
Yes,
zone.
it's a different zoning district. I guess I would say that we sought to design a garage that would be vastly superior and safer than a typical parking lot, which is self-park and the general public is driving through, conflicting with pedestrians generally. I appreciate the comment that we should go above and beyond for this. If it would please the board, perhaps we could redesign so that a gym patron could use the elevator to the office lobby, and rather than walk through the garage to the gym elevator, they could walk around. Thank you. They could walk simply on the sidewalk to the same gym lobby, and thus prevent that conflict.
Then you'd have to close that elevator and the gym.
Unfortunately, we'd have to close it to the general public, but perhaps it could be used by the building maintenance or.
But why would you need that elevator for building maintenance? You have two already.
It's a good point. Just, we've already included that elevator and
This just
purchased
gives a
it.
little bit
so-
more assurance that that's how it will, at the end, will operate.
Okay.
Because by keeping that open, there are chances of misuse.
We can lock out that
And I
cellar.
have to say that, of course, none of this would be before us, except that
How
you're
do you-
asking
who's
for a
monitoring?
daycare center and a gym
monitoring it?
special permit. So hence our observation about the safety of those two sets of patrons. What do you think?
I was wondering, could you somehow make it exclusive by you can only access the cellar with a key card in the elevator, like you do in hotels, where you can only get to the club floor if you have a club floor key
Yeah.
that gives you
If-
access?
But
either
that's
way?
not the issue is, I don't frankly care who goes into the gym, right? Everyone should go into the gym, but they all have to walk.
No, I know, but to make the elevator so that only staff uses it. So that being that they already built the elevator core and it already has
Oh,
a
you've
stop on the
already-
cellar floor, that they
you've
could get
already
use
done
out of it, like the maintenance
Yeah,
people, to get use out of
there may be, we'd already planned to install a key code system on the elevator to make sure that gym patrons could not go directly to the second floor. So I think we could expand that and keep the cellar only accessed by building staff. We do have most of the building's utilities on that side of the cellar. We also, I could envision a scenario where maybe the garage operator needs to quickly get over to the entrance here. I don't know, I'd like to use it just for building staff and maintenance if possible.
Yeah. So, the whole problem with this entire application is the thing was built without consulting first with, applying to the BSA for any of these approvals, and an assumption that the BSA would just accept all of the disconnects in the design of this project with code, with zoning, with safety, all of those things. I mean, it's one gigantic compromise, this project. And, that's why I'm like, if one staff has a key card, everyone has a key card. I look at it like that. There is no way that I believe that elevator won't be used as the access for everybody. It should be the access for everybody. And there's a solution, but they're not coming up with it. The solution is to change how the equipment is laid out for the cars and for the parking, so that you get a clear, protected, bollard-protected walk lane that's not in the middle of traffic. So
you're saying
that goes into my question that I had earlier about the Gotham lifts that are very poorly described in the drawings. Because we don't know how to count the cars, it seems like it's double counting, it's very strange about how the drawings work.
Are you saying like a walkway by term, on
So-
this side here?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, I don't care where it is, can you turn the page? So for example, you can do that, right, up against the wall, back there, so now you're really outside of all of this. There's a 4-foot or a 5-foot lane, whatever that is, because you've got handicap issues, right? That gets you to the parking. I can't see what that little box is that's in the way. There's a labeled box, I guess it's just words. It's just a
Gym
text
elevator.
box. Sorry?
It just says gym elevator.
Okay, so it's
Gym
just a
elevator.
text box.
It's
So
a sign.
one way to do it is to have the walkway there, and then you push all the equipment closer to, or you eliminate one row of parking spaces, and you put them someplace else because you have this incredible Gotham lift system that's supposed to solve all ills, right?
Are you putting ballards on it or like a small
Bollards,
wall?
yeah, no, a real protected walk zone. That's one way to do it. And you do the same thing on the other side where you've got a protected walk zone. I don't know whether it's wide enough on the left.
It is. This part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, this idea of having everybody
Talking
walk
about
in
moving
single bay,
everything
go
up
play
this
in
way one
traffic.
bay and put stackers.
Yeah.
Right.
And since it's
I
valet
understand.
parkers, they don't need that much width for drive down, I don't think. I don't know about maneuverability.
So I guess, to start with, we've been trying to be as responsive as possible to your comments, even withdrawing one of the applications. So, I hope that we can respond to this round and come up with something that works. The reason this is a little confusing graphically is that what we had called Gotham Lifts, Gotham is the provider. The name of it is technically American Auto Park. So we also probably gave you, the wrong name to look up. But they don't work like a regular stacker where every car is one exactly over the other, one for one. What we did here is create sort of a ground level plan, and then we have a second tier plan, which shows that there are cars raised up in above areas that don't necessarily have a car right below them. So if you simply just count each space on each of these plans and add it up, that would be the total amount of parking in this garage.
That's even worse, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, because then there could be a malfunction while you're walking to the gym elevator and it'll collapse on you.
Well, as Jonathan mentioned, we would be planning to put in a motion sensor, warning lights in.
Humans don't walk underneath
Okay.
parking garages.
So-
That just makes zero sense, right? It's dangerous enough for the guys who operate the equipment. It needs to be a clear, unimpeded place
No,
where
that's unacceptable.
a pedestrian has nothing whatsoever to do with the equipment.
I think
So
it
if you
still
want to
works.
stack it
Move
up like that so that, and the fire department, by the way, has to be okay with this. I have no idea. They are not okay with that, right? And so you're talking about egressing in a fire underneath cars that are explosive. I mean, I don't know who was thinking of this, but this is quite nuts. So you need to go back to the drawing board and work with the fire department. Fire department also has to ultimately sign off on the automatic. If you want to speak, Chief, yeah.
We submitted an application to the FDNY for review of these plans.
Yes. Oh, okay. I had asked the John Engineer.
Sorry, John.
John Daly, Fire Department. One thing I know the fire department will object is how close these stackers are. We would want at least a minimum 36 inches between the stackers, so we could run down between these stackers with our hoses. Another problem we have is our hoses are only 150 feet long. I remember there is a standpipe hose outlet in this area by the fire pump room. And there may be one in the stair, so getting my hose 150 feet over to the stacker, we would have a real problem. In addition, these additional stackers over here, we would also have access problems. And we do have an egress problem in that we would want a stair, at least at the opposite end of this building, so in the event that we have to pull back, that we can exit out here instead of.
Isn't there a stair? There's no stair?
No, they're both, there's none here.
No?
Oh, I thought, so there is a stair at grade, but it doesn't go down to the cellar?
No.
Oh.
But we have a stair over here.
No, but it doesn't go to the cellar. There is another stair, I think, on the drawings, on the first floor, but it may not go to the cellar.
No, it's internal.
It's only an internal stair.
Internal, yeah.
Okay. One more thing about building a building and then assuming approvals, discretionary approvals. Right?
Is there?
Just for emergency egress, we have stair access here, and then through the ramp.
Right, you heard
Yeah,
fire
but not on the other
department,
Yeah,
that's
but
a lot of
for
cars.
us, yeah, I know the few applications that I've been invited to review with the tech management unit, they've always wanted to have a stair also at the opposite end for our use, so in the event we have to evacuate. I mean, we'll work with the applicant, the architect, the designers, come up with a solution, and
Right.
we go back. I
Okay.
know also that I had requested that the Department of Building add in the items required list and under the new building application, that they would also require OTCR approval as well, so.
Say that again, Office of OTCR means?
Office of Technical, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Technical Certification and Research.
Thank you.
Certification and Research.
Good afternoon. For the record, Andrew Valeri from Stonefield Engineering and Design. I appreciate the board's commentary, I completely understand where you're coming from. If I may, I'm a transportation engineer, traffic engineer. I don't have a car. I rent zip cars all the time though. And zip cars are spread around, I'm sorry if you all know this already, but they're spread around the city. They're just in a couple parking spaces in parking garages, so I find myself in parking garages more often than not. And the majority of my experience in parking garages is that there are shared spaces. I completely understand why the board would request a exclusive space, but when I look at a plan like this and I see the space being shared between pedestrians and the vehicles that are going to be only operated by professionals that are hired by the building, I see it as common and I see it as a safe situation.
I'm going to help make everybody's life easier. We just spoke about it. They're going to eliminate the elevator and go outside.
Okay, that's one.
But you still have the issue of
The
being
fire-
located away from all these lifts. Because if you look at that second page, there are a lot of lifts. There are lifts even hanging over the valet pickup and drop off. So I'm thinking, is it possible to move the valet pickup and drop off to the edge of the ramp and then cut through that wall that says parking attendant room, fire alarm room, storage room, and go straight to the elevator? Because that's like the only place you have where you could avoid those overhead lifts that
Yeah.
hang over.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, now I understand the pictures. I didn't understand what I was looking at. It didn't occur to me. Yeah.
What are you suggesting over here? Just watch.
I'm suggesting perhaps move the valet pickup and drop off to the end of the ramp. So
Where it
over
says
there,
parking
where,
ramp?
okay,
Yeah.
like somewhere right there and punch through that wall where you have storage room, fire alarm room, parking attendant room, and kind of have that as a pass-through to the elevators so that people leaving their car could go right through.
They drop it right there. They line up on the ramp until they're ready, and they
Yeah, and
queue out the same way.
avoiding all of that overhead cabling and cars that are hanging over.
Is the
Yeah, that was pretty intimidating looking when everything was stacked up over the top. I
And is the
understand what
ramp
you
at
mean.
that point at grade?
The stop is on the ramp. Here, you talk.
No, in other words, is the
Pardon me?
ramp at that point
Yeah.
level? It can't be a slope.
Right, this is actually part of the ramp, so this is sloped here.
Yeah.
This is the flat area.
So at what
So-
point does it get flat? Like the
Right here.
first part that it
Yeah.
gets flat there?
So you're going to have to get rid of that.
Right,
So-
I mean,
We'll have to move some things around. I think we can, if we can not worry about keeping this as a pedestrian access by closing off this elevator, we may be able to reconfigure it so that we can create a safer pedestrian drop-off here. We'll look at it.
But don't forget what you heard from the fire department. This is nice for us to discuss kind of conceptually, but the fire department is panicking because their firefighters can't get into fight a fire. This is a bad design, right?
Well,
So you need to work this out with them.
We have submitted a full package for review to the fire department with a full set of plans, what exists, what's approved, what we're proposing, and we're just waiting to get their review of those plans.
Okay.
okay, but I think you should be working on your new plans, because
Yeah.
I think that the chief just said it isn't working.
Yes.
So don't wait for them to come back to you and say it isn't working. You already know. They need access, they have a 150-foot length hose, so they
36
can't be
inches.
running 300 feet down an aisle. So all that should be in your,
Again, Andrew Valeri for the record. I wanted to explain a little bit more about the Gotham lifts. There's a little bit of confusion. I just want to make sure see if I can clear that up. Gotham Lifts is the name of the overarching company. They do autonomous parking, where it's kind of a robot that puzzle pieces cars in together. This is going to be operated by attendants. The benefit of this system is that instead of having columns at the four corners of every vehicle, there's what's called they actually call it the clear span system, where you have vehicles suspended above you. So The idea behind this is that this whole area is open. There's not a forest of columns for all the other stackers. You could use this area for anything, maneuvering cars. The system is designed for people to walk underneath it. They are outfitted with sensors that detect if there's an obstruction. If it's another vehicle underneath, it won't go down. If there's a pedestrian moving through that area, it won't go down. They are operated by professional staff. It's key card access only. You can see that in a couple of the photos. There's I think this is the fourth photo in your packet, and this is the third and fourth. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. What is the difference between this system and the traditional stacking system? Do you have like two trays? You have one on the ground floor and one above, or however many trays you need to have above. And here you only have one tray that just goes up?
Exactly.
So the ground floor is at the same level and is of the same make and finish as the rest of the floor?
Exactly. So they're actually suspended from a structural system above it, kind of like cables that go down and raise the car up, as opposed to stackers, traditional stackers, which are lifted from the bottom.
So I think that what many of us are nervous about are malfunctions, because we've all read in the papers there have been a few very notable stacker malfunctions, one where a stacker collapsed into another building. So what makes this system safer than a traditional stacker system so that you can guarantee to us that that's not happening? Because that's what you're doing. You're saying there's no way that top tray is going to drop. But we've seen enough stacker malfunctions.
Understood. What I do know is that the applicant, AB Capstone, as Mr. Schwanbeck mentioned before, they do have a contract with this company, and they do use them in a couple of facilities. Maybe we could provide you with a list of the facilities that they use them at. And also, one of the points I wanted to mention, I failed to, was that the layout, I took the plan down, but the layout was actually designed, it wasn't designed in a vacuum just by KOH, the architect. It was also looked at by the America Park, the system that do design these, so it actually was laid out by someone that does these every day. It's not something that we're trying to do, shoehorning it in here at all.
No, the point of the shoehorning is that the project was built assuming waivers without getting the waivers, right? And so that's the shoehorning. This is really shoehorning program into a building that's not designed to receive any of this program. All the effect of leasing, not the effect of the architecture. The architecture as a standalone probably works perfectly well for different uses, different layout, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I don't want to take any responsibility for being, the BSA approves walking under however many hundreds of cars, and then something happens in one of our projects. So you need to find a way that people don't pass under these cars flying in the air. I'm big all into automotive parking, or automated parking, but not at the potential risk to pedestrians.
Are the valets allowed to go underneath them?
The
People that have to move the cars physically?
The professionals?
Yeah.
The professionals know how to operate these things, but we're talking about people who don't know anything about how these things operate. It's always.
And I want to be clear about how the underground parking is going to work. There's 144 spaces in there, and I hope we addressed how that's shown on the plans. It's kind of like an MRI where there's cross sections of you. So there's two cellar plans. One's showing ground floor where the slab is, and the other one is what's hanging above it.
Well, you don't actually give us the parking count,
The
right?
parking
Or
count is
did you do
144.
that now on the drawings? Because you didn't have it before.
The parking account is on the plan. Is this it? It's in a table in the upper right corner.
No, I mean
So-
on the drawings. No, that's a table. I mean on the drawings. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 cars, 4 cars, 6 cars, however, on each one. So
Right.
what we see on SO, we see 2-tier parking
Security.
stacker, so that sounds like 2 spaces.
So I think
I don't
we,
know how many spaces there, I can't look at this
Right.
drawing
I
and see how
apologize.
many spaces.
so SO is a security plan. I think we had not intended that to encompass the count.
Which
So
is the right one?
if I may just look at the full BSA set. So again, if we were to,
Which drawing number?
this is BSA 0021. So again, the nature of these American Auto Park lifts is such that there can be one car up here, but nothing on the ground level, so it's difficult to illustrate what's happening on the ground level. We've got another level above, so if we look just at sort of ground level here, you can see these are labeled two-tier parking stacker, two-tier parking stacker, one gym space, and then when we go to what's happening just overhead, or no longer overhead now that we're moving things around, this shows, now we see the second level of the two-tier stackers, and we see these overhead American Auto Park lifts.
So this is quite a strange way of describing floor plans. You know, a
Right.
floor plan is a pretty simple thing, right? You take a section, you're
Right.
5 feet tall, you're 5-foot eyeball, and you take a section through, and what happens below, there's a picture, and what happens above is a dashed line. And you say on the dashed line, 2 spaces above, 2 spaces below, because you only have one floor, right? That's what's so confusing about this. I'm thinking, do you have a subcellar, like what's going on? And so that way you can easily say that in the space that I'm standing, either there are 4 spaces, or there are 2 spaces, or I don't know what. But I actually still don't know the answer, because according to what you're saying is, if you look at 02.1, there are 2 spaces on the, just to use right next to where the car pulls in on the left there are 2 spaces where 2 spaces at grade somehow, stacking. Then I turn the page and I go to that same spot, and it seems to indicate it's a 2-tier parking stacker with 1 medical office space. So I actually don't know the answer. Is that 2 spaces? Is that 4 spaces? How many spaces is that?
I think we understand. So this was an attempt to clarify. We didn't get it right. What we can do is these things which would not be shown from the 5-foot down level, but could be shown as a dashed line, we can show on that plan as well. We'll just have to be cognizant that we also are showing these maneuvering spaces and other things on the ground floor, as well as this hatching. So we wanted to try to clarify by separating. We can absolutely take a look at doing it all in one plan. Also, these color coding of the different spaces was something the board requested on an earlier revision, where we needed to show where we're putting cars, and that's not all happening. Not every stacker is getting the same cars allocated. Certain uses, we'd be looking to put cars in the upper level versus some on the lower level, so it's also very hard to kind of show how that happens in one single floor plan. That was the only reason we wanted to separate to 2
But when you
level
do 2
plans.
floor plans, for example, if you had a cellar and a subcellar and you're taking your section, it'll say parking space number 1-2, parking space number 3-4, parking space, right? And that way we can follow along and see how many spaces there are actually on the drawings, and not rely on your little chart, which we cannot verify.
Okay, we'll
Understand?
do that.
Yeah, okay.
And just to pick up on the areas where you will continue to maintain for maneuvering, your plan is to have stackers above it, but the space below would be used for maneuvering and things like that.
Yes, that's the intent of that Auto Park / Gotham system, is to take space that would otherwise be a maneuvering lane and just unused space above, and utilize that space to get more parking spaces in, get them off the driveway, get them off the street, and maximize the capacity.
So when I looked up Gotham lifts, because that's a manufacturer, and I found that they operate a puzzle system, a horizontal puzzle system. Is this not functioning using the puzzle system? So if it's not, then how in the world how do you get into those spaces? Like, there's spaces in the way of spaces. Are you driving underneath them? Like, how do you get here?
So the Gotham, they do a number of different systems. This is not an automatic system. This is just a parking attendant operated system. So it worked just like any parking stacker. The attendant has to go over, stand next to it, hold the button down. These are reasons we thought that it was something to be safely operated. And in the case of these American Auto Park lifts, for example, we have lifts here above overhead. We also have what we mark as surface space here and surface space here. So it would just be like a regular double stacker. If there's a car
Okay.
down here, you got to move it out, you got to press the button, have the Gotham lift come down, and then retrieve the car, and then lift it back up again, and you can use that surface space again.
But if I know that your demand study insists that it's never going to be filled like this, but let's just say it's filled. So how do you get out of some of those in the air stackers? They're in the air, I want my car. How do I get them? Go to the second drawing. So, yeah, the one in the air in the middle of the drive aisle. How do I get out? The one in the air in the middle, the drive aisle there. Yeah, how do I get out?
So this unit would come down, and what we've provided is 5 maneuvering spaces here, plus this area, which was an aisle. So in that case, actually, there would be no cars underneath it unless temporarily for maneuvering. So that's an easy one. Other ones, we may have to actually move the car into one of these maneuvering spaces that we provided.
Okay, so those guys get moved out and then the car drops down.
Correct.
And what about the ones, not that this is a good idea, I don't think you should do it, but the ones that are actually sitting over the drop-off point? How are you planning to get those down when there's people dropping off cars?
They'd have to wait till the car gets dropped off and moved into a different space.
Okay, so scary. Okay. So you know what the problem is, fire department, and you will work this out more. I think they have a lot to do. Okay. All right.
Okay, submission.
No, oh, yeah, right. Well, no, this is
No,
about
I don't
the-
think-
this is
I don't think
about
we were
the
finished.
Beginning of the daycare
Yeah,
center.
I don't think, although I'll jump to that point if you want, but I don't think we're there.
I've lost my mind,
here, why don't
sorry.
Oh, and I just wanted to add, fire department expressed concerns about your other means of egress at the far end, right? And also about their access for firefighters. And so a lot of how you resolve their concerns may ultimately provide a resolution for how you get to the elevator for the gym. Because you need to get to that fire stair. So ultimately, there may be a way to get to the gym elevator, and then you wouldn't have to eliminate it.
I think we'd like to route the gym people out to the sidewalk and around to the lobby, which has no possibility of conflict with the cars.
No, but you may
That's-
need no possibility of conflict with the cars because we're talking about a fire egress getting to a fire stair. So the possibility of conflict with the cars, arguably cars in the way of your egress, not going to work, right? So it may be providing you with a clean route after you're done with the fire department. Just saying.
We'll look and see if that's
Okay.
viable.
Regarding the cables, the lifting cables, can you get us, like, from the manufacturer, can you get us the technical specifications for the fire rating for these cables?
Yeah, there's a number of specifications, the last 2 pages of
Yeah,
the
I
packet I
looked
sent
at
you,
it.
but I can
yeah.
find you something.
But I'm talking about the fire rating.
Fire?
Yes, in case of fire.
Yeah.
These cables will be subject to heat.
Oh, good point.
Yes, and their capacity would most likely significantly go down. And if that happens, in addition, the load on these cables, I believe it would dramatically increase, because if you get fire, all the tires will be, and then you have some sort of a dynamic load that's significantly higher than the car rated weight, which would increase the stress on the cables like significantly. In the meantime, because of the fire, the strengths of these cables are going down significantly. So you have the load going up and then the strengths going down. And if these cables are not fire rated, it's going to be an issue.
I understand. I could find the fire rating.
Thank you.
Shall we go outside?
Yeah.
Upstairs?
I didn't even think about that.
Where you want to get it?
No, you go, it's gonna go to the other.
So we had a conversation at the last hearing about the outside space, what we can do with I'm going to call it a nugget of property that's in the R2 zone, and also providing a safe environment for pedestrians in that area getting into the daycare, because the daycare does open into the parking area. And just to quickly bring you back up to speed on the design right here, there's one driveway on Little Neck Parkway. All traffic that's vehicular-based going to the site would use that driveway, most of which would go straight and then around into the cellar. And then everyone that's destined to the daycare would veer to the right and use the 5 angled stalls that are shown in yellow on this exhibit.
Everyone?
For the daycare?
Yeah?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes.
So that's so interesting. So there are only 20 patrons for this daycare?
Well, actually, we have worked with Children of America in the past, and we've worked with their operations. And drop-off, it occurs when it's not like a school where everyone has to be there at 8:15. It happens, drop-off and pickup happens when it's convenient for parents. So that what we've seen is a little bit more of a dispersed arrival and pickup rather than you have all 100 whatever kids showing up at 8:15. That's not the case here. And we've actually looked at, in the conjunction with Philip Habib's office, about how many vehiculars are going to be generated in a single peak hour by the daycare, and it is around 20 cars coming in, 20 cars coming in. I believe it's actually 24 and 25. Those are the numbers that we have analyzed. We've actually improved the plan based on our conversation last time to now provide a gate system with a flashing red beacon that stops all traffic in front of the pedestrian crossing for people that are
Wait,
parking.
stop. You were talking about 25 people, you're saying, are all that would be dropping off during, and you're saying peak, but what about whenever, whether it's a peak hour or not, when they're, I'm just looking at the hours. It shows daycare center, you've got ins and outs at between 7 and 8, and 22 and 20. Between
right.
8 and 9, and between 9 and 10, it drops down. In all cases, that's a lot more than 5 spaces, right?
Well, there's a difference between vehicles arriving and accumulated parking. So parking is based on how quickly does that space turn over. And what we've seen is that Children of America, on average, it's about 7 minutes for you to park your car, get out, get your child out of the car, walk to the
Right.
facility, walk back, and then you're on your way out. So the amount of trips per hour doesn't necessarily correlate to the amount of parking per hour because people are only staying for 7 minutes. One space is going to function as a parking space for another car in 7 or 8 minutes or so. So you could have 5 spaces that serves 25 cars coming in the course of an hour because of how quickly they turn over.
So, let's say, so you're playing, let's just say your numbers are true, like 22 people are coming to drop their kids off between 7 and 8 a.m., right? So 22, unless they're all on the same, they're all on WhatsApp, and they're like, okay, I'm driving around the corner, my turn, right? There's very likely, say, 8 people who want to drive in at the same time because they need to get to work 7 and 8, that's enough time to get to work at 9,
Many
right?
times they're waiting in front of the door to have the children go in as soon as the school opens. As soon as they're allowed to take kids, you'll find a group of parents trying to give their kids to daycare.
Right.
Yes,
So
I'm sure that happens.
So,
They
right.
open at 6:30, they're closed at 6:30 in the afternoon.
So that's, my concern is, that's just the daycare group, right? So we have 5 spaces and 8, 9 people trying to get into those 5 spaces, all within that same block of, say, 10 minutes. All I'm seeing is them backing up into Little Neck. Now, we don't have to pick the 7 to 8 a.m. because that's early, right, for workers in the office building, right? So now we go to the 8 to 9 a.m. That's the workers in the office building time, right? So I have medical office has an accumulation of 34 spaces between 8 and 9, which is the same amount of people coming into the daycare. It's the same block between 8 and 9, right? So I've got 17 ins between 8 and 9 to go to the medical office, and we didn't even talk about the other ones, right? So 17 people now having to wait behind the 7 to 9 daycare people who can't get into those 5 spaces.
There might, if they do if they create an operational plan where there's a pickup from the car, like there'd be teachers that go back and forth and pick the child up from the car, it would spin around much quicker. If that's something I know some people are interested in, not pointing any fingers.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing this confluence, and again, this goes back to the exact same thing I say. This building was not designed for all of these uses, and so it's a confluence of trying to get into a parking garage, which is just kind of a normal dumb thing, and also trying to have a daycare center that's accessed from the wrong place. And what's so stupid about this is, you know, it could easily be corrected by accessing it from the right place, but the owner isn't willing to change the entry points because the leases are already done, and the assumption that the BSA would approve it as is was the assumption. And I think that's our main problem with this painful application. The daycare should have been entered from Jericho or from Little Neck directly, so that you don't have people crossing in front of and causing all of this clogging, and with a drop gate and all this stuff.
We're hearing your concerns, and we're not arguing or debating your concerns. They're legitimate. But remember, we spoke about this at the last hearing.
We did.
And this an application is an anomaly in daycare. I know that it's been designed first, and yes, they screwed up in some respects, and you've been very accommodating in your design suggestions. But when it comes to the daycare parking, what we're trying to work with, though, is most daycares in New York City, we spoke about this last time, don't have a drop-off. And the drop-off here we don't even need to have a drop-off. We could have people just park on Jericho, and we could bollard off and put steel rails.
No, but it's not even the drop-off. Your front door to the daycare requires that children are walking in front of the access to 144 spaces, and it requires, therefore, this drop gate because we're so nervous about kids crossing an active driveway. And so, therefore, it's requiring this drop gate that's pushing everybody waiting for the kids. You know, I'm imagining some parent get out of the car and there are like 2, 3 kids in a baby carriage and I don't know what, and they're screaming and it's a problem and it's going to take them a long time to cross that little walkway. And so the drop gate is down for how long? Right, during that, and how many people are backed up onto Little Neck?
Andrew's got all the answers, and he could actually, he's whispering in my ear that he could satisfy you, but I'm giving you another option also, which is eliminate this entirely.
Yeah, but the
And then
was against that.
put a guardrail right here, a steel guardrail, just like on a highway, and then everybody does exactly what you just said. They park their cars all along Jericho Turnpike, just like every other daycare in New York City, or on Little Neck, just like every other daycare in New York City, the ones that you go to. I'm sure you don't, I'm sure, and I don't know, I shouldn't say, and I'm not here to question you, but I know the daycare I take my kids to in the city, when I took them, there was never any parking, and we were always out front, and moms and dads were double parking everywhere, and that's what goes on at daycares every single day, all around the city. If you have kids or grandkids, you all know it. So we're trying to alleviate that with the minimal space we have. This is the one case where I don't think it's they screwed up. I think that everything else, you were right, they screwed up. They built a building and so forth and so on. I don't think it makes it, I think it's actually safer to have the kids come out in the back, even if there is a parking lot, than to come out onto the street and have the parents pick them up there. But I think that this is a bonus. It's not written into zoning anywhere. There's nothing like it. We spoke about this last time. No public school even has it. There is no such thing as a drop-off anywhere in New York City for daycare or public schools.
It's not about the drop-off. It's about the confluence of the kids and the parking garage.
Yeah, but we're going to eliminate, if we knock this out, that concern goes away. Yeah, sure, Vice Chair.
I just want to say that having gone to this, having gone to this site, I would remain extremely concerned about allowing for any possibility of drop-off of or pickup along Jericho or Little Neck, because these are two very heavily trafficked vehicles with bus routes, and I don't even think Little Neck has allowed us a parking lane along at that stretch of that block, and I think Jericho has a bus lane right along the frontage of it. So
yes,
allowing for, I personally do think, given the situation this is in, it is better that it has a drop-off pickup on site as opposed to allowing for giving parents the option even for a drop-off pickup, which I don't think there is, because there is a I don't think Little Neck has any parking.
No, it doesn't. There's no parking. There's a bus zone. So you,
Little Neck, because that's where.
oh, here, yes, Little Neck does not have
I
parking.
don't think Little Neck has any parking lane there. So you're going to create a situation where somebody's going to illegally park and drop off there, which is going to add to the chaos and the confusion which the community board wants to avert. So I definitely do not want to recommend a possibility of vehicular drop-off on Jericho or Little Neck. So any drop-off has to be on-site and then manage the pedestrian traffic within the site in a manner that is going to minimize the backup. That is, how quickly can the turnover happen so that you're minimizing the backup onto Little Neck Parkway. That is where I'm coming from.
Okay, but fair, so I'm looking at, but you will have drop-off on Little Neck because there will be backup from the 5 parking spaces, because they won't be able to do throughputs fast enough. And that's why, unless you also have everybody blocking the backing up of the car that's pulled into one of those 5 spaces, so to give you maybe 3 more spaces, or I don't know if that's just 2 or 3 more spaces, but then that's blocking it. That's the thing, I don't think this is fully worked out.
Well,
That's the problem.
Yeah.
well, we did hear a lot of concerns from the community board about minimizing traffic backup. That was the reason we sought to create this, bringing it off the street design. And, we've relied on the modeling done by our professional parking consultant as to what the peak demand for those temporary drop-off spaces would be. We designed for that. In the event it does go over, which I understand is real world, it can happen, I think that our current design now can still accommodate that by, the 6th, 7th, 8th drop-off can go to the cellar and access the daycare through the elevator, which we've created access to now. So even then, that's the above model peak, we can still accommodate them.
How would they know to go to the cellar?
With the parking operator.
The sign says, all daycare go to the right, which is actually a little confusing. So all daycare goes to the right? So there's 5 spaces occupied, and all daycare goes to the right. So now I'm driving in front of, I'm just dropping because I gotta get out of here, right? I gotta get my kid out, so I'm parking in front of those 5 spaces. And I'm also running in to bring my kid. And then, of course, I'm blocking one of those people in the 5 spaces who's probably upset about it, but whatever. How would anyone know to go down into the cellar unless it's managed?
It will be managed. And the signage, we can enhance the signage. Right now, it does not say all daycare go to the right, it says daycare only to the right, daycare drop-off pickup only. It doesn't preclude anyone from using the cellar too. And we know that people, maybe there's an issue with their child, maybe they got there early, a lot of reasons that they could use the cellar. So they're going to know that they can use the cellar. They're going to do that the first time they sign up for the daycare. So that's still an option for them. I didn't mean to imply that all the daycare must use only these spaces. This is additional just for them. And we can work on the signage and, make that clear. Plus the parking operator will be there. They're going to have 3 or 4 staff at peak times. And they're going to say, if someone's sitting in the middle of the lane, just like any busy garage traffic area, they're going to blow a whistle and tell them to move on. There's plenty of parking in the cellar.
So
Here's
who's
the thing,
gonna-
I don't think they're parking. So the people who go into daycare are just dropping off. If they drive down to that cellar, it looks like they can't themselves turn back around.
No.
They'd have to pick it up from the valet, but they tell the valet, I'm just dropping off, picking up, I'll be back in 5-10 minutes, and they're going to know to keep it in one of those surface accessible spaces. As you go to a valet garage, you tell them how long you'll be there so they know, and they're going to get used to it.
So you need, for one, you're going to need to commit to some serious management operation, program, so that we know that the people who are operating the parking garage are managing also this whole traffic situation upstairs, and you're going to need to commit to that with a restrictive declaration so that it can be enforced upon you by DOT or or a compliance hearing, because if we learn about the chaos that I'm expecting, that won't be good.
And
Okay, I
would
think we
also-
can do that.
Sorry, go ahead. And I would also suggest if you can show us a plan of the traffic circulation, because I think that would also make it clear, like where, if there is to be double parking, or if there is going to be parents dropping off on the street, where possibly can they be? Because I don't think Jericho you can, but Little Neck, little further up, there is parking, 2-hour parking, but where does this stop? Because after that you have a protected right lane movement, and where does that protected right lane movement start, and how does that conflict? So I think that also needs to be explained so that we can understand how the circulation flows to do function.
So you're saying circulation coming from Little Neck, is that what you mean?
To Little Neck, from to the intersection of Little Neck and Jericho, there are protected right lane movements. So I think, because so that particular stretch along the building, I don't think you can park there because that's a protected right turn.
Right.
It looks
We
like there's
actually-
parking. It looks like
There
there's a
is?
parking lane with a solid line.
There is a lot of parking on the street.
Yeah, and the same thing
Okay.
with Jericho.
But-
So
There is
that's
a
not the
parking
protected
lane.
right lane?
But
No.
we've also,
There's a sign that says it's protected right lane, so that, I'm going by that.
yeah, there is a right turn lane here. There's a lot of parking on the street around here, but also we've had our consultant not just create a diagram, but create a active animation of the whole area around here, all the streets, stoplights, modeling how many cars are going through the stoplights, how many are coming in and out of the garage. And I'm sure we can share that with you so you can actually see an animation throughout the day showing how cars are circulating through here.
All right. If you could submit that, that'd be great.
We'll submit a video file, but we can do that.
So there are 4 lanes, 1 parking lane and 3 moving.
I'm really glad that a couple of the points that you brought up, because we are prepared to answer a number of the questions that were raised. Regarding the 5 angled parking stalls and why I believe that's enough to handle the amount of vehicles that are coming for the daycare in an hour, we know how quickly the spaces turn over, 7 minutes on average. So every space can be used 8 or 9 times in the course of 1 single hour. And there's 5 spaces, so that results in a total parking capacity for 42 and a half, let's call it, 42, 43 cars can physically find parking here. Now that's assuming that everyone is coming the second that someone leaves, and then that's not always true. Chairman Shibeta and Chair Perlmutter did the same thing. What happens if 8 people arrive at the exact same time? We actually incorporated that into our analysis. It's what's called a Poisson distribution. Traffic doesn't come every 30 seconds. You know, we're talking about 25 vehicles here. Traffic is not going to come every 30 seconds. Traffic's going to come somewhat random. And that's what the Poisson distribution accounts for. The absolute maximum amount of parking that could occur in this 5 spaces, based on how quickly they can turn over, is 43 vehicles. Now, we know that only 25 are going to come in the afternoon. That's the most amount of vehicles that are going to come to the space. And again, I'm talking about trips, not parking accumulation. There's a difference here. Moving on to the gate design. You asked a very good question about how long is the gate going to be down for. It's going to function essentially the same exact way that any traffic signal functions in New York City. There is a gate that's going to go down instead of a red light. But the gate will only go down once a pedestrian pushes a button. That means that they're waiting to cross the crosswalk. As soon as they hit the button, there's going to be a flashing red beacon where cars are traveling, right here. Flashing red beacon, meaning that slow down, stop. There's going to be a gate that goes down. The gate goes down. The gate's down for enough time where a pedestrian can cross the crosswalk. And we did this in accordance with New York City DOT standards. There was a very good comment yesterday regarding you have to take into account people walking slowly. You have children here. There are guidelines in the city DOT about doing an analysis for children and also old people. They walk somewhat slowly. You know, you're holding on to a child walking a crosswalk. You're not walking as you would down the sidewalk here. We bake that into our analysis.
You have to consider that not everyone it's not the person press the button who's going to try to get through that gate. through that crosswalk. There's going to be someone who's 10 feet behind him or 20 feet behind him. They're going to try to catch up, right?
That's the straggling kid,
So
right?
it's
Two
the same way
kids,
that-
straggling kid.
So that's the same way that works at intersections here. You have walkman, the guy walking, you have that signal. There's going to be indications on either end of the crosswalk that say walkman. Then there's flashing hand, happens at these corners right here. That means at the end, you either cross now or you don't cross now. You wait. Same intersection that happens at any signalized intersection. Then there's going to be don't walk. And you have to wait because there's cars that are arriving here. You make a very good point about that. We have worked in conjunction with Philip Habib's office based on the amount of traffic that's going to be going, one, to the daycare, and two, to everything else in the basement, and analyzed how that interaction would work. It's essentially the same thing as a traffic light. In any traffic analysis, you can look at a level of service analysis or look at what what's called the back of queue, how many cars are going to be waiting here when the light is red or the gate is down. We've done that analysis. We know that the 95th percentile for the back of queue is 48 feet. And yesterday in the commentary that the board had in the executive review session was that they're 70 feet to get back to Little Neck Parkway. So for that reason, in conjunction with there being enough space for these 5 vehicles, 5 daycare vehicles, and the queue when the gate is down or the light is red, it won't back up on Little Neck Parkway, and we think we've analyzed it accordingly. We've taken it one step further. When the pedestrian signal has a do not walk hand, we looked at how many pedestrians are arriving, and while they are waiting, is there going to be a pileup of sorts? So you're at a corner. Will there be ever a scenario where there's so many pedestrians waiting to cross there that there's not enough space? And we've run a level of service analysis for pedestrians as well, and we found that it operates acceptably for both pedestrians and vehicles, and that's why we think that it would work, and there wouldn't be backup on Little Neck Parkway.
Is there a way to put some sort of coordination between, if you get to the situation that cars are piling up all the way to the right of the way, is there any way to put a sensor or something that give the signal to whoever is there to?
There's a way. You could put
stop crossing and.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of your sentence. Please don't interrupt. Finish.
Yes, I'm asking if there is a way to put some sort of a sensor at the beginning, so if cars starts like piling up, that sensor gives a signal to whoever at the crossing, so he can stop making people crossing and just let cars in, to make sure that.
Oh, I see, to let the drive-through
Yes.
bypass the
crossing.
override, like you say.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. So when the gate is down, there's going to be a car waiting, a car waiting. I think there's going to be sometimes 2 cars waiting at the worst case. I think there's going to be sometimes 3 cars waiting in the worst case. That's going to fit well right here. But Commissioner Shetta brings up a very good point. What happens when there's no space left? What happens if there's a 4th car that shows up? I don't think it's very likely to happen. As I mentioned, the 95th percentile is going to fit right in here. If there's a 4th car that comes, there is an option to add a sensor there. That means that this gate's got to go up soon, or the next guy that comes to this driveway is going to be waiting on the sidewalk, which is, we don't want that to happen. We could definitely contemplate that. We can look to incorporate that in here. As I said, though, I don't think that it's going to need it, but it's something that we could definitely add to the plan.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you do add that to the plan, then you would show it on the drawing so that we know that there's some sort of motion detector sensor or something like that that triggers the gate to lift, right?
Of course.
I briefly said that.
And also, I could submit the materials that I was speaking to just now.
Right, okay. Okay, I just wanted to make, just going back to that parking garage, all the photographs that you sent of these lifts show the drive aisles completely clear of a lift above their heads. We don't see any workers walking underneath parking equipment. So these. So I don't, this guy who presumably works in the place is standing in a free and clear zone. And so I don't see a situation where you're making workers stand underneath.
So these first 2 photos are the first 2 photos in your
Yes.
packet. The lower level has cars parked into it. For you to get this Bentley out, in order to get in the car, you have to walk underneath.
Yes, but but this other one where he's parked, the man is standing there, that's clearly an open, clear drive aisle. I'm not saying that the operator doesn't walk under one of these things to get to a car, but in terms of the drive aisle, it's not that every single place there's a car above your head, right? So your example isn't exposing people the way, nor is that one, right? None of these, that one doesn't show parking above the head of the drive aisle.
So this photo, I think, is the fourth one in your packet. These are all Gotham lifts, sorry, not Gotham lifts, American Pro Park, above this open area. So if you're parked here, you have to walk to your driver's side door underneath all of those lifts that are above you.
You sure?
On the fourth
Looks
photo,
like
you might be
mechanical
able to see it better on your exhibit, but it is the fourth one in your packet. You have to walk underneath them.
Yeah, you see the continuous orange strip?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what we see. Till I see it coming down, where, like this one, I don't know what we see. Okay.
Well, you could kind of deduce it, because if it's a system and there's no car above you, that tray is on the ground.
Right, but I don't know if it's the same system, we've seen, there are so many different systems that we've seen, so, for instance, in the course of doing these, we've seen so many different operating systems that are allowed in other places and not allowed here, et cetera, so, I don't know, I don't want to speak to it, okay.
Could we, would it be helpful if we got perhaps a letter from an engineer at the American Auto Park Company, just verifying that they worked out this layout with us and that it's designed for this kind of use?
No, so none of this matters, this is a fire department thing. If fire department says no, it's no, right? So, and Commissioner Sheta brings up a terrifying point about fires in a situation like this where your means of egress potentially is blocked by a piece of collapsing equipment, so, or a car that's like melting in place above, right there where you're supposed to be getting out. So anyway, I don't know about any of those things. It just seems like kind of a bad idea. Anyway, all right. So, okay, so now Mr. Palatnik, you want to continue? Oh, just to pick up on those drawings, though, of the outside, there were all of these lines that were flying around on the drawings and not described. Like double lines, they don't have a label, dots, which are apparently bollards, they're not
I believe
designated.
I believe we addressed that in the plans that we had delivered just now.
Oh.
So this latest set will get you a hard copy, obviously. And our intent was to address any graphical issues with this plan. So for example, we've clarified where the fence is. This is the zoning district boundary. Not sure what else.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the issues, and they went back last night and took care of that, and we'll submit that to you.
Okay, double yellow line, bollards, I hope, it says bollard. No, where does it say it's a bollard? So bollards need to be designated, those dots. I mean, it may be obvious to you that it's a bollard, but it doesn't say it's a bollard. And also DOT made reference to a bollard on Little Neck Parkway.
Yeah, that was a commitment that was made by us in working with the community board to have, I forget, there's a word for them, the flip-down bollards, the ones that get hit.
So we need to see a higher bird's eye to understand.
Yeah, Sydney's working with DOT right now to address the DOT comments, and when she comes out of that discussion with them, I think she'll have memorialized the DOT arrangement, and at that point, I think everybody's hesitant to put on the plans until we get DOT's sign off.
Okay, So we have to understand what that is.
Yeah, so
All right.
that's why that's not there yet, but we'll get the other ones on there, and they're trying. I guess we're up to the area, the study, the broker's work, right?
Yeah, now we
Okay.
go back to the beginning, right, the broker's report.
So, just so you're aware, to refresh your memory, because I'm sure you have a lot of applications, this thing's been on 10 times, and it's been in hearings, it's been before your board for a year and a half. It went through 2 notice of comments, it's been through 4 hearings. Every time that it's been presented to you, it's been presented consistently telling you there's nothing available.
Sorry.
So I just read your broker's letter.
Right.
I listened to what you just said, and I was like, let me
Right.
just check, maybe I overlooked something. Search process. The first step was to seek an appropriate space in an existing building listed as available for sale or lease. I searched CoStar, the leading online resource for compiled commercial real estate listings for any within the area. A limited number of spaces were available, and none of them met the above criteria. Many appeared dilapidated. Most did not have sufficient space available. Some did have substantial vacant space, but were too expensive. That's all I want in sites. What were those sites? That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Just
you
take
want
that. I got it. Okay.
100% occupancy, there were availabilities, but something was wrong. So this finding is so that you could say, we had no choice, we tried, but this was unsuitable because it was too dilapidated. This one, the owner wanted $100 a square foot, that's outlandish. This one, they're about to demolish
Understood.
because they're building an apartment building. So, as a last resort, we have to locate here. Not to look at a thing and say, well, those look like those.
We've
lots
done
are
that
large
already.
enough.
We're just
Yeah,
not presenting it to you the right way. We have it all, so we
Right,
will
so
do that,
All
and
I wanted was
we will do
the
that.
paragraphs, the sites that were dilapidated, the ones that, were not quite large enough, the ones that were way too expensive. Just give me a list
see.
and tell me what was wrong with each one.
Okay.
There are 5 of them, maybe?
There weren't that
List
many.
of
It's
5,
very
if there were
simple.
3 of them
Very simple to
even.
provide. There were not that many.
That's
that we
all.
can
I'm
do.
saying you just went past that.
I got you. We'll get that for
Sure.
you. And what we'd like to do, because Elise gave me a good suggestion, because I'm listening to her these days. She suggested that we submit to your board for your review as early as we can, and maybe if your plan examiner, your staff, or if you might have some time, maybe you could take a look at it, and hopefully we're on the right target with it.
So we have many examples of this. I don't understand why this is so hard, right? It was just
It's not.
explained.
It's
not-
crystal clear. For some reason, we're missing the mark, but we'll
No,
get it to you.
but Commissioner Ollie Brown just explained it. Your broker said, we were shown this many sites, this one was too much money, this one was dilapidated, this one this. What are their addresses? Which
Easy.
one was dilapidated? How many square feet was each one of the ones that we looked at? Which one was too much money? That's it, right?
Easily done, and we will get it to you sooner, and if you can look at it, great. If not, we're confident we could meet your requirements.
I just want to correct the record. This is the 3rd hearing, not the 4th.
Sorry.
And the application was submitted in August of 2018. Okay?
2018.
And the NOC was issued a month later, and the first response was in January, and then there were subsequent responses in April and March and April.
Okay, I have 2 notice of comments in there, but that's, I
There
understand.
may have been a second
Yeah,
notice,
there were
but
two.
I'm not aware of the second.
Thank you for correcting that.
Okay.
How much time do you need to? do you think?
School safety is still at it, right?
No.
Yeah.
Whatever pleases your calendar.
Wait,
Lisa.
wait, wait, where are you going? We're not done yet.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I thought you were done.
Separation
No.
between the students and the.
I think, take your time, because you have to consolidate comments coming from DOT,
Yes.
school safety, fire department, and our comments. So do use this time judiciously to consolidate all of this and figure out.
So we're still waiting for WP, which is was promised October 28th on hazmat too.
All right,
If you-
I'm just going back
And
through
we have
my,
not gotten any comments back from school safety yet.
no, they're
right?
still working on
I
it.
think they were supposed to defer, but they sent to traffic engineering. We're waiting for their responses.
And then there were also, sorry. I'm just checking. Oh, interior security system for corridors and stairs were provided. I just want to say, yeah, so I still have a problem with the fact that this is being needlessly shared by a medical office on one floor. No, there's no reason for that, really, except for bad leasing practice. And then I still want an answer about how you're going to protect the daycare center from the leaking showers, which I used to design a lot of gyms. They always had the showers leaking on the tenant below. What are you going to do about that?
I was talking beforehand to the subsequent applicant, and
No, actually, this is the owner's problem, not the subsequent applicant. So it's the owner who came up with this wacky idea to have a daycare, a gym, and medical offices all coalescing in the same building. So it's the owner's responsibility to ensure that the daycare center isn't needlessly plagued by nastiness from the showers above.
right, so what we were talking about is that when Mayor Bebeov, who's the principal, built the building, they were well aware of this, so their plumbing team paid very close attention. There was a lot of scrutiny on the development of the site, on the plumbing. He has other buildings. He knows the expenses that you're calling for. Once they start to leak, it's very hard to find the leak. He has other buildings, so they have been aware of that, and they're try to design it and to build it well. We don't.
What's well mean? I need more. So you know what you do when you have a leaking thing? You put trays underneath the sources. The
believe
trays
that's
lead
what
to
they
a separate
did, if it's-
drain. Show us.
There'll be 2 layers of epoxy as part of the gym build-out in the bathroom.
2 layers of epoxy, what? So I don't
I can
want
get the
to,
details.
I don't want to talk about it. I want to see the details.
Okay.
Okay? We also had, let's see. Okay, in terms of DOT, we talked about how it might have gotten crossed in the mail, right? So the DOT had an extensive comment letter on October 3rd. But those comments aren't reflecting the changes to the drawings which were submitted at the same time, right? They were submitted to us on October 3rd, so DOT couldn't have reviewed the drawings that were just submitted. So therefore, you have that cross in the mail.
And to hit that point for you, Sydney from VHB is here. She has reached out to DOT. She is coordinating that to make sure they're looking at the latest, and I believe she has an appointment with them, or you're responding to their comments. You want to come up? Why don't you come up and speak to it directly, so that way I'm not miscommunicating.
Hi, Sydney Kevin with Philip Habib and Associates. Yes, we have received DOT's comments that they sent to us on October 3rd. We have been going back and forth with them, responding to their comments to make sure that they're reviewing the latest and that we are both on the same page for their review. So we submitted our latest draft to them, and I believe they should be issuing their comments hopefully any day now, so we're just waiting for their response.
Okay, thank you. Then we also, the fire department's very involved in this application, but one of them was prior comment about fire department expressing concerns about multiple fire exits and some egressing to the rear and some to the front. And I know there were changes to the drawings that the fire department should take a look at.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. We spoke to Chief Daly during the hearing, and we're going to be in touch
Right,
with
so
them.
obviously you have a lot more to worry about than just that. And then we also had extensive DEP comments on the hazmat, and I don't know if, I don't think we have sign off on the hazmat.
Did we get signed off on the hazmat?
Yeah, DEP had comments on the Phase 2 plan. We've responded and resubmitted to those, and we're waiting for DEP's review of that revised plan.
Right, I don't have a date though.
Okay. Right, okay. All right, I think that's it on this one. Okay. So then, Are there any speakers on this one? No. All right. So then, these are all traveling together, right? Did we already, oh, that last one was withdrawn. So this one, we need to give time for lots and lots of work with fire department and amending the parking garage layout.
So you want to wait till you do the PCE?
Well, that'll just travel simultaneously, so we're going to then just pick a date that gives them a lot of time to work with the parking garage and fire department. I don't know, fire department, maybe they have an idea how much time?
John Daly Fire Department. I can make arrangements for a conference with their engineers and consultant, meet with the tech management staff who would can do a cursory review, tell them their concerns verbally, and better at it than I am. I could set up this meeting next week for them.
Okay, but then they need time to respond and
Respond,
resubmit
right,
and all that
right,
stuff.
so.
So, and the submissions to fire should be done independently of the submissions to us, because I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
And that's correct, right.
So, okay, I would say put this on for like February, the beginning of February, maybe? Maybe a submission the beginning of February?
So a submission date of February 5th for a continued hearing on February 25th.
There's no.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is you're going to have to do this back and forth, right? So unless you agree to absolutely everything the fire department just instructs you to do right there, and you say, I'm good to go, and then you make the drawings and the changes have 144 spaces, et cetera, I don't know.
When is the next?
It was in February. You have to speak into the mic.
When is the next available date?
January.
If we can meet with the fire department next week, I assure you we'll be ready far before January.
What about DOT?
Yeah, so we need DOT
we've been
review,
waiting.
school safety review. We know you've been waiting, but, you have to excuse me, I'm not that sympathetic. The
understand.
project,
But I
It's
do
wacky.
think we'll make the best, I think we can get this done the quickest.
They're trying hard. They're trying
If
hard.
we can, in January, I'm sure we'll be responsive to FDNY, the layout to the parking garage, everything that you went over, except for anything we're waiting on for DOT, and I think we can,
but so DOT has to respond to your last set of drawings, that's a 30-day turnaround, right? You have to respond to their submission, that's a 30-day turnaround. You have DEP with the phase 2.
Right, the open hazmat review promise date is the end of the month, of this month.
At the end of
So
this
that's
month, then you have
we
to
don't know if they're
respond to
gonna come with
that.
Comments, yeah.
Right,
I don't
so,
know, I mean, that's up to
you're
them,
not
but-
talking about much earlier than submitting in, say, mid-January. It's not a big difference. You can submit in mid-January if you want, but
We'd rather take it as early as possible, so January's better
we're
than
changing it.
February time-wise, so.
submit mid-January.
We could submit
I don't know.
mid-January, we'll take that, I guess, that'd be great.
But, don't forget that there's holidays in between. Neither your consultants nor government maybe will be that responsive during those holidays. I don't know.
they'll be responsive. They're not going on vacation.
You're speaking for every
Speak for
single
everyone.
consultant and all of the other people who are involved in this project?
We're pretty responsive to Zach. He's trained us well for the last year or so. Listen, they screwed up in the way it was designed first, and they know that, but
It's not
they
the
are paying
design
the
that's the
price.
screw-up, it's the leasing that's the screw-up.
Yeah, they're paying the price right now, trust me. They have an empty building, and they are paying out through the nose. So they are certainly, they're getting whipped in more ways than one. So they're anxious to accommodate everything that you're asking for. That's what Zach is trying
Well,
to
Prove it to
display
us.
to you.
Okay, let's see.
They're trying to make amends on their sins. If there's anything even in December, we'll take that. We'll take whatever you can give us as
We
early
don't
as you
have
can give us.
anything in December.
So a submission date of January 8th with a continued hearing on January 28th.
January 28th. Thank you very much for giving us the consideration. Have a nice afternoon.
Thanks.
Item number 21, 2018-145BZ, 25173, Jericho Turnpike, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions? Yeah, sign that one.
Frank St. Jacques Ackerman, LLP, for the applicant. Good
Gentlemen,
afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This application is obviously traveling with the other application at the site. I'll just note for the record, I do have a revised drawing set from the architect that makes the sound attenuation features more clear. So we'll submit these and hopefully clarify the issues there. I will note that one of the that the entire fitness area is covered in a rubber flooring, and then there's the weights area has an additional subfloor, so we'll make that more clear in the submission. And I think what we'll also do is submit a report from the sound consultant describing his specifications, so you'll have that for the record. I think that's really everything. I understand our return date is, if you could just repeat that for me.
January 8th and January 28th.
Okay, but before you do that, so I'd like you to work with the architect for the building about the details about the leaking showers, because it's both a combination of what's done. I don't know if these showers, I don't know if this is actually already, is this a legalization or this is already there?
It is not a legalization.
Okay.
Planet Fitness is not operating at the site.
That's so good to hear. So they need to take extra care about how the showers are installed and make sure they are sitting on something that will direct leaking sources directly to a drain someplace that's not right above the daycare rooms. And that's something that needs to be worked into their plans, okay?
That's fine, and our client will work with the base building architect and building owner to ensure that.
Oh, about isolating the vibration from the walls and columns, that's part of the acoustical engineers.
Correct, yeah, so that's will be addressed in a letter we submit from the acoustical consultant. That has been considered, I just don't think it was clear on the plans we submitted.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, speakers, are there any speakers on this one? This is the gym on Jericho. Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 22, 2019-15 BZ, 7940 Cooper Avenue, Queens. You're done, right? Oh, you're saying yours. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. Okay. Do you affirm to, raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions? So you sign here.
Good afternoon, Frank St. Jacques Ackerman, LLP, for the applicant. I'm joined here by the ownership of the building, James Coakley. We attended yesterday's review session. I'll just run through responses to some of the items that were mentioned, starting with the site plan. We submitted a revised site plan showing the removal of the egress driveway and the associated curb cut. I apologize that wasn't clear. I have a clear version here, which is what you should have. There's actually a legend showing that the, just hand it up to you so you can see what so if I may just share this quickly.
You don't need the mic if you're coming to us, because we have mics here.
So this is the site plan, the egress driveway was here, the associated curb cut was there. It's been removed and just replaced with a landscaped area. This is supposed to indicate that that's ground cover there. That legend was not carried over on the close-up, and then we've asked the architect to just remove, there's an outline on the first floor plan that creates some confusion. So we've asked him, among other changes that I'll describe, to also remove this outline of the driveway. 'cause I
Okay,
understand that it's
so
gonna
more
be-
than ground cover, that area should be landscaped, right? We're trying not to have it turn into a driveway in the middle of the night, right? And
It's
anyway.
going to become a children's play area.
Or a children's play area, even though it's kind of weird. It's for a bocce court, right? So, yeah, it could be a children's play area. I mean, make good use of it, but then it needs to be landscaped to look like that.
Right, so we're not anticipating any actual use. This will just be open space
So it
with
should be
some
landscaped.
sort of landscaping there. We'll show that on the plan.
Okay, so not just ground cover, some actual bushes.
Sure. I mean, you can see surrounding the portions of the parking lot, there's some more indication of the landscaping, so we'll add those details to this area, showing the shrubbery there.
Sorry, where is there indication of, sorry, what are you talking about? There's an indication of landscaping? What?
It's in his plan, not in the plan.
You mean the dots indicate landscaped area?
And so there's shrubbery here, it's shown
Oh.
on these portions of the,
Okay.
and surrounding, yeah, in portions of the parking lot, so we can show that there.
Okay, it should be a serious landscaping plan, not just like throwing shapes in a field, right? So in other words, you need a landscape architect, right? Somebody who's actually going to do a landscaping plan. Who knows how?
Okay. So I'll just continue on with the comments. We had, with respect to the first floor plan, stroller parking was contemplated in the space. It just wasn't labeled on the first floor plan, so we'll add that label.
Where is it?
It's, so this is a plan that was not submitted. This is part of the specifications for the space. That's at the rear here. So the entrance is rear here.
That's at the rear of the building?
Entrance to the space is here down this hallway, and the stores
So-
are parked.
How's that work? So parents come in, and then they're allowed to walk down the corridor to put the strollers away?
So, so you're providing the stroller parking area for those parents that are going to walk in and have, I mean.
They
you
come
see-
in-
Is that how you're creating that area closer to the Cooper Avenue entrance as the stroller storing area, as opposed to those parents who are going to drop off their kids?
Sure, so
not
some parents will have strollers and some won't, based on the ages of their kids. And,
There are two entrances, right?
well, there's one entrance and one secondary means of egress.
Oh.
So at Cooper Avenue, that's an egress.
Yes. So this is the part I don't understand. So for the operator of the daycare, the parent comes in and drops the child off where, right? So at a certain, they come in, they drive in, and they come in the front door, which is in the parking area, right? And then they bring their kid to the receptionist or whatever and say, have a nice day, right? And then they have this stroller in their hand. So now what you're saying is staff is the one who takes the stroller from them and moves it into the stroller storage that's all the way down the corridor with all these kids running back and forth and stuff like that?
So we'll clarify with Children of America, but that's my understanding, is that the handoff, as it were, occurs in the entryway, and children are escorted to their classrooms by staff, and they would take a stroller and put it in the storage, so that parents don't have to walk to the rear of
No,
the
but
site.
normally the way it's supposed to happen is the parent folds the stroller up and puts it in the stroller area. That's why we're asking, because it seems like the worst place to put the stroller storage is down the corridor all the way near the fire exit. Actually, even more the worst place, because it's potentially blocking fire egress.
Well, it's not, I mean, the fire egress is straight down this corridor and out the door, and this is a
No, but the
side
thing
room.
is, we've seen stroller build up so intensely that it's very possible that you'll just have the strollers kind of chucked there and blocking the egress. So that's why it seems that the stroller storage should be somewhere towards the front. I don't know where. but somewhere towards the front of the space rather than at the back.
So we'll ask Children of America to discuss operations if the stroller storage area needs to be shifted somewhere
Cooper.
I
in
have
the
a
interior.
suggestion. I have
We're
a
happy to look at that.
suggestion. The staircase along the elevator, that's going up or down?
I mean, it's
Up.
the full plan set.
I don't know if
I'm
there's a
looking at
cellar. There's a
the
cellar
floor
here.
plan P005. There's a subcellar like with
Yeah.
just. So I see there's a start of an elevator on a staircase along the elevator on P005. Is that going up or down?
Oh, you're not allowed to store stuff
Just
underneath
give me a
the
moment to
fire
find
stair.
the plan.
But
Is that
there's
what you're
a-
suggesting?
No, but if there isn't any staircase approach, why can't that become the stroller area?
If the stair is going up and over, you're not allowed to to store underneath a fire stair if that's a fire stair.
Oh, is that right?
I don't know if it's a fire stair.
It's open.
So I'll leave this to Children of America and the architect to come up with
Okay.
a design idea for
Those are-
either
looks like
to
it's-
address operationally how it will occur in the site that it's intended, or a new location that's closer to the front entrance.
Mhm.
So, now, we'd also asked the architect to show a trash room with some accommodation for refrigerated storage for food trash on the first floor, per the board's comments. Clearly, based on our last plan, we're not familiar with how this would work, and we would just ask the board if there's a standard or a specification that you could provide an example of
Okay.
another.
So actually, we have quite a lot of applications where there's a projection on how much trash is produced, perishable trash is produced, and then you do some math on sort of cubic quantities of this trash. It's actually, I always think of Jay Goldstein's cases because he always does the math. I'm just for the schools, right? So it's a calculation, and based on that, you find out how many cubic feet of refrigerated trash storage you need. It typically is quite a small thing, right? But it's a combination of trash storage, just general trash, so it's usually a trash room that's big enough to handle the dry trash. And in that same room, there's a piece of equipment that is the refrigerated trash storage equipment, which sometimes is also a compactor. That just depends on what you buy. And they tend to be quite small. But in the pantry, it doesn't make sense because now you have to have somebody hauling that
Sure.
down to the ground floor. And the trash is actually not produced in the pantry, it's produced in all the classrooms because the food is brought to the kids in the classrooms and then it's brought out to some trash area, right?
So we can work that into the first floor plan. It would just be helpful to, if it's possible, to ask staff to provide an example. Obviously, we would have to do the calculation to
Yeah.
determine what size, but
Okay.
we just weren't able to find a Department of Health specification or anything, that we could use as guidance here,
Right.
other than.
I mean, really, where you'd find it is doing a Google search or a search, an online search. I hate to advertise product. An online search for these refrigerated trash storage pieces of equipment, and then they tell you how to calculate the amount of the size, and how you calculate the quantity produced, I think, is also some kind of data set where you just say this many people produces this much trash equals this much, right? If we have one of those calculations that we can think of.
There is, and the one that was on Utica Avenue by Jay Goldstein, that was for daycare.
Okay.
Utica, Pennsylvania.
So that's the thing, I don't remember the addresses, but if others do, that would be
Well, so
great.
Chase is thinking maybe the reschool.
Also get some detail about how much food came in and how much storage they would need.
Okay.
Just from a third-party supplier.
Okay,
We
so
can look
if
at
you
that.
could
We'll-
provide
we'll-
that.
We'll try and email you as quickly as possible, Frank.
That'd be great, thank you.
I just have as I'm looking at the plan, because I was looking for another staircase, and I think there is one, but the drawings are not very clear as to where
doorway is. So it's just a square box. This is in.
What floor is that?
Second floor. Drawing number P006. Oops.
And you're looking for it because?
Because I just realized I didn't see another set of staircases. So I was looking for it.
Yeah, over there, okay. Yeah, for whatever reason, the drawings don't render the staircases as staircases. They don't put steps in.
Yeah, I suspect we're having issues with, and I don't want to speculate, but it seems like maybe what you're looking at is missing layers
Yes,
based on
it's very
what
common.
we're seeing digitally.
Yes.
Can't explain that. It just seems like what you saw is missing detail, which is obviously an issue that
It's
we'll have to
because they're
address.
not saving all the layers when they create the PDF.
That makes sense. I'm the wrong person to ask about that, so
Yeah.
I'll ensure that someone smarter than me can resolve that in future submissions. And that we double check any copies provided from those plans. I'll note that we did receive FDNY's letter of no objection relating to the rooftop playground. Regarding Community Board 5's concerns regarding left turns from the site, we understand that the DOT is looking at that as well, but we don't have an objection to restricting left turns with some signage from the curb cut. Now, one curb cut from the daycare parking lot. So this brings us to DEP and DOT review. DEP, we anticipate having to submit a Phase 2 investigation and remedial action plan and the construction health and safety plan once we receive DEP's comments. I believe those are we should have those either this week or next week at the latest, based on the submission of the Phase 2 work plan on September 23rd and the submission of the HASP on the 28th, I believe. So we'll proceed with preparing that material for the hazmat chapter. DOT, as we understand it, is looking at seeker transportation section, but also the revised site plan as it relates to school safety. I understand their promise date is the 28th, so next week. I did have a conversation with several, or I guess two people at DOT yesterday, just regarding timing. The project manager indicated that he would try and have those comments to us sooner than the promised date, but couldn't make any promises. He did characterize DOT's, that DOT found that the revised site plan was much better, and that the open comments were related, or were going to be related to the seeker piece, the analysis that was provided in the revised EAS. So obviously we'll have to see those comments before we respond, but we were interested in having a better sense of what to expect from DOT to figure out when to calendar the next hearing date. Our client has not proceeded with as of right development on the site in anticipation of, hasn't started construction on the building at the site. So there's some tension between, holding off on pulling permits for an as of right building that would ultimately be used to accommodate the daycare and commercial space, and the timing here. So we're hoping to work with the board to figure out the best way to come back.
So if you have to do remediation, obviously pulling permits, you have to do that work first, right? And you need to get, whatever that is, the notice of, what's it called, a notice of compliance, notice of, the sign off from DEP.
The rapid, well, it depends which route they go. If we go e-designation route or the.
So my understanding is the actual work that needs to be done is drilling and doing borings and testing in order to put in the remedial action plan. So for the purposes of seeker sign off for the negative deck and sign off on the hazmat, what's pending is the Phase 2 investigation, the remedial action plan in the CHASP.
Right, but even if there were an E designation, now OER is just requiring that the remediation work be done according, they're in charge as opposed to DEP being in charge, right? So in terms of pulling a permit and starting construction work, you still have the remediation work and the testing and then the subsequent remediation has to be done before excavation begins, right?
So we're actually not really interested in the E designation route. That's where we're kind of holding at it as a last resort. But our goal is to satisfy any hazmat issues, obtaining the negative declaration without resorting to an E designation. So with that path in mind, that would just require the Phase 2 investigation, RAP, and CHASP, which I know will take some time, but we should be able to proceed shortly once we have this next round of DEP comments. I saw you made a face there. So
No, you're saying work with the board to try to get going, not sure about the as-of-right construction and pulling
So
a
let me take
permit
a
for
step back.
as-of-right. The point is, you can't pull a permit for as-of-right because you're under the domain of a hazmat review where there may need to be remediation. So if you hadn't arguably come for a discretionary action, nobody would have known that you have contamination that needs to be remediated, right? So you're going to have to wait until the instructions are clear from DEP.
if I could just clarify, my point being, I think what we're looking at is there's an open question with DOT regarding site safety that is critical to the special permit. 7319 requires DOT to sign off on the school safety. We expect those comments next week, and that will, based on a conversation with the project manager, we anticipate that is either resolved or close to being resolved, the school safety piece, which leaves remaining the seeker questions relating to transportation that DOT is looking at and hazmat. I guess ultimately the ask is, could we come back soon after getting DOT's comments so that we can work to resolve the school safety question, show the changes to the plans in response to the board's comments, and then work to resolve the open EAS questions with some understanding that the 7319 special permit findings are either resolved or close to having been met.
And the purpose of that would be? Like, if you still have all these open environmentals, we can't vote on this, right? So
Understood.
we can't issue a negative declaration, right? So we wouldn't be able to vote on this. So, so the idea of coming sooner, I mean, for one, our calendar doesn't necessarily allow you to come sooner, right? So I'm not really understanding what it is you're asking for, right? So you need to respond to school safety comments whenever they come in, and to the other comments, right? And then we put it on for hearing and when we have availability. I'm not really sure what it is yet you're trying to accomplish.
I think what we're trying to accomplish is just having some more certainty that we've met the substance of the 7319 special permit findings, and that the only open issues, and we understand that they are open issues and we can't move forward without resolving those issues, are related to seeker. That would at least give the applicant some comfort in dealing with the site, and that's just really all I'm asking.
Dealing with the site in what way? You can't start construction is my simple point, right?
I guess what I'm hearing is that there's not availability to come back.
Well, that's
soon.
one way to look
I
at
guess
it,
maybe that's
right?
the question.
But that's one way to look at it. But I just want to remind you and your client over and over again, you cannot start construction. It's a site that has been determined to have hazardous materials, and those need to be properly handled. So Please don't start construction. Okay. Where are we at?
Like, will they be able to get everything done by?
So just the owner reminded me that there is not yet a determination that there's hazardous materials at the site. There is a pending EAS hazmat chapter related to that. This site has actually been extensively remediated pursuant to DEC spill. So there has been considerable actual remediation at the site. The open hazmat questions exclusively relate to the seeker analysis, which is triggered by the filing of the special permit. So what DEP is looking at is it follows extensive remediation of the site pursuant to the state's department, DEC.
That's confusing because why would it have asked for a phase 2 if it thought that the site was fully handled?
I can only explain that DEP is often more conservative, and anytime there's any use in a manufacturing district, however attenuated it is from actual manufacturing, there's a request for phase 1 and phase 2, a RAP, a CHASP.
Sometimes when they have like adjacent sites of concerns, or they see something suspicious, they ask for phase 2.
Okay, so there might have even been contamination subsequent to the remediation, to the treatment that was done previously under DEC.
I'll note that our phase 1 indicated that there's no RECs. We haven't seen DEP's response to the phase 1 yet. They haven't responded yet. We anticipate this is what they're going to ask for because it's typically what DEP asks for.
Okay, in any event.
Okay, so could you be fully responsive to everything by December 24th?
Yes.
Okay, so submission December 24th with a continued hearing on January 14th.
And that's the effect of our actual calendar. We don't have availability.
January 14th.
Oh, are there any speakers on this?
I would just ask, I understand that the original project manager is out on leave.
Tracy's following.
Tracy, are you okay, great. So we'll be in touch regarding DOT and DO.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 23, 2019-23BZ, 290 Mulberry Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth for your in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Dr. K. Becker. We attended the review session. After the last hearing, the primary issue was a incorrect block number, so we basically resubmitted the entire application with the correct block number. There was a transposition from 590 to 509. With regard to the comments that were made yesterday, there was no bubbling because we didn't change any of the plans. I apologize about note 3. I think I took note 3 off a different set of plans by accident, so I apologize. I took it off another plan, seriously, that I mixed it up. So I apologize for not removing note 3. To the best of my knowledge...
So I don't understand. So what's up with note 3?
Note 3 is still there. It's basically, it's an innocuous note that doesn't affect it one way or the other, but I apologize for not taking it off.
If it were an innocuous note, then why would fire department ask that you remove it?
I don't think they asked that we remove it.
Yes, they did. They issued a letter of no objection, but instructs that note 3 on BSA 2 and 3 be removed. That's my notes from the
Okay,
first
then,
hearing.
this talks about equipment being out of the area, and since we have no equipment on the floor, I'm not sure why I'm not sure why they want it removed. But that was the note. It has to do with the equipment.
So...
Unless, the only thing I can say is that I did take off a note 3 and then renumbered everything so that...
Okay, let's go back. We had a hearing on this in September
Right.
17th. the instruction at the hearing was fire department issued an LNO, but instructs note 3 on BSA 2 and 3 to be removed.
Right.
If you didn't understand why they wanted the note to be removed, why didn't you ask?
No, I just not, I thought I removed note 3, and then we renumbered everything so that there were, we still have a note 3, it's just a previous note 4 is now a note 3, is what I'm saying. If you look at the.
Previous note 4 was the local law 5887, so that's gone as well.
No, that's.
But that
that's now
wouldn't have
note
been
3.
fire department asking to remove that. So I don't know which was note 3. Now I'm totally
Note 3 was
confused.
about the fire alarm containing manual pull stations, audible, visual alarms.
Okay.
So we did take off note 3.
The one about the manual pull station.
It's not on the plans now.
Okay.
So we did remove note 3. There were 7 notes originally, now we're down to 6.
And did you change the note about the ADA requirement? What does it say now?
Accessibility shall be provided pursuant to the standards set forth in applicable accessibility laws, including but not limited, to Chapter 11, New York City Building Code, 209 American Standard Institute, ANSI A 1117.1, and Title III of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Okay,
So we did take off note 3.
okay. So fire department's okay.
With regard to the signage, I was there several weeks ago, and there was no additional signage. To the best of my knowledge, that situation has not changed.
Say that again. Yeah. Miss Kim. So in other words. Okay, so, yeah, so Mr. Vine is pointing out to me that the space in the cellar, that's part of the PCE space, is the access from the interior stair down to the toilets?
That's a secondary toilet. It's not there is an ADA toilet on the.
No, that's not my question. My question has to do with floor space. So you're requesting a PCE that has some amount of floor space. I don't actually know the answer.
113 square feet.
113 square feet in the cellar and a total amount of how much?
Total floor area is.
Not floor area, the
Of course,
amount of
the
square footage.
total square footage is 113 plus 1903. So we're total of 2,000, whatever, and 16 square feet of space.
2016?
Yes, it's on the first page, on page BSA 1.
So you're saying there's only 113 square feet in the cellar, which apparently is only in counting the 2 toilets, but not how you get to the 2 toilets.
Right.
So isn't the part of how you get to the toilets part of the area of the
It
PCE?
should be, yes. It's not floor area it's.
That's not the question. Should
No,
that be considered part of the gross area?
Yes, it should be. It never came up before. It didn't come up before. I apologize for it not.
Sorry, it didn't come up before.
I
What do you
didn't
mean?
notice that before. It didn't come up at the last hearing. I apologize for not picking it up.
So you know that it's not our job to correct your project.
I understand.
It's your job to
I
correct
apologize
your project.
for the error, yes.
I wish
yes.
the word apology were eliminated from your language when you appear before us, and you just actually do the work
Okay.
yourself.
Got it.
So it means that even though this is hardly anything that we asked you to do, the drawings don't reflect your actual request.
No.
Are there any speakers on this? All right, so, you might let your client know that this is costing them a little bit more money perhaps.
No.
Because you have to come back again, because the drawings, which you should have checked, do not represent the PCE space. Otherwise, we'd approve 2,016 square feet, and DOB might notice that it's not enough.
Okay.
Okay. So we have to put this on for another time.
We can get you the plans tomorrow if you can put it on for, I have hearings, several hearings next week.
No, Not sure why we should be working according to your
I'm-
convenience.
It's request, it's not a demand.
I think we have too many on for next weekend.
Okay, so please submit by November 6th for a continued hearing on November 26th.
Very good.
There's one, I know there's 2 second call cases, but one is only one is ready? So you want to call the second call one? Sure. Which one is one, 188? Okay. I know, that one was submitted. Okay, so we're calling second call cases, and item number 6, 18896BZ, 444 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx. Please remember you're still under oath.
Bubbled in the non-bubble set, but it's just the doors and the title block.
Sorry, could you just tell me again the number?
18896BZ.
Thank you.
It should be on D004.
Yeah, the door.
Oh, right. So, but it was Z's, oh yeah, 4 is the proposed, right?
Right, it looked all right.
Should be on the left top hand.
Solid wood enclosure doors, yes. And then it says, revised as per BSA comments, 10/22/19. Yay. All right, good to go. Thank you so much.
So.
Everybody all right? Everybody else all right? Thank you so much. You're a model citizen.
Thank you very much.
Motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
And a motion to grant, did I have conditions? Yeah, condition on compliance with the operational plan, restore the sidewalk curbs per the DOT requirements, and then all those usual requirements that, or conditions that existed previously.
Okay.
Okay?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, so what are we doing with Amboy?
The other one, he's having technical difficulties. I told him he really, really, really needs to put in his best effort to get it today. For the love of God, there's no other time to do it. So, call me after the variance, and I
Okay,
hope
that's
to have.
fine. You have time. Don't, I mean, yes, put the fear of in him, however, you have time.
The variance hopefully, or not
Right.
hopefully.
Yeah, we're 2 Sunday morning.
New cases, item number 1, 2018-59BZ, 3030 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Thank you.
Frank St. Jacques Ackerman, LLP, for the applicant. I'm appearing on behalf of my colleague, Jacqueline Scarinci. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We attended yesterday's review session, and I'll go through the responses to the community board concerns that were articulated at the review session. I will note that FDNY issued a conditional letter of no objection regarding the space. Although it wasn't mentioned in the FDNY letter, I know that one of the concerns that the community board raised was egress through an intervening space. We believe that that's permitted pursuant to Building Code 1014.2. So I'm happy to submit or hand up that code section. I mean, I will note that the fire
Are there
department.
conditions for when you can egress through an intervening occupied space?
So I'll hand up Building Code Section 1014, and it's subsection 2, egress through intervening spaces.
That's new. That's not what I was told. taught like Architect 101, no egress through intervening spaces.
So egress through a room or...
101 through, oh, here it.
It's
Egress
101
through intervening spaces shall comply with this section. Egress from a room or space shall not pass through adjoining or intervening rooms or areas, except where such adjoining rooms or areas and the areas served are accessory to, with this floating semicolon, one or the other are not a group H occupancy and provided a discernible path of egress to an exit, are accessory to.
So this is not accessory as defined in the zoning resolution. This is a workout room that's part of the overall gym space. There's fire exit signs on the doorway showing both that egress is through that room on the doorway and on the egress door. And that you'll see 114.2.2 and exit access shall not pass through a room that can be locked to prevent egress. There's no lock on that door. And then subsections 3 and 4 are not applicable here because they relate to dwelling units or sleeping areas or kitchens and storage rooms. So I think I'm assuming that the FDNY also found that this intervening room was not an issue in issuing their letter of no objection.
Right. I mean, I don't know, I didn't actually look at the plan after I saw that comment from the community board. It's just, yeah.
We had
So I will note that,
daycare facilities where I think the exit was,
had to change it. That's actually one we had recently, one we heard today, right? Where there was a egress through one of the daycare rooms. Fire department said, oh no, and they redirected their egress right in front of the staircase. Actually, there was no more egress from that little daycare room. It went from the lobby to a new way around the fire stairs.
a new corridor, right?
A new corridor around the fire stairs. It's just not allowed.
I do know that there's special consideration for dwellings for institutional uses such as schools. Our understanding is that this is entirely permissible. If it is an issue, it obviously wasn't raised in the FDNY letter, and it would be, raised at the Department of Buildings when they ultimately go to file for a public assembly permit and to change the CO. I will note, and sorry, should have mentioned this at the beginning, the applicant will submit an updated statement of facts and plans to address the discrepancy relating to the hours of operation between the statement of facts and the plans, and to show that the sound attenuation features that are incorporated into the gym. I'll note that the slab thickness here has eliminated the need for a drop ceiling like we see in other gyms. It's a 15-foot high ceiling. So this gym has been in operation since April of, I have 2019, but I believe it should be April of 2018 because we filed after that. So, and there hasn't been issues with other building tenants. I know there's some.
Can you, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Are you saying because the slab is so thick, it's not gonna cause like vibrations or sound issues?
So that was the thickness of the slab is what led the architect and gym applicant not to incorporate sound attenuation into the ceiling. And they found through the, I guess, more than a year that it's been in operation, there hasn't been issues with sound or vibration transmission to.
Is this a concrete building or a structural steel building?
I don't want to speculate. I don't know offhand. We could provide more detail on.
Can you get a letter from the structural engineer indicating that the slab's not gonna vibrate, so we can keep it in our records?
I'll see what I can do. I'm not sure. I mean, we don't have a structural engineer associated with this gym project, but I'll see what we can do. Again, I mean, this is one of those, I guess, rare opportunity or circumstances where the fact that it's a legalization and they've been in operation for some time without incident is working in the applicant's favor.
The reason I'm asking
Yeah.
is simply what you're saying is, you're saying the slab is so thick, so it's not gonna vibrate.
That's my understanding.
This is not
but
true all the time.
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
not just the thickness, it's the thickness and the span between the columns.
And I'll be happy to see what I can do to provide more detail there. I understand that, you know, my indication that it's a thick slab is not sufficient, so we'll get the details for.
Thank you.
For the board. So the updated statement of facts and plans will address any discrepancies in the application and sound attenuation that's at the space and why the ceiling doesn't have sound attenuation.
Well, it's also, so there was just this very short sentence from the architect in a letter submitted, right?
Right.
Anything about sound should be on the drawings,
Understood.
but also needs to explain how the demising walls and the ceiling are treated, right?
Understood. We have a more detailed letter, but those details aren't on the plans yet, so we'll wait to submit until everything's in one place, and as well as updating the statement of facts.
Just a question, and this building is from early 1900s. What was it built for? I mean, it was designed for warehousing. Do you know what kind of use was there?
I don't. I know that we have some information regarding the historic use. I don't know offhand, and I don't know for sure. It's certainly
the
in
reason
a.
I'm asking this question, I don't know if that can help us in understanding how it was built and whether it was designed for heavy machineries and things like that.
Sure.
And
So this building is called the Apple Tags and Label Building. My understanding is it was some sort of related to the garment industry back when there was industry in Long Island City. It certainly looks like an old industrial building, but again, I don't want to speculate, so I can find out more information. As the chair noted, it was enlarged into a 7-story building. I do believe I understand that construction is complete, although a new CO has not been obtained for the enlargement. I guess that goes right to the next point regarding parking. I think it's important to note that the site is located in an M15 zoning district where for nearly every use, no parking is required, period. So it's not just that there's not a parking requirement for the PCE, there's not a parking requirement for almost any use. So the enlargement would not have triggered new parking.
Wait a minute, the enlargement doesn't trigger new parking?
There's no parking requirement. So, were they to add another 5 floors if they could, there would not be more parking required because nearly no use in M15 requires parking. This is also an extremely transit-oriented site. It's just below Queens Plaza, and then there's another subway station about a block away. It's a transit hub with multiple lines available as well as multiple bus lines. So because there's no required parking, any parking at the site is permitted parking. The applicant is not able to make an arrangement to reserve any parking. It's sort of beyond what they're able to do at the site, and we also just note that there is parking available, and it's available to any building tenants. I think it was that parking was initially use group 8 public parking, and it's in the process of being reclassified as accessory parking according to the Schedule A that's filed with the Alt 1 for the enlargement. That said, that's not a new CO, so that's sort of in flux at the moment as to what that parking is. But if it's accessory parking, it's accessory permitted parking, not accessory required parking. So we think that the community board's requirement that parking be set aside or required here is onerous. I actually explained that to the community board when we were there. But I think just based on the fact that there's no parking required and it's such a transit-rich area, that shouldn't be imposed on this site.
We wouldn't impose parking where it's not required
Sure.
anyway on a PCE. It just was curiosity about how you're handling it, because there's obviously parking spaces provided pursuant to the alteration applications.
Correct. And those spaces are available. Not to be clear, I mean,
Mhm.
people drive to the gym, they can park in those spaces.
Right. So, what's the area of this PCE again?
Let me just look at the plans.
Um.
I have 8389 and 8,389 square feet, and just let me confirm, looking at the.
Total, right? And it's only on the first floor, right?
Correct. There's no, it's just the first.
Okay. So, and do you know what the occupancy is of this 8,000, whatever you just said, 389 square foot space?
Let me see if it's listed here.
Oh, it says 143 persons. Oh, I saw the little box. Sorry, it was just low on my PDF. On A001, it says total area 8,389, total occupancy 143, which is, as I note, more than 75 persons. Therefore, 2 means of egress are required. Now I'm looking at the drawing.
Correct.
So it's true. There's egress through an aerobic room. If we think about aerobic rooms, what's in them? Steps, balls, all kinds of equipment things. In the middle of a fire, everyone's set up their little equipment things, their weights, their all of that, and you're egressing 140, let's just give 120-something people through the aerobic room to what I guess is a fire corridor that goes to the street.
Correct.
I don't see how that's legal. So, and I'm pointing that out, I don't know, is fire department still here again?
Sure. I mean, we're happy to work with the fire department, or if
Okay.
Chief Daly wants to opine. Again, I'm just relying on the building code section.
No, but the building code section says it's okay to go through an accessory space, but it can't be an obstructed accessory space. An
Let's-
aerobics room is by definition obstructed. If
Well-
you're taking an aerobics class, whatever that class is, there are things to trip over on the way out the door.
So I'll note that, I mean, obstructed is not part of the building code text. It says they're provided discernible
So
path of egress.
I don't want to have an argument about
travel-
this.
Sure.
You cannot have an egress through a place where there's going to be things to trip on the way out the door. You just can't. So you need to
but I
find
mean-
another way to get out of this studio.
I guess I'm just not clear on can't pursuant to,
No, so if it makes no sense, so the building code, just like the zoning resolution, isn't something you slavishly follow, right? If it makes no sense what you're suggesting, if instead this were a waiting room and the only thing, which is clearly accessory to, right? And the only thing in the waiting room are chairs that are fixed, everyone knows where the chairs are, but in an aerobics room, all the stuff moves around. You trip over, when you're taking a class, you trip over your own stuff in aerobics rooms. It's just not logical what you're proposing.
I think what I'm proposing is code compliance with the rule that relates
go ahead.
to egress through intervening spaces. Again, I'm happy to defer to the fire department on this, but I just,
I'm not okay with it. And I don't see why you can't change is this a legalization?
it is a legalization.
So I don't see why, for example, what is that little D1 thing? That's a slop sink room. Get rid of that little slop sink room and egress directly, I don't know what this room is in front of it.
The building code, chapter 10, does define means of egress as a continuous and unobstructed path.
There you go. And by the way, we often, fire department always asks for drawings that show a continuous unobstructed path. And what they allow is you to pass the 3 feet or wherever it is, 42 inches, around the fixed equipment that it's bolted to the ground, but not around, barbells that are moving back and forth and all of that. So there's a clear unobstructed path. You
So-
explain to me how in an aerobic room you're going to maintain a clear unobstructed path.
I would, again, point to 101.4.2, egress through an intervening space
You
where.
just said a clear unobstructed
Egress is
path.
defined as unobstructed.
Sure, but I mean, is an intervening space an obstruction? I think this is a
No,
broader
the-
question.
You're not reading.
Equipment is the obstruction.
You can understand it like this. It's not in contradiction with the definition in the building code, but it's in contradiction with the definition of the egress itself. So it cannot be an egress because it's obstructed already.
I just don't think that comports with
Sorry,
this
so
section that
We
specifically.
also just have a
define it.
standard condition for the plans that a minimum 3-foot wide exit pathway be provided.
Sure, which,
so
again, look.
We're hearing that it's not unobstructed.
Okay.
So it's not working out, okay? And I get that it's a legalization and all of that. It's the unfortunate thing about these PCEs and how leasing works and legalizations, but it's not a clear unobstructed path. And, by way of comparison, you have such a nice, clear unobstructed path that goes through the cardio area, between the columns, up the ramp, to the weightlifting area, where all the equipment is neatly placed within these zones. And then it falls apart at the aerobics room, where it's impossible to regulate the equipment in the zones, right? Just impossible. Because the whole point is to cram as many people in those rooms as possible in order to have a really good class. Just the way it goes. Unless you've never taken a class. I mean.
Sure, I mean, I don't know that I agree with all those characterizations of what is happening in the aerobic room.
I know what
We'll
happens in
ask
aerobic
the
rooms.
architect to look at this, and perhaps we can be in touch with Chief Daly to discuss
An alternate.
compliance.
Have you submitted any interior pictures?
I don't know offhand. I can check on that and.
Yeah, because I can't see any.
No. So, yeah.
So we'll add interior photos to the list of items.
And
to
I
be
would really
submitted.
recommend, if you want to move this along, that you find an alternate means of egress through the space. Because you're just not convincing me, and I think you're creating a dangerous hazard.
Sure, and it's just not clear to me what the,
You just heard, clear unobstructed path,
okay.
okay?
Submission date?
Yeah.
I think we can resolve or prepare these items relatively quickly. If there's something on this year, that would be great.
Any speakers?
Are there speakers on this one? This is, because there were new people who walked in, 3030 Northern Boulevard? No? When did this open?
I believe it was April 2018. Sorry, it wasn't April 2019. I apologize. I'm conflating.
April 2019?
April 2019.
Yeah.
So this year in April. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember this. Seen the opening.
How many are we up to on here? 27. I'm not going to be able to review this, so this one, okay.
A submission date of November 6th with a continued hearing on November 26th.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Item number 2, 2018-66BZ, 118 West 72nd Street, Manhattan. Raise your right arm. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to city board member questions? Make it.
Fan Baton from Shell and Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session and can respond to some of the questions now and then future in another submission. So the PCE actually opened in 2012. They took over the space. As you noticed on the plans, there were DOB approved plans for a gym and LPC approved plans for a gym. So there might have been confusion earlier on in the process, but then we were retained and we're here to legalize the
This
space.
GPCE opened in 2012, but the other one opened in like 2000 or 1999.
I don't have direct knowledge on that,
Yeah.
but we know that there were plans filed. We found those at DOB. The total area of the PCE, and we could provide this in the next plan set, it's actually really, really small on the floor plans. The gross square, the cellar is around 641 gross square feet, and the ground floor is 1,328 gross square feet. They're really tiny on the floor plan, so we'll make sure it's called out in the next submission. So I think it's a total of 1,969 gross square feet. But we will make sure it's clear in the next submission. Regarding accessibility, we spoke to the architect. We thought he was going to be here today, but we spoke to the architect regarding the entryway into the building and what they could do. This is in a historic district, and I know in previous submissions there were a certificate of no effect, but there was nothing really concerning the entryway. So we will work and try to determine if it's accessible, and if not, how to make it accessible.
Okay. So I don't know if the only issue is that step into the building. You probably know what we've done in the past with those kinds of issues is put a little handicap symbol on and it says, please, I don't know, if the wall is reachable, then it says, please ring bell, and then there's a phone number underneath that.
Because I don't know if it's an entryway, if the whole entryway is not, we have to just double check with the architect.
But, yeah, and
regarding
typically
that.
they'll just put a little movable ramp there.
Right.
To roll it up.
Right. But I can't speak, I don't know exactly the width. As for the PCE space, there are uses on both floors, like a lot of uses on both floors, but we'll review with the accessibility and make sure everything complies. And that will be for the next submission. There were comments yesterday regarding acoustical details, and I know that you spoke about the panels on the ceilings and walls, and I think, we provided information of what's installed already on the ceiling, and I think there's like a weightlifting platform, but I just want to clarify if I could ask what you wanted us to do with the plans.
No, it was, so I don't think we got any comments from residents, right? It's a 13-story residential building where this has been operating since 2012, right? So we may have testimony. Is there anyone to speak on this one? This is 118 West 72nd Street? No? Okay. So it doesn't sound like, and we do have proof that you posted in the lobby, right? So it doesn't sound like it's problematic use. I think, though, there were photos showing the acoustical instead that should be indicated on the drawings.
Okay.
And in fact, if they can show on the drawings where the acoustical panels are located, that way we see that that's done.
Okay.
And then also, what about the music?
So I spoke to the owner, who unfortunately had to leave early to pick up her daughter, but they have two Bose speakers that are more of like the personal speakers. Clearly, this is not very, we could get a picture of it, but they're smaller. They're not like the huge sound bars or anything. And they're located, one by the treadmill on the ground floor, and then there's one by the stairs. There's like a little air conditioning unit, but we could show pictures, but there is music, but as you can see, no one has showed up to complain about it, and there are the panels, so they're not like raging music, and these are also one-on-one personal training. There might be an occasional semi-private class, with two people, but it's not where you have like these huge PCEs where everyone's dropping weights or playing music at once. So, and I think council also raised this issue. There's a DOB objection. There was a little typo on the zoning district, but we actually already received a new objection. So,
great. Okay.
I think, so for the next submission, we will provide the details on the plans regarding the panels and just review the accessibility.
Okay. How quickly could you do that?
Couple weeks. So, a couple weeks. I think November 6th might be too early.
Sorry?
I think the November 6th might be too early, so somewhere in between that and December.
Oh, again.
November 19th is the next, November.
Yeah, you could put that one the 19th.
For submission.
Oh, when's the submission, when you
I
send
think
submission?
November 6th is too early for submission, because I think that's only a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Okay, so
Some sort of later November submission.
what about November 27th for a continued hearing on December 17th?
Yeah, that's fine.
And could you be very clear in your cover letter what you're providing, right? And any changes on the drawings, bubble.
All right, thank you.
Item number 3, 2018-181BZ, 150 East 55th Street, Manhattan. Yeah, we got that. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. I have my submission I made last night.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just like a tree.
Thank you.
Thanks.
On BSA 001 through 003, there are PCE notes, and we added Note 2 and Note 6. Note 2 is accessibility shall be provided pursuant to the standards set forth in applicable accessibility laws. You're from your general, I don't know if you want me to read the entire thing, but, what? Standard notes, yeah.
BSA standard notes.
And then Note 6, based on Commissioner Shetta's recommendation, we added noise abatement measures shall be provided within the PCE space at all times to ensure that the sound level in all other portions of the building does not exceed the maximum noise level of 45 dBA. This shall include sound emanating from any sound system if installed. And it's a spa, so I don't think it's going to be that loud.
Hey, and we have a massage license.
Yes, and there were 2 that were expired. We gave a massage therapist license, which was expired, that still worked on the premises, but Ding Yong no longer works.
And I know we got fire department, but I can't load it. Did you? It's not loading when I try.
I saw a letter of no objection, and he's nodding.
Does anybody have that?
I have it as no objection.
It's no objection, okay, it's just sitting there spinning around for me. Okay, great. Are there any speakers on this? All right, I think that's it, right? Everybody? So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Great, and a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Application's granted.
Thank you.
And just on the other case, I got the plans, I'm just going to go to my office and pick them up.
Okay, great.
Okay. Item number 4, 2019-41BZ, 1 West Street, Manhattan. You need a couple of minutes to set that up?
We have a presentation, understanding it's late.
That's okay. Not that late.
Do you want to do without it?
What's the matter?
She wants to do a PowerPoint.
No, that's okay. We could take a 10-minute break anyway, we're past our... Let's take a 10-minute break?
You gotta sign it.
Yeah, well, let me swear you in. Let me swear you guys in. Hi, come. This way you're all sworn in. Everybody, good? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you can set up, and then we'll come back and sign it. Oh, sorry. Oi. It's a long day. Yes, sir. You could, yeah, you can. Yeah, and you could sign her name too.
Applicant, representative.
That's cool.
Lehman, I'm an attorney at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson. I'm here presenting the application for a physical culture health establishment at 1 West Street. I'm joined today by my colleague Zach Bernstein at Fried Frank. Robert Vahabaghai and Aaron Kirsch, representing the building owner, and Matt Brinza, a vice president at Lifetime, the operator of the PCE. I'm going to give a brief overview of the proposal and respond to the comments raised at yesterday's executive session.
Okay, let's not exaggerate now. This is a PCE application, so we appreciate your lovely photos, but to keep it all in perspective, right? Okay.
Don't throw her off.
So just for a little bit of context, 1 West Street, also known as 17 Battery Place, is a New York City landmark constructed in 1902. It's located in Lower Manhattan on Battery Place between Washington Street and West Street. West Street has a ramp leading to the Battery Park underpass, and on the other side of Washington Street is the approach to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. It's across from Battery Park. It's located in a C55 zoning district, special Lower Manhattan district. This is a photograph of the main entrance to the building. It's a mixed-use 31-story building with retail on the ground floor, office and school uses on floors 2 to 13, and residential uses on floors 14 to 31. The main commercial lobby is at this frontage, and the residential lobby is directly to the west. We are proposing a gym located on the ground floor with approximately 14,470 square feet of floor space. The gym will be located on the western side of the ground floor, shown in this photograph, and accessed by a direct entrance on Battery Place, shown in this photograph. And here...
Is that a temporary ramp or that's a...
The temporary ramp for construction.
So wait, so is that ramp accessing the PCE level?
Yes.
And will that become a permanent feature?
No, it's just for construction.
So it's really not a step, it's significant change, elevation change between grade and the PC, and the entrance to the PCE.
There's a lift proposed.
Oh, right, there's a lift.
Directly next to it on Battery Place.
Can you point to, on that screen,
So
where the
the
lift is?
Lift is, here, let me.
I think the
there's a better-
previous photo showed it.
So,
Take
here's where the lift.
Ah, okay, right next to the main staircase.
Right.
Okay. That's a permanent lift or a temporary lift?
It's existing.
So Landmark's signed off because they have to, because it's grandfathered, okay. So that lift goes right into the PCE retail space or goes into a lobby?
It goes into a lobby with a door connecting to the PCE
Okay.
space. The gym will be operated by Lifetime, which is a national health club operator with 138 facilities in 38 cities in the US and Canada, including a facility on 42nd Street. The hours of operation are expected to be 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. This is the ground floor plan, and to quickly walk you through the facilities, starting at the entrance on Battery Place. The exercise studio, and this is a zoomed in version.
Sorry, just want to clarify, hours 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week?
Yes.
Okay.
The exercise studio is an approximately 3,800 square foot room for individual weight training. In the middle of the gym are the men's and women's locker rooms, and then on the other side are 2 group fitness rooms. One will have stationary bikes for spin classes, and the other will be a multi-purpose room for different types of aerobics classes. And then there's an additional approximately 2,600 square foot room for individual training focused on cardio exercise with treadmills and other equipment.
What's the total for the total gym?
It's 14,470 square feet.
Does it have access from the door on West Street?
It doesn't. That's an emergency egress for a different use. That's not an entrance to the PCE. The entrance is on Battery Place. There were a few comments yesterday that I'll go over. You had a question about LPC approval. Late yesterday, we submitted by email a copy of the Certificate of No Effects, which was issued by LPC in 2018 for the required interior work, and that was submitted to the board this afternoon in a hard copy. There's also a question about the timing of the DOB objection, and to clarify, the DOB objection was dated on January 31st, 2019, and the special permit application was dated March 1st, 2019, which is within the 30 days. I want to note that the community board unanimously voted to approve the application without a modification or condition in late April. And I know there were questions about.
Wait a minute, there was a condition, it was a conditional approval, wasn't it?
It was not.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, sorry, that was a cut and paste. Sorry, go ahead.
And I know there were questions about the sound attenuation measures and
Yes.
how they're depicted on the drawings. So Matt and Robert can speak to that if, in more detail.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Sorry?
It's just been approval.
Yeah, no, I cut and paste.
Good afternoon, Matt Brinza with Lifetime. I can speak to the sound attenuation measures. So we were very sensitive, as was the landlord, on our use and the mixed-use nature of the facility. We do have engineered systems in each of our group fitness classes. Throughout the facility, there is an engineered resilient floor system, which consists of several layers of sleepers and then a plywood floor above that. That is independent of any perimeter walls. Below that wood sleeper system, there is a resilient sound acoustical mat. And then along the perimeter of the walls is a foam spacer to prevent the transference of any vibrational, people jumping up and down, prevent any vibrational transfer to the structure.
What's the spacer made out of? How big is the spacer?
Around the perimeter?
Yeah.
It's about a ½ inch.
½ inch, and it's made out of neoprene, or?
Yeah, it's a foam, a dense foam material.
Okay. Do you have details on that you could give us, show us?
This is the floor detail.
Can we go back? Yeah, so here's.
You have to take
here's
Matt.
the floor- the floor-
Take the mic with you, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know it's a little, but
There we
because
go.
of the laptop and stuff, but.
Am I able to go back? Oops. Forward. Go back one more. Okay, here's our floor assembly. So there is a resilient mat below the entire assembly. And then we have these wood sleepers that run perpendicular to one another, building up that system. Between the wood sleepers, there is insulation to that. Around the perimeter here is that perimeter isolation foam, so that this floating floor is essentially floating independently from the rest of the structure and absorbing any of the vibrational criteria.
So that separation is around the columns as well?
Yes, yep. In addition to the floor system, we also have an engineered ceiling assembly, and that consists of these spring isolated hangers that hang a hard lid, 2 layers of sheetrock, which again has insulation above that. So that floor, that ceiling assembly is again separated from the structure. We have an acoustical sealant around the perimeter of that ceiling assembly. And again, the premise of that is any sound waves will be absorbed by that ceiling and prevent any transfer of sound to the structure as well. Ellen mentioned we have 138 facilities across the United States. We actually have 145, many in mixed-use buildings. And I can tell you that the sound measures we are doing here go significantly above any and beyond that we have typically engineered. In addition to the engineered systems, our operational parameters require that when we come and set up the building prior to opening, our engineers come and we commission the space and we do sound readings. We don't want transfer of sound from one room within our space to another or from our space to any adjacent tenants. So we will do sound readings and then have a max set point on the volume control that is established at that point in time and only controlled, you can only exceed that threshold at corporate. So if a group fitness instructor wants to come in and adjust the volume, they can only go down from that point. So,
Curious, just this is for other use. You say it can only be adjusted at corporate. Where's corporate and how does corporate adjust it?
sure, corporate is in Minnesota, and it's through a computer software program in which we adjust it.
Okay, so a really good case has to be made for modifying the limiter
Right,
then?
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Good, interesting. Be curious what that software is, just for our knowledge, for other uses. I have a question, though. Where is this floating floor and floating ceiling located?
So the floating floor is throughout the entire facility.
Okay.
And this ceiling assembly is in the 2 group fitness spaces. Another measure, we do not have any powered subwoofers in our space. That is atypical. Typically, especially in our standalone facilities, we do have powered subwoofers. And typically, it is that level of sound, the bass, which transmits sound. So we do not have any subwoofers in this facility.
Can you please key the details to the drawings? So, unless you've done that now on this set, because what we have here, unless it was submitted, I don't know if it was submitted. What we have here is just the details without a detail number, and then it doesn't indicate where on these drawings those hung ceilings are.
It indicates where the ceilings are, but we can clarify.
No, does it indicate where the ceilings are on the, it doesn't on the drawings we have?
On the
Have you modified
PCE drawings?
Sorry?
On the PCE application?
Yes.
Not the PowerPoint. It
Yeah, that's
should.
what I mean, what was submitted to us, the drawings that we will, so we have PCE 105, and it has detail numbers 1, 2, and 3, right?
Key those details to the.
Yeah, so we need those 1, 2s, and 3s.
Yes.
Key to the plans. In any way you do it, you could hatch the entire thing and say it's all everybody.
Absolutely. Yep.
Or it's only in those rooms. Okay.
No
that's
problem.
what we-
I believe instead of hatching the entire space, they can just add a note.
It is?
Yeah,
If it's already on there, that's one thing.
Yeah,
In the legend, the legend refers to the
Yeah.
gypsum board ceiling suspended, which is this ceiling assembly, and that's keyed to the exercise rooms.
But it says C3. Sorry, okay, hold on.
Oh,
So
I
stay
s-
stay with this, so I just have one. So I'm looking in group fitness 2, and it says C3, and then if I go to the chart, C stands for gypsum board ceiling suspended.
Right.
And 3 stands for wood, so that's the
Right.
floor. That doesn't take me to the detail on PCE 105.
If additional clarification is required, we can add that.
Yeah, so we need that. These are good details, but we need to know to
Absolutely.
what they apply. Okay. And then, what else? I think that was, what did you had a question about that? Sorry. You had a question?
No, as I just said, they can add a note, like for the detail for the flooring, saying that this detail applies to the entire space.
If it does, right.
That's what they said, I believe.
Right, but the ceiling doesn't, for example. So that
Correct.
section number, whatever number the section that is on our drawing, number 1, doesn't apply to the entire
Yes.
place. So that really needs to be broken up into two details.
Yeah, the details represent the various conditions within the space. We will add notes to tie them to show you exactly where those conditions apply.
Good.
Yes,
Okay.
fair enough.
Good. All right, and then,
Just
Go ahead.
curiosity, this proposal that you have, it's very similar to what we call a box within a box?
no.
No.
No, so what Commissioner Shonda is referring to is the spin studios we see a lot of. Those really are isolated acoustical boxes. That's a completely different thing. Those are boxes that float
entirely separate from the structure, whereas this is, you've got a standard gypsum wall, and you've got a pretty standard hung ceiling, and it's pretty typical that you have a little spacer there between the hung ceiling. That was actually one of my questions. That channel looks like it's actually touching the gyp board. So on the side, the.
You mean the angle?
Yeah, no, so the ceiling is completely independent from touching any perimeter walls. It may be a graphical thing, and if it is, we can clean it up.
Yeah. Because it looks that, it's not the hanger, it's the, what do you call them? Hat channel. The hat channel nearest that second piece of gyp board looks like it's engaging, or at least right up against the gyp board, so that would
Yeah,
translate
and
vibration.
all structure should be independent.
Right.
With acoustical sealant all the way. So graphically, we can clean that up and add a note accordingly.
Space in between. You're talking about the angle of the.
No, the hat channel, go down a little lower. So, and you know, one of the reasons that I'm
Like
saying
you're talking
this-
right over here.
Yeah, exactly. One of the reasons that I'm saying this is, so this isn't built, right?
Right.
So we had a very unfortunate situation with a PCE where they had lots of nice details like this of a floating everything. And it even had a floating floor, a concrete poured floating floor. And when it was installed, it engaged all the columns, all the walls. So the contractor did what the contractor did. So this is a word of warning that it doesn't necessarily get built the way you expect it if you're not there every minute watching them.
No, I appreciate that. We've had a recent incident where we had to come in after the fact, after we were operating, and do over $500,000 in corrective construction to resolve some of those issues, so.
Right, so there you go. That's just reality of construction in New York. I can't speak for other places, I don't know.
If you get a vibrating structure, the whatever they provide here is not gonna mitigate.
Right, that's the other thing. So that's a good point,
Yeah.
so,
If the structure's shaking,
yes.
it is what it is.
And so on that really sad story, the structure, it was a concrete building, but the structure was such that the vibration could be felt on the 6th floor.
Wow.
So who could expect that? Normally, we see second floor, right? But there was something about how that structure was engaged, hence the recommendation by our engineer, Commissioner Sheta, that you have a structural engineer look at the movement on the building before you decide that this is the right answer.
Okay.
Right? We can't speak to that, but to, you know, advance warning, because you're in a residential building with very sensitive occupants, right? Now, true, the residents don't start until the 14th floor, so you probably get off easier. Okay, thank you very much. So you'll just resubmit the drawings to make the acoustical details
Yeah, we'll
more
key the
clear?
acoustical details to the locations on
And
the
the
plan.
ADA.
And the ADA notes.
Okay.
Your mic is not on, FYI.
The ADA notes.
So, right, so, and to modify the ADA notes so they're up to date.
We will do that.
And I think that was it, right? And then if there's any correction that needs to be made about the hours of operation or the total area, I just don't know, because those were questions we asked.
We submitted a revised operational plan with the submission yesterday that corrects the hours of operation.
Okay. Okay, good. All right then. Are there any speakers on this?
No.
All right then, so let's put this on
Can we close the hearing with the understanding that the drawings will be resubmitted?
Yeah. Okay with that? Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Nobody else asked. Okay. So for a motion to close?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you. So,
Okay,
so,
How much time?
I don't know. How much time do they need? You can say
A few days.
a few days. We could put it on for next week.
It's just a decision.
Yeah. So we could put this on for next week if you can get this, you said a couple of days. That would be like Thursday night. Does that work? Oh,
Yes, it does.
Okay, so
It
please
certainly-
submit by Friday, the 25th of October for a decision on October 29th.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for the pretty slideshow.
Oh, and please submit that to the record as well.
Yes, the slideshow to the record. And bubble your changes, one set of bubble drawings, one set of clean, with a, don't forget to sign and seal, very important. And to put the
Revision date
revision
and the
date
legend.
on the drawings.
Zach
Don't forget the
knows, right?
revision date, so important.
Thank you. Item number 5, 2019-62BZ, 435 Hudson Street, Manhattan. Yeah. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Whoops, don't lose that. Ellen, is any of that stuff yours? Oh, it must be Eric's, maybe. It's probably Eric's.
Nobody.
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. I know there were a few questions from review session, and hopefully address them. The first, thanks to Chief Inspector Daly, we did get a fire department letter last night, so that should be taken care of. There was a question about the Department of Buildings objection and the date.
I think we resolved it
We
internally.
resolved it, done. And we have DOI.
Yes, what?
I mean, it was, the date fell on the weekend, right?
Yes.
No, February has only 28 days, so you extend a little bit further.
Okay, so
that's
what
why
was
the
30 days?
30 days would have been,
They said it was fine.
let's count, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so because of February, 30 days is exactly the next, or it's two beyond, I think, the next day. So the objection was dated the 21st, which means then 30 days would have been the 23rd. So I don't know if that was a weekend.
It was the 25th that it was, oh.
No, it was
no,
filed.
sorry.
It was filed the 21st, it was clocked in the 25th.
Okay,
23rd
that's
or whatever.
why, submitted the
Let's-
21st.
yes.
That, you know, in your defense, we're looking at a PCE where there's a clock-in date.
Okay,
And,
understood.
not a PCE, what did I say? A PDF, where there's a clock-in date. And so the actual submission date may be other than the clock-in date
Okay.
on the drawings. That's
Okay.
why
In any case,
Okay.
resolved. Good.
Yes, good.
Okay. There was a question, and I will actually pass this up. This is not part of the record, but this is a copy that might help clarify some things. There's a few extra. This is an elevation of the spa portion of the PCE, because I do know that there was questions about the clarity of the plans, and hopefully this will explain it a little bit, but it's the spa section that I believe causes some of the confusion, which would be, if you're looking at the plan, the cellar floor plan, bottom right, just to give some idea, the horizontal hash lines actually represent an infrared sauna that's up above, and those circles that are listed are the lights. They're like these round LED lights that they have. So the reason I provided this is just so you can see a little bit. It gives you the elevation and then the section to show the infrared portion for the spa. But that's the design elements that are being reflected in the plan.
Okay, so that's the spa part, but what about the exercise part?
So so the exercise part, which would be to the left of the plan towards Leroy Street, that seems pretty straightforward to me. I think that there are some support columns that are there, but.
Oh, okay, so the circles, the big circles.
The big circles, so on the main plan, which would be sheet A020.00, that shows the open space in the gym area, and then this one also includes the infrared lights and then the above LED lights. And then I think that there's also the separate, what do they call that plan? The A300 plan? What was the title? The fire safety plan. Those show, again, those larger circles are also LED lights, and it has additional, there's another light fixture that's there and an infrared, but.
So this thing that's called I think it says the common area,
that has all of those big circles where you're
Which
seeing
plan,
the
if
word?
you don't mind?
Sorry.
It's
It's
the first.
A20.
A20.
Why I got to A20, I don't know, but A20.
Okay, so A020. Which
So-
elements are we talking
There's
about?
the first one, the one has the entire floor plan.
So this one right here.
Yes, with all
Okay.
those notes to the site.
Yeah, so, what makes, I know that this is a convention when you're doing construction documents, but for us, it makes it complicated where you have those boxes and the occupants and all that sort of stuff. So there's an arrow that points to those big circles that are all in a row, that could be lighting, we've had.
Okay, so those circles-
Jira.
So
yeah.
those circles right there that are towards the entrance of the spa, that is just the concrete design of the floor. It's like it's like a colored floor where they have, it's a high-end spa, so they have it was described to me, it's a two-tone color, so the circles are one color, and then the rest of the space is different. So it creates a concrete floor.
So the way it's rendered, it looks like continuous obstruction in the roots, right? Because it's the
Understood,
same
right.
rendering as a sink,
Okay.
right? So that's part of it. And meanwhile, what's that
And then
thing?
the horizontal lines that are below that would be the infrared lighting, which are shown on both plans.
Right. So a lot of that stuff is extraneous. So, okay, so then that space that's called the workout area, what is that?
So the workout area, which would be to the left side of that plan,
Yeah,
it's just an open space. To give a little background on what S10 is it's not a commercial gym. This is really their only facility. They've been around 10 years, I think, maybe a little bit more. It's a very boutique personal training. They really only have like 100 members, and individuals who want to train have to arrange with one of the instructors for S10 to arrange an appointment to come over. Generally in that workout area, which is an open area, and they have weights that are set to the side, they don't really have equipment. They tend to have at maximum, I was asking the founder, and he says on the busiest day, they might have 3 people there, 3 trainers, one-on-one training with individuals. They tend to train a lot of celebrities, fashion models. That's really their clientele. So that space there is just really their open exercise space that they would have the various weights and bands and things that they use
so
for the training.
that's my actual question. Is
Okay.
this like a yoga studio where you have, say, a wood floor and mirrors around it and therefore nothing? Or I'm saying that in part because we've got egress right through it, right? And so, or is it, celebrities notwithstanding, either you're using a Stairmaster or you're not, right?
No,
Right.
like there's no ellipticals and things of that sort. It would be barbells, dumbbells, movable equipment that's stored on shelves off to the side. So it's not a case where anything would be blocking that space. It's on
we
the side.
just had that
Other than
conversation.
individuals.
So wait a second, so I am trying to understand how the egress works here, so I don't even know which is the drawing to look at for how I get into where's the front door?
So the front door is on Leroy Street, so if you go to sheet A020, actually.
That's the sheet.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Maybe they have the same number, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Shoot, okay. So it's the ground floor egress plan. Be the third sheet. They just have a small lobby on Leroy.
Okay, so
So it's just a small, tiny little lobby, 350 square feet. That's the zoning floor area.
Okay.
And you
how do
come in and it's a stair and an elevator to go down.
Okay, so that's the first thing. So that's one means of egress and access shown
Okay.
from Leroy.
Yes.
How else do I get out of this space?
I will take a look here. I believe that there's other egress means. If you look, the secondary egress, if you go back to the main plan, which is the cellar egress, and you go to the spa area, you'll see that there's a secondary dash line right there that goes out through a door that's not part of the PCE, but it's an emergency exit that goes to a stairway that would be in the center of the building, in the shaded area. So this area of the plan right here.
other
So
one.
there's hallways, there's alternate elevators and stairways within the building itself. So they have two separate,
So
the
what I
travel
really would.
distance that was added,
Yeah.
there's two separate lines. There's actually three separate lines. If you
I
look, there's
see
a
that you go, okay, how do you get out of the building? So that takes you to a staircase. Where does that staircase egress to?
that we
know.
go back to the top floor, and then at the top floor, there's two other entrances right here. So our specific dedicated gym entrance is here, but there's another lobby entrance right here for the main building, which is between the restaurant on the first floor and the hair salon studio. And then there's another entrance over here. So
Okay.
There's actually three separate ground floor exits, and the paths show from the cellar level, three different dashed lines that lead to those three. So it's actually showing three paths out of the building,
Okay,
not
so
two.
the drawings need to be revised to make this all clearer. It's a fairly mysterious, I mean, the drawings were created for another purpose, but for our purposes, they need, which I get, right? But for our purposes, they need to do the following. So the drawing that is labeled A20, yeah, O20.
The one that says cellar egress plan?
No, the one that says proposed ground floor. So
Okay.
let, you know, in other words, and they need to be renumbered, so we don't have two of the same.
Obviously, the number is an issue. Yes, we'll get that.
Right, so the proposed ground floor has to indicate clearly that there is a second means of egress coming out of that stair, whatever number stair that is, that goes directly to whatever street that is, because it's also not shown, right? I'm assuming that's a street.
Yes, that's Leroy, that's the ground floor.
I have a question. I mean, I don't know why you're showing, if I look, I'm looking at A20.
Hudson.
The A020 cellar egress plan.
Okay.
In the cellar egress plan, the one that says travel distance to stair equals to 242 feet. This is stair to, the stair.
There's three different ones. Okay, so,
Y stair, that is all the way at the end of Leroy.
okay.
Why is that stair exit in this funny way through that classroom? Why isn't it through the door from the common area? You could have it from that too.
I'm a little confused. It goes to
I
two
don't
different
know.
spots. So are you
so-
talking about this one here?
Which stair, which
So,
door?
So
That's the
in this-
entrance to the
Right, so there is
spa.
one, so there is a V-shaped kind of a.
There's a V within that workout area.
Right, I'm
It points
talking-
to two separate paths out.
Right, I'm talking about the staircase, the straight line that's going up all the way to a staircase that's tucked away in the corner of Leroy.
No, that's the main entrance staircase.
No, that's the
There's
main.
one further away.
The main
There's one
entrance is
further
in the
away.
center of the building.
Right, so that staircase, why, that exit way can also be through the main common area. There's a door right next to it. Why is it through the?
No,
Yeah, at least from the plans here, there seems to be a door.
no, I
Yeah,
don't
there
think
is
there
a
is. I
door.
think
There's
that's,
a door leading up.
So can we start over again? These
Sure.
drawings are so impossible to read that we can't figure out what it is we're doing here. So they
Okay.
need to be redone the following. Is the architect here by any chance?
No.
They need to, so please have the architect listen to this, okay? All of the extraneous things that are not related to egress need to be taken out of the exit routes. So, for example, those circles in the floor, take those things out in the common area, right? Those
Right.
horizontal lines that represent some kind of infrared thing, take those out. The only things we need to be seeing are where is there a shower, where is there a sink, if there's a tub, a fixed obstruction to the floor space needs to be shown, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is, we need to show the clear, whatever it is, 42 inches, is that our rule about egress?
3 foot wide.
3 foot wide. We need to see, so the hatching really should be focused on, or another form of hatching, because they have an area of not in scope, which I get, but there needs to be another form of hatching that takes us at 3 foot width all the way from the remote portions of the space
to the locations of egress into that egress point, okay, into the staircases. Because these other dash lines competing with different dash lines can't figure out what's going on.
No, I understand. So
right?
The core is I'm just going to have them from their AutoCAD remove a bunch of filters.
Yes,
and show
bunch
the
of
path.
filters.
And then for those 3 dash lines, the key is not only to have them at the cellar level, but also show where they exit out on the ground floor. And then also to include dimensions wherever there is a doorway or a hall.
Right.
To show that it's 3.
The other part of it is what makes it quite, so, for example, I'm trying to figure out when I arrive, what do I arrive to, right? So I get off the elevator, and then there's confusingly a stair in my way. I don't understand. So, okay, I get off the elevator when I'm coming from Leroy, and I guess I walk under a staircase, and then I'm in the thing labeled, so that's the other problem. The labeling is super confusing because we have 88 changing room box right in the middle of the room that I'm going to be talking about. So take all the room designations off out of those boxes. We don't need to know how many square feet and how many occupants in each one of those things. That's done for DOB. I understand why they produce these drawings, but it's not good for us. So instead, label the actual spaces in the spaces. Okay, keep the labels local to the space. So then I can understand, I get off the elevator, I walk underneath a staircase, which is kind of strange, but okay, I walk underneath a staircase, and I am automatically now in the workout area. Okay. And then somehow I swing back around into what I think is the reception area, the foyer.
There's not really a reception, there's like there might be like a chair to sit, but as I said, this is really an appointment.
No, I get that, but still, is there something labeled foyer or foyer? And there's this oddly shaped thing, which like a Zaha Hadid type chair or desk, or I don't know what that is. And then what happens? Then I go into the locker rooms, I guess. It's because there's so many lines, it's so hard to understand what's going on. Take out, there's like all these other kinds of dash lines that are not related to egress. Take those out. You see there's something, you see there's there's two sets of dash lines.
I understand. It's clearly a case of, I would say that it's not going to be an issue. This is a capable architect. It's just a case of an architect giving too much for the board's purposes.
Yes.
And that's fine.
Yes.
I've got plenty of examples.
And so, and because one of the concerns that I have that I think is being also expressed by Commissioner Shanda is your path of egress confusingly seems to be through the workout area where we can't control the unobstructed path, right? The 3-foot width has to be through an unobstructed path, and it looks like, based on trying to understand these drawings, you have an unobstructed path from the common area past some closets that have doors, so they're closed, presumably, out a 3-foot wide swing door that opens out in the direction of egress and takes you right to a staircase. So that's so nice. Why would you want to have one of your required means of egress going through potentially obstructed routes?
I'll clarify for them. It seems to me that there might be, I mean, they're showing 3 different paths, so I don't know if one of them can be.
One is extraneous, one is a convenience route.
Yeah, I think from the elevator one is probably not there.
That's fine, so we
Because
can
it
just have
seems like
them.
it's an open staircase, so you couldn't even call it an.
Yeah, it's probably not an actual fire egress.
I will ask them to clarify the egress. They
Yeah.
gave one too many, that's fine.
Yeah, it seems like you have 2 good ones, use those, and then show them on the ground floor
Yeah, the
how
ground
they
floor for sure.
exit to the street. Right.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay, good.
There was a question, just to clarify, there is no proposed signage at this point. At their previous location, they really didn't have any signage. I actually have a photo some here of the Lisbonard Street. It was just a blank storefront. The thought is that they may eventually just put like a small identification sign on the door, because this is
They
not
wanna be
a come
anonymous.
off the street. This is
By
make the
appointment.
appointment and you come in. So that's the goal behind it. The other thing I would just say to that is M15 has
Lot of
massive
signage.
signage. I don't think they could use all that square footage if they wanted to. And with respect to noise abatement, there was, it's the additional plan, they did show a section showing what is currently proposed. Again, since this is not a traditional commercial gym, they really only have 2 speakers that they use for music. There are these Sonos Play speakers, and they're shown here. There's a section of the gym to show that there's going to be one at one each side. And they are installing rubber matting, which is similar to what they use at their other facility, the previous facility. And then the ceiling above is, I think it was like I can't read it exactly, but like 6-inch concrete, because I guess this was an old warehouse type building. And per the architect, based on the limited number of parties that they have there, the fact that they don't use like Olympic weights, and the fact that they have limited music, and the fact that above them is a commercial uses, they think that this is what they're proposing for the noise abatement. It's comparable, and they're not expecting any issues.
So to just go back to that annoying, confusing plan.
Sure.
There's also this stippled area that has the arrow workout area in it. Is it that the workout area is only in the stippled portion? What does that mean?
If you could reference me to the plan again?
So it's again.
It's the cellar
The
egress
cellar
plan?
egress plan?
Okay.
And
then
if
the
you go to
workout
the
area?
workout area, there's this long, between the columns, stippled rectangle that goes from, maybe you're not seeing it on your drawing, that
Am-
goes from the staircase in the corner from Leroy down to Hudson.
I do not see any stippling on my plan.
So you know what I mean by stippling, there's little dots.
Sure, and I don't see little dots, so.
So you
I
don't see
know if
little
it's a-
dots. Okay, so there's this funny rectangle that's showing up.
So
Don't know
you're
what.
talking this area right here?
Yeah, so you don't, it doesn't show, and it's not, maybe it is. I can't tell whether it's printing on yours, but there seems to be something that's designating, something goes on special between those 2 columns, all the way from Hudson up to the staircase. So,
All right, I'll have to take a look at the PDF. I don't see anything
you
on this.
want to
So-
see what I mean?
A300 also calls out the unstippled area as gym floor area.
So A300,
It just points to.
oh, so I see the gym floor area. I think that just points to that square or rectangle as being where the activity is, where the floor matting is.
So the
So I
other-
see gym floor area, so that gym floor area is also on the cellar?
It indicates the other rectangle on the egress path.
It's just far too much stuff. All right,
How's
it's
this?
just more stuff to take out.
I'll make a note to
Okay.
take a look at that. I think it's much simpler than it might seem at this point. It's just a matter of removing those
Yeah.
filters. So
Okay.
I will make a note, stippled in workout. And we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, there's also rings on the plan of the cellar space and all that junk, all of it.
I will
out.
have them remove all the lights and.
Yes.
I think really what it comes down to is that they're trying to design a really nice,
Yeah.
fancy, high-end spa.
Right.
And we don't need it for.
And I see, they gave us mechanical drawings, sprinkler drawings, everything, all the layers of all those things, all on one plan.
Sure.
Okay.
No, understood. So that's no problem. And the only other thing I would say is that we'll submit a revised BZ form when we submit the new plans, because it is only in an M15 district, and I just noticed that the BZ form says M15, M6. It is not
Yeah.
M6, it's all in M15.
Right,
There is a
correct.
portion of the lot that is in that section.
5 feet.
Yeah, but the PCE itself is not in that zoning
Right.
district. So we will change the
Correct
BZ
that.
form
Okay, good.
simply.
Submission date?
Yes, what's the submission date, says she. Can we move?
How's
Are
it?
there any speakers on this? Did I ask already?
No, there's no speakers,
Okay.
right?
I will be able to change that BZ form very quickly, but I don't know about the plans.
No.
This architect tends to be very responsive.
Yeah, but you
I
gotta give him
believe
a
that they could get it done by Friday.
Really? I don't want to then postpone and then you didn't.
Okay,
do,
that's
et
fine. I
cetera.
mean,
Yeah.
maybe the first hearing in November, I don't know what the schedule is. But I mean, those plan changes, I think, would actually be very quick relatively. They've been very responsive throughout this process. So if we want to do a little buffer, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Please submit on October 30th for a continued hearing on November 19th.
So, and when you submit, can you please give us a cover letter that says exactly what was changed on the drawings? I don't want to say bubble because it would mean the whole drawing would be bubbled, but just explain exactly what was changed and, for instance, a clear route of egress was shown, et cetera. It reminds us what it is we're looking for.
Yeah, that's no problem. So, all right, October 30th should be, that's next Monday. Yeah, not a problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get rid of Elise before we do?
Yeah.
Okay. Second call, item 13292BZ, Amboy Road. 3948 Amboy Road, Staten Island. Let's go, Elise, let's go, Elise. No, you already sworn, and don't worry about it. Remember, you're still under oath.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Is it raining outside?
Yep.
Hence the plastic bag.
And it's picking up.
Spitzing inside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a bubbled set and a not bubbled set. And so it will go to the first plan set you have in that. The second is the non-bubbled set, and you go to 3 of 6.
Let it go.
What?
She put the date as 10/22, and then she put revision below it instead of putting above, because it looks like the other dates are revised.
It's okay, as long as the
let it
last
go.
number you see is
Let it go.
last.
Has one of the right dates somewhere on it.
It's cool.
So they changed fencing, the trees, they put a new site.
Sorry, tell us.
Okay.
On
New
8 foot
003.
high
Fence.
wrought iron fence with black fabric.
Yeah, that's what you saw, the picture
Okay.
this morning.
New site trees and parking, those are old bubbles, right? No.
I think he put them because we talked about landscaping being fixed, so that's why that was put like that. And then we put the trash enclosure with 3 dumpsters instead of 4.
Okay, good.
And you can see
And
the
dumpster.
on the left-hand side, it says dumpster enclosed, and then you can see the 3 boxes, and that's for the 3 dumpsters, to make it a smaller dumpster area. And I'm not sure why he outlined no outdoor events to be held in parking lot area, but I'm sure that's just.
Neighbors upset about
Yeah, but
outdoor
I'm-
events.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not sure why he bubbled that now, but that's only a good thing.
Oh, maybe because he had a recent conversation with a neighbor and he wanted to underscore. Okay, all right. Everybody okay with that? Okay then, so.
Motion to close.
Best of luck getting through the horrible sewer story. Okay. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. The condition is that pursuant to fire department, the fire alarm system be filed and installed and comply with all fire department regulations. that all of that the fencing and landscaping be installed, and the dumpster enclosure be installed according to plans, that I think we said and the parking area be resurfaced, and that the place, of course, be maintained graffiti-free and maintaining all of those improvements. And what else? Did I leave anything out? Anybody? Okay, I think that's it. What? So an extension, this is an extension of time to obtain a CO, right? So 2 years, 3 years, what do we normally do? What do we normally do?
I think the standard is, I was going to say 4, but given this.
Because the sewer stuff, yeah, 4 makes sense.
Is that
4, and so I would just want to underscore, the fire department is very concerned because there is a banquet hall here, and so it's very much dependent on their compliance with the installation of the fire alarm system.
Right, because they have use in the cellar.
So,
Do you want to put
I
timing
don't,
on that?
yeah, sorry?
Timing on the fire alarm system?
Yeah, I would say a timing on the fire alarm being installed, because this idea of 4 years out and then there's still no fire alarm. So the fire alarm system has to be installed in 6 months? 6 months? Okay.
Just saying our extension of time is till 2020.
Extension of time.
Term.
of-
I meant to say term.
Well, this is an extension of time to obtain a CO.
Yeah, but I'm saying the term is in 20.
Oh, okay. But so the time to obtain a CO could be longer, but the time to install the fire alarm is only 6 months. And so that could, not doing that could end up in the revocation of the approval, right? Okay, we'll make that clear so fire department can gauge it and your client knows that he really has to do the work. Okay. Are we okay with that? Come, Chair? Okay. All right then, and so a motion to grant on that condition.
Oh, sorry. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise. Item number 6, 2019-25BZ, 40-48 Commercial Street, Brooklyn. Come forth and ye shall be heard. No, it's this one, the swearing sheet. Yeah, but everybody has to be sworn in. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, no. Okay. Where I can see it. Thank you. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know what's, uh-oh, never a good sign.
Those 2 dreaded words, good evening. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Chair, Commissioners, the application is for 40-48 Commercial Street. We had a representative at the executive session yesterday. The applicant team has extremely thoroughly discussed the board's comments from yesterday. And so after the briefest recitation of the facts, given the lateness of the hour, we basically understand that certain modifications need to be made to the proposal before the board. We understand that additional information is needed, particularly to issues such as remediation and the costs connected thereto that may be claimed as a hardship. So I think basically what our goal is, and hopefully we share this with the board, is to develop a framework going forward for exactly the additional information that can be given to the board and that the board needs to make a decision with regards to the variance. And I think that there's certain additional information which, having benefited from the comments yesterday, that we can give to the board today, which will help develop a better understanding of where we sit, particularly with regards to remediation. I know that we have an existing RAP that is not a remedial action plan that has not been signed off yet, but has been vetted at OER, which is missing certain information regarding dewatering, but which has, for all intents and
purposes, it contains a scope, and so we're working with them to move forward on an accepted RAP so that we can submit that to the board and kind of solidify our discussion with regards to the actual remediation required at the site. Very briefly, the site here is, as has been noted by the board, is a triangle, is a 5,200 square foot lot located in Brooklyn Community District 1. The applicant here is seeking waivers of residential floor area, density, setback, and parking within this mixed-use district, M12 R6 district. I know that the board has discussed layout decisions that were made by the applicant. I think that the architect, the project architect, is able to discuss some of the parameters which the building was required to observe with regards to the triangular lot and what that meant to site design, layout, as well as the decision as Commissioner Shonda noted with regards to the 20-foot tall ground floor. There were reasons why that was chosen because of the nature of the support as well as the mechanicals that are used at the site. I think what I would note is that most of the comments that we looked at from the executive session fall in one of three categories. The first one is architectural, in that the board asked for certain modifications to be made to site design, which are not only make sense, but also are completely in line with prior cases of the board. I think that if we took a little bit of a harder look at density here, at the parking layout, et cetera, that we probably can come up with some scenarios which may involve a lesser variance than what we requested from the board. I think the second aspect is bears on feasibility, and I know that there were certain questions regarding the comparables used, as well as the commercial return, and so Barbara Cohen's available to discuss that. And then I think importantly, because this involves the most technical aspect of the application and goes to Commissioner Shetta's comments, we have both environmental engineers and consultants here who can better address some of the issues, particularly around dewatering. I note that this was a major issue considering the cost claimed, and so we're prepared to really drill down, no pun intended, on the dewatering issue and to discuss exactly the levels of water that are proposed to be removed from the site, the measures that are involved in remediating the site and removing that water from the site, as well as why that exists as special costs over what might be considered for a standard uncontaminated site. So with the at the chair's discretion, I would be happy to have Victor Folletti, who's the project architect, come up and discuss a little bit about the site design with regards to the triangular lot, as well as Barbara Cohen, who would kind of discuss some of the financial implications.
What I'd rather do, because I'm not sure what you mean by site design.
Please.
What we're trying to do here is get past the A.
Fine.
Right? So one claim on your A finding was that the triangular lot presents a design difficulty, and none of us are finding that the triangular lot presents a design difficulty. If you want to speak to that, I suppose you could, but.
I think that's what we would start with. We would start with that, and obviously there's several aspects that we're claiming with regards to site difficulty and our ability to move forward with an as-of-right design, but I think Victor can come and discuss some of those site design aspects, and I think Barbara, if you came up as well to supplement that, that would be helpful.
Good evening, Victor Folletti. Some of the challenges of the site, along with it being triangular, being a very narrow triangle, it made a portion of the site very difficult to develop the building within, obviously the most narrow portion. When we started the design, we tried to focus the majority of the building into the obvious widest portion of the site. That created the egress stairs along the lot line, and we pretty much worked from there out as far as we could into that narrow triangle without exceeding egress requirements and without compromising the size of any of the rooms.
So when you talk about this, are you talking about the as-of-right drawings or your proposed drawings?
My proposed drawing.
So let's talk about the as-of-right drawings, because
Sure.
that's actually where we start,
Sure, sure.
okay?
Okay. It's similar in the challenge. The as-of-right drawing did show, again, all of the bulk of the development into the largest part of the property, and without exceeding floor area and without exceeding the travel distance of egress, and without compromising the size of the rooms, we developed the project in that widest portion of the site.
But you didn't develop it in the widest portion the same way as you did for the proposed.
No.
In the proposed, you pull forward a lot more. Like in the as-of-right, you're set back from your apex almost 100 feet.
Okay.
In fact, more than 100 feet, because it kind of zigs, right? Significantly more than 100 feet. So it zigs, and at one point, you're 115 feet back from the point, from the apex.
Okay.
In the proposed, you're setting back
75 feet.
105 feet.
no, so you're setting back 63 and 12, 75 feet to the first, to the...
Along clay.
Along clay. And because, again, you're choosing to zig, you're zigging, whatever that total is, I don't know.
Understood.
So I don't understand why the second floor is different between the proposed and the as-of-right, if the as-of-right is so constricted.
Understood. I can look into that and see if some of the massing can be extended onto that lower floor.
So, but all of this by way of saying, for instance, the layout in your proposed on the second floor, pretty nice. And it's not requiring any waivers at the second floor. And it's not requiring any waivers until the fifth floor, right, which is where your first setback floor is.
Correct.
And in the proposed, you could make if you're making the argument that you have to give a portion of the rooftop or commercial space, so that's why unit is set up. But in the as-of-right, you're not even using the rooftop or commercial space, so you have a lot more space to play around to build up the residential floor above the first floor.
On the as-of-right, understood.
I mean, you don't need to give up anything for the commercial space. These are design choices, right? That could be a common area or something. But I think the point is that the layout on the as-of-right is actually quite nice. The apartments are nice. And so then what's the problem about the site? You know, when we talk about narrow triangles, sometimes they neck down so quickly that there's very little width in the base of the triangle, right?
Correct.
So, or maybe that's the height, no, that's the base. So.
I understand.
Right. So in this case, you don't really have that because you have a significant width at the sort of the fat part of the triangle. So it's allowing you to lay out perfectly nice units without breaking any zoning rules.
Understood.
Right?
Yeah, I was just explaining how building on this site, as opposed to a typical 50 by 100 rectangular lot, this is more challenging, and there are some hardships that you can't just cover the entire lot and do everything at 90 degrees.
But you're getting all your floor area in there.
Understood.
So you don't need to cover your entire lot. You never, by the way, cover your entire lot, no matter what kind of a lot it is, because you have yard conditions and setback conditions and all of that. Here you are, that's the other thing is, this is a 144-foot long lot, right?
Yes.
I didn't check what the yard regulations are for this, but only 100 feet of it is within 100 feet of a corner.
Bless you.
So the rest of it, the other 44 feet is a through lot?
Less than 125 feet, the through lot. So you're asking about whether there's a rear yard equivalent required? Only if the lot exceeded 125 feet in depth.
In depth, okay.
Correct.
All right, so okay. All right, so you didn't even need, so that's really good, right? So you didn't need to provide the through lot, the rear yard equivalent.
No side yard, no front yard.
No side yard, no front yard. So somebody else, side yard, front yard, rear yards, so they also can't cover the entirety of the lot. So what's so bad about this site? Not to mention, fantastic exposure, 3 exposures instead of 2.
And this zoning district doesn't even have a lot coverage requirement.
No lot coverage requirement. So, and, you know, I personally get the idea that you want to be tall and that's better, there's more value at the top, but there's nothing about the regulations that prevent you from making just we talked about this yesterday, a 1-story base that's commercial with your parking, and then creating, you know, a little sort of pseudo tower that rises above it that has a very small floor plate and just goes straight up, because basically you just sit back the 15 feet all the way and you go straight up and you get to take advantage of that really cool provision that allows an extra 4 floors if you make a wedding cake on the top. And so you could be pretty tall. What's the maximum? The height is, I forget the maximum height now.
Maximum height, I think, is 120.
110 maximum height plus 40 feet. So 150 feet for the top 4 floors. If it's a wedding cake, 80% of the floor below.
Base height of 60 foot.
Yeah. So if you wanted to create your little mini tower, you could do that. That's a 15-story mini tower. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, if they do so, it's gonna be much easier to manage, to steer the architectural design, because they can avoid the sharp angles, if any at all.
There aren't any sharp angles that
Yes, I'm saying if any. They have some angles right now.
Yeah, just on the first
But even
floor.
if you shrink the area of that tower, it's gonna be much easier to deal with it
Right.
from the architectural perspective.
Right. So actually, you get a pretty nice project.
Seems like you have a lot of options here.
So you're saying in the proposed bulk, to achieve the same bulk of building, to compress more of the floor area on that second floor, on that lower floor?
No,
The
as of right.
On the as of right.
We're just talking, and we left out that you didn't take advantage of, this is an inclusionary housing area where you can increase the amount of floor area by either providing affordable housing on site or buying inclusionary housing credits from an off-site.
Actually preserving.
Well, there's preserving. No, but I mean buying credits that are available in the marketplace.
This is when the inclusionary zoning text was revised from the previous old version where you could buy inclusionary zoning certificates. Here, you either have to provide it on-site or you have to preserve it.
No, but when you buy it, when you preserve it, someone else is doing the preserving, you're not.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a technicality.
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter. You can buy from somebody else who's doing the preserving and move it onto this site. They don't expect you to own 2 pieces of property and preserve, right? So either you provide affordable housing on site or you do it off site, and you can increase your floor area to 2.43, I think.
Yes.
So actually, you get a little bit of a bump that's also not being exploited here. So,
We are challenged a little with parking, so if we do go to the higher FAR, it may trigger additional parking.
No, but if you're providing residential, if you're providing affordable units.
Those units do not.
Those units would not trigger parking
I
requirements.
understand, but
So-
the additional FAR beyond the affordable.
But the additional,
Not if they're
that would be
affordable.
affordable.
They don't trigger if they're affordable, right? So those are more like developer decisions, but
We
from
can
an
definitely look
architectural
into that.
perspective, you could do that. So all this by way of saying the first argument, which is not you making the argument, it's your sort of co-consultant the first argument about the site posing a hardship, it may be a unique site, you know, there are not that many triangles.
Right.
But the triangle has to actually pose a hardship. And so basically, I see it as posing benefits. It's a three-sided site, super rare, great to have so many exposures, and I don't see the configuration of the building.
It's not impacting your architecture in a negative way.
Right.
It may be that the zoning and the amount of FAR is impacting what you can get for your apartments because it's impacting the height you can get on your building with
Right.
the idea that the higher you are, the more expensive your
Correct.
apartments are. But it's not impacting the design. So the triangle is really not, it's not leading to the compromised design. The zoning is leading to the fact that you have a limited amount of FAR to play around with.
And I think if I just were to take the proposed floor area, the first, ground floor, first and second two floors, and the third floor, you would almost use up your base floor FAR. And you're dealing with a four-story building, your construction cost would be a lot less. And,
Yeah, that footprint, getting away from that egress stair, working further into that triangle, you know, would exceed the maximum travel distance. It might trigger another stair for egress.
No, I'm using the same proposed floor plan that you have.
Right.
I'm just saying, if you take the first floor, second floor,
The
and
way I have
third
it.
floor, where you have it as
Okay,
a
I
proposed, because you're not requiring any setbacks for the second floor or for the third floor.
Right.
And the fourth floor, if you set it back a little bit, you may get 4 and 5 floors. But at the end, what I'm saying, you'll have a lesser number of floors, your construction cost will come down, and you're still going to get very nice unit layouts, and you'll still maintain what you're proposing in terms of the the means of egress. It will be in that same corridor. So basically, second floor, your total zoning floor area, second floor total zoning floor area in the proposed is 2,880.
Right.
Third floor is also 2,880. Both of those are as of right floor area in the proposed.
Correct.
You use that. Excuse me. And you have, you still can pack in the remaining remaining floor area on 2 floors, or if you want to earn a little bit more revenue, you can create 2 and 2 small ones with duplex and whatever it is in your as of right, and you're still within that same fire egress, envelope, length, all of that. So that's why I'm saying, fill out the base
We could
as
take a
you're
look at
doing
that.
with the proposed, and see how much after that you're not able to do.
Sure.
Right. No, but you don't need to take a look at that, is sort of the point.
Right.
The point is that you can use up all of sometimes the unique physical conditions about a site prevent you from using much floor area at all on your site. We actually had, not too long, well, a few years ago already, a triangle where the only thing that could be built on that site was like a park bench, because the regulations were so strict that there was nothing to be built. The drawings showed like this teeny little thing that would just be, not even a newsstand, right? That was a case where the owner was prevented from realizing basically any return other than having a parking lot, right? So that it was entitled to a variance then, right? But here, the drawings, very well done, by the way, show a nice use of all of the floor area on a lot with totally reasonable apartments. And then we've already discussed that it could also be designed in lots of different ways. So I think Commissioner Shanda's point that you could copy the first through fourth floor of the proposed and have that be the as of right, and use up all the floor area, add a little bit more from your inclusionary housing credits, and you'd be done. And so that's that, in terms of the unique physical condition related to shape. So then I think we move directly to contamination if, right? Okay?
Barbara Cohen, real estate and planning consultant. I would just add, as far as shape and its relationship and impact on, not only design to some extent, but certainly costs and so on, that it does matter. In this case, I think it's also very important not to overlook the fact that parking cannot be put in the cellar due to the shape of the site and its inability to create the turning radiuses that are required to have it in the cellar, and that now you're putting it on the first floor, which takes up what is valuable ground floor space. So that in itself right there does influence how
Well,
the
actually,
values, but
if we go to that point, which was a comment we had yesterday, the ground floor of the proposed is actually a really nice ground floor with a drive-through for the parking. And it shows three parking spaces with this very nice drive-through. The the as-of-right shows this kind of useless, overly large parking area for the required amount of parking spaces. If instead the proposed floor plan were used, you could get all the required parking with a drive-through. So you drive through, you pull into the
No,
spaces, and then there's still
understand
room for commercial floor area that exceeds the amount of commercial floor area shown in the as-of-right. So it's not apples to apples, and besides, the drive-through is a really nice solution because it takes you right to your front door, and assuming that DOT is okay with the distance of the curb cuts, it's right to your front door. So, yeah, so I'm not
Well, it's
really
still-
buying
it's
that
still
argument.
fucking I lost it. What I was going to say. Well, look, I think it's, the architect can certainly revisit the as-of-right. We'll see what gives and what is produced, and we'll see, what the units actually look like and so on. And then I can, for me, as far as my report, certainly go back to the residential stack plan and see what, what it should represent. I think certainly as far, I know what I was going to say. As far as quantifying in terms of construction costs, what the impact of an irregular site like this on construction, we very often do what the hypothetical rectangular site cost is and design for an as-of-right, and the as-of-right, the best it can be with the, the actual, so that the differential is what reflects the premium cost of building the hypothetical, right, compared to the.
Right, but you're not
so-
citing a lot of the reasons that people cite in order to get to that analysis. Your statement was that your triangle was impacting the design because it was contracting the floor plates, which were taken up by core and elevator core and circulation space. That was your argument there about the, about the shape.
Right, but.
So, but that would be the same on any small site, whether it's a rectangle or not.
Right.
The
I
core
know
takes
what
up a
you're
lot
saying. I think
of
that's
it.
one, I think there's always two factors. One is the play out in terms of design and its impact, which can be to a great degree, it could be a lesser degree. But certainly in terms of construction costs, there's always an impact in irregular shape. There are studies upon studies about.
You have to articulate that.
No,
That
and
wasn't
that's what I'm
addressed
saying.
in your papers at all.
No, okay, well, everyone does their little part, but all I'm saying here is that that has to be done, I think, in order to quantify the premium cost in construction costs when you develop on a regular shaped site like this, and it absolutely has to be done. And so what I'm saying is that the method that we've used in the past to see what that differential is, I think needs to be done in order to actually see that differential. And if it doesn't, there's no differential, then yeah, we can all state that it's,
All right, true, and that's understood,
That's all. I think
but
that's-
when you do that analysis, you should also take into account the benefits of having
Right.
such great exposure, and that should be reflected in your rental
No,
rates,
every
which
part has
need
to be
be
played
bumped
out.
up quite a bit.
I agree that every part has to be played out in order, so the whole analysis is done.
But I would-
It was disturbing, I guess, for me to hear this, idea that there's no hardship that arises from this severe triangle site in any which way, shape, or form, and I know that is just not true. I do think that there's more to spell out in order to identify a premium cost in terms of construction. Design, I'm certainly happy to go back and look at the stack that you thought was inconsistent in terms of pricing and so forth, and to see what the method to my madness was on that.
I know, I understand, but I don't know if you're understanding the fact that we're not convinced by your first prong of A. We're not. So we don't even get really to B yet until you have articulated enough of a reason why this triangular shape is negatively impacting this project. I don't see it. It hasn't been articulated based on what
I'm
was
saying it
written about.
hasn't been, I think it should, in terms of construction costs, and I think, but.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have seen similar analysis to what you're talking about before. And I'm keen that we're not gonna be wasting time here. Can you give me like 3 construction cost items that are gonna be impacted by the shape? Like, say, excavation, concrete,
I think certainly.
drywall.
Again,
Give me
I'm not-
3 cost items.
Got it. Well, certainly.
No, but
have the-
I actually can't think.
Facade area
Only
ratio, it's
facade,
not, it's a
that's
custom, it's a
And-
custom building.
But wait a second,
I mean,
Because it's
there's
got
ways.
three sides of exposure.
Right? It actually,
But in terms of construction and materials, it's not like you're
But
pulling
you're
off the
paying for
shelf,
something.
right?
Yeah, but the
Right,
material is
There's a lot of
material.
You're
waste.
certainly getting a benefit from it. You are paying more, let's assume that you are paying more.
Well,
You are paying more, but you are getting something for that. And that might be a benefit, that I'm exactly weighing it out. I might think, I don't know yet, because I haven't seen your numbers, but I think it's probably the benefit exceeds the detriment.
I don't want to design on the
Can I make a
fly.
suggestion?
okay.
So, obviously-
All right, okay.
so-
So I just want to clarify also, because this is as you say, a custom design. The architect has taken design approach, that there's lots of zigs and zags on the building. That's something that you do to enliven the building, right? So you can't say, oh, there's more surface area because I'm enlivening the building. Instead, we'd have to look at like a dumb solution to this site and say, on that dumb solution, arguably there's more surface area, but then on the other hand, look at that, I've got exposures of everybody that's so far out, and so that's worth way more, and they'll probably cancel each other out, and I don't want this to be one of those hearings, one of those cases that goes on for 10 hearings.
Chair,
and then
we promise
deny,
it's not, I mean,
right?
we're at a first hearing, and
Right.
actually, to be clear, with regards, thank you, to be clear, paper cut, to be clear, the issue with the executive session wasn't necessarily with the A finding, it was basically A as it relates to B. So there is uniqueness here, I mean, the triangle's a unique condition.
But in the A finding itself,
Yeah.
it says unique condition that causes a hardship.
Well, no, the B is that.
No,
and
don't go
on
to the
account
B.
of such.
Don't go to B yet.
Okay, well, so I think my point is this. We have an opportunity, based upon the board's comments, to take a look at the as-of-right design and see whether or not an as-of-right design in accordance with this works or not, as
We
well.
already said it worked.
But we've talked about issues with regards to the ground floor and the number of parking spaces
You get
and the
the
number of parking
required
spaces.
parking.
Get your request, start with as of right.
The as-of-right parking spaces account for 6 spaces.
Yes, that
which-
covers all of the required floor
But the
area.
proposed layout, which was discussed, only has 3 spaces in it.
But then you're making the situation worse. If your as-of-right is working and meeting all the requirements, and you're, in the proposed, you're asking for more floor area and providing less parking, that's not the fault of the
Our
site.
as-of-right now results in a negative return of over 16%.
Now you're
So
going to the B.
I understand. So let us just have the opportunity. We haven't gone to 6 or 7 hearings. We haven't been here for a year. We're here
No.
just once. So
Okay.
allow us to go back.
So here's the thing.
Yes.
Because I don't want to spin wheels.
Neither do we.
All of us are in agreement that you don't have a shape case.
Okay.
I just want to say that straight out. You do not have a case for the shape of the site. We find, I'm going to say it, we find as a collective, I'm hearing every single person agree, every single commissioner agree, that the as-of-right building is a perfectly workable building that uses up all the floor area, which doesn't always happen. You know, that's a yay, because a lot of sites don't get to use up all their floor area. That provides the required parking and is an as-of-right, totally as-of-right building that needs no waivers of any kind, right? And so we're done with the subject of the shape. We're just done with that.
I
So
think
want you to
that's,
move.
Chair, I think that that's premature.
No,
I think
it
that
isn't
giving us the,
excuse me, sir.
saying that there's an inability of us to come back to the board and discuss that.
Mr. LaBelle,
Yes,
stop. I'm
please.
trying to save you
Of
a lot of
course.
time and money, and your client a lot
Of
of
course.
time and money, and not spin wheels unnecessarily.
want to.
We've already come to the decision that the shape is not a hardship, because we see a perfectly workable as-of-right project. So your only hardship is to potentially establish that there is a problem with the contamination. And then, so I think we need to move on to that
That's
subject.
fine. We'd be happy to.
I do not want to spend
I
any
have
more
one
time on the
question,
shape.
Chair. I have one question.
Yes.
Barbara Cohn introduced the fact that we did not look at potential differences between an as-of-right rectangular site and the differences that would be caused in construction due to our unique shape. The question is whether or not we'd be able to play that
I
out.
don't think it's going to be very convincing. You can use that argument where you have a shape that's constricting your apartments to the
Right.
degree that they're not marketable. So if you had a shape where you were forced to have your apartment in that apex, and then you could say, I've got sharp angles and who the heck wants that? Then you could talk about, and on top of that, I have to add this extra facade cost or whatever.
Okay.
And I get subpar
Standards,
units
yeah.
in exchange
I
for
think
that,
we're
but you
also,
don't have that.
but I think
You've
we're
got
just talking about the
great
fact of construction itself and whether or not we'd be able to introduce evidence in that regard.
I wouldn't go
I
there.
don't find it convincing. I
Okay.
think you should stick with the one thing you may have going for you, which is your cleanup cost.
Okay.
We're not asking for such analysis, and just remember this, at the end, you don't want to say that we wasted your time.
Absolutely not. I don't think
Okay,
that.
so
I
let's
think
move
we're-
on to the
absolutely.
contamination
Okay.
question.
Amanda Ionati on behalf of the applicant. There were some questions about status at OER. So I can submit this formally, but I have some things to hand out. I have a copy of the application to the voluntary cleanup program, and you have the RAP that's filed with OER. There was an application made to OER. It was accepted. The RAP is under review, and that's the status where it is right now. I also have to hand out this public notice for the comment period for the RAP, just to show that it is in their program and pending. So I have those two here, application and notice. We also have a voluntary cleanup agreement drafted with OER. It was signed by the applicant and owner. The copy I have here was not signed by OER, and that is because they were waiting on a dewatering plan. And that's where there's a bit of a snag in the process. So they have the RAP, OER has the RAP, it's under review, and it has unofficial sign-off. But they wanted to see a dewatering plan before they would approve the RAP. We were waiting to see if when this process would conclude, so they had a final foundation plan to give the dewatering and finalize the dewatering plan. So instead, we're going to go ahead and do the dewatering plan and give it to OER so they can finalize the RAP, or request that they finalize the RAP without the dewatering plan. So this is the RAP that was submitted to the record. This is the RAP that OER has on file with, again, unofficial sign-off pending either we give them a dewatering plan or they approve the RAP without the dewatering plan.
Okay, but you don't know whether you've been accepted into this voluntary cleanup program?
It is.
How do we know that?
I asked if there was some sort of acceptance in writing, and I'm not aware that they give such a thing. Here's the voluntary cleanup agreement. I would assume that is acceptance.
But it's not
So we're-
signed by them, right?
Right, so that's because of the missing dewatering plan. They signed it since then, as of today. So we're re-executing the voluntary.
Who signed? Who's they?
OER. OER signed it as of today. So I have a, okay.
Yes,
Come on,
please,
come on.
please.
Do you have a time frame for when they're gonna, like, approve this?
Yeah, let me clarify. okay?
State your name, please.
My name is Paul Stewart. I'm with Advanced Cleanup Technologies. I'm a qualified environmental professional. Thanks. And I've been working with DEP and OER on E-designated properties since about 2005. So I know the top officials at OER, and we just spoke with them this afternoon, as a matter of fact, to get an update for you on where the project is. So you're familiar with OER, and they're an offshoot of DEP, and they deal with E-designated properties as well as restricted declarations. This property, like a lot of that you've seen, are E-designated for hazardous materials.
Right.
So they have to go through the Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 process, which you're now looking at here. This property is different than most OER E-designated properties because it's also been designated as a P site by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation under the Superfund regulations. The reason for that is because, and this occurred at the latest in August of this year, but I was under the impression a year or two ago when we were doing our remedial investigation that OER indicated DEC was going to designate it as a P site. That means it is a potential risk that hasn't been fully investigated. And the reason for it is not because of what occurred at the site itself, but because of the Newhart Superfund site due east, directly east of the subject property.
The 49 site?
Actually, the opposite of the shoreline, which I believe, let me just check. Sorry.
Are you talking about the 49 Dew Point site?
Right, right. So
Site is what, 49 what?
49 Dew Point site.
What's the block and lot?
good question.
This is along the shoreline of
No,
Newton Street?
No, it's
just
actually
upgrading the
south
shoreline.
of the,
So the subject property on Commercial and Clay is just down gradient of it. It's from the water, okay?
To be discussed.
So it's on the opposite side of Clay Street. The subject property is on the north side of Clay Street. The Newhart facility is due south. Correct. I believe it's on Clay Street, I believe. Yes. Now, that site has, as chemicals of concern, chlorinated solvents such as trichloroethene, as well as phthalates. And it's believed that there's a DNAPL plume under the Newhart facility, which means that it's a source of chlorinated solvents in groundwater to all down gradient locations. We had heard through rumor that DEC had inquired about performing investigations at the subject property in the past decade or two, and that never came to fruition for whatever reason.
What,
Since-
sorry, the investigations were never done? Is that what you mean?
When we got involved in the site, I believe in 2018, we performed the remedial investigation according to OER specifications. 6 borings, 3 temporary wells, 3 soil vapor samples.
you're talking about the Commercial Street site, right?
Yes. And we performed that according to OER specs, and we prepared it as a remedial investigation report before even approaching them for the E designation. They actually prefer us doing that, so they get a heads up and speeds things along. They since accepted the remedial investigation report without change and asked us to prepare a remedial action work plan. This was based upon preliminary building plans that the developer had submitted to us, which OER accepted pending their ability to review final plans. They asked us for the remedial action work plan, assuming the property was going to be in the voluntary cleanup program. We submitted the application for the voluntary cleanup program. They accepted it, forwarded to us a draft voluntary cleanup program agreement, which we executed and sent back to them. Now, where that ended up is because the site is a P-designated site, they accepted everything we submitted to satisfy OER requirements. But now the state has indicated that they want to issue their own comments, which may include additional investigations of the subject property for potential designation for risk to occupants, neighborhoods, and so on.
Because of the adjacency to that.
Exactly.
49.
That's the entire driving force between the states.
By the way, are you stating that 49 side is up gradient or down gradient of your side?
If I can show you.
I have the location here.
Okay.
Am I getting it right?
Let me just make sure. Yes. So.
Where's the new?
It's about to the south of that.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. So groundwater is tidally influenced in this area. It's within a quarter mile of the shore.
Sorry, can you, just a second.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So this is our side,
Yes.
commercial, and this is the
Right.
other side. It's to
Right.
the south.
To the
So
south.
this is just a sampling diagram, and notice that here's Clay Street. This is the triangular site, and the new heart is right here, with groundwater flowing towards the, groundwater flowing towards the coast and back. So there's tidal influence.
That
and-
depends on the flow of groundwater.
Yeah,
Go
this
ahead.
is not what was described in the remedial investigation work report conclusion. In the report, it did mention that the flow of the groundwater at your side is going to the east.
Well, it said it was a northwesterly flow and was migrating northwest, which would go right into us.
No, I'm talking about the groundwater.
Good question. Our investigation did not determine groundwater flow specifically under the property. But the regional flow indicates to the coast, obviously it's within 500 feet.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. In your report, in the report by ACT, page 10, the remedial investigation report, item number 3, it says this: groundwater flow is generally from east to west. I'm sorry, yes, I apologize. It's east to west, not to the east. It's east to west, but it's not north-south. So it's not related to the property on the south. So how come you're saying that your property is that, if the groundwater flow is from south to north, which I would say more logic because of the seepage line from the groundwater aquifer to the creek. If the aquifer is feeding the creek, the groundwater would flow from south to north. Then what you're saying is probably makes sense. It's making sense. But if it's from east to west, it shouldn't be any relation between the contaminants on the 49 property and your property.
I think the problem is that it's a triangle, so not that east and west, north and south are not discernible, but I think the term generally was used for east and west, and the DEC has detailed flow diagrams, which we haven't taken a look at, about the Newhart site, and they consider Newhart to be up gradient of the subject property, which means
Can you provide that diagram, the one that you're referring to, DEC's? The
flow
upgraded- The flow diagram?
I certainly can
That would
attempt
be
to
helpful.
get it from
And
OER.
honestly, I don't see this as a problem at all, because we're talking about cheating. If it is believed that your site will receive transport from adjacent sites, just contain this site, in your
Well,
report.
before we go there,
Yes,
let's
yes.
just finish up with this last one. So I just want to finish up with this last discussion.
this was made comments yesterday, that the groundwater flow appears to be going east to west, right?
Yes.
And so it's a little confusing why the plume would be going in a different direction. So to have information from the engineer, the structural, I guess that's the geotech engineer about groundwater flow?
The
where do you-
environmental engineer.
Okay,
Yeah.
so information about groundwater flow to verify when we say east to west, that
Good.
doesn't necessarily mean due east, right? And then another information about plume flow provided by, I guess it's OER or DEC, whoever is in charge of determining plume flow, right? To see whether we actually do have a convergence of the flow onto our site, or the site just happens to be lucky and missing all of that.
Plume flow
Yeah.
usually.
The problem is that we didn't qualify the east to west. It's really from the southeast to the northwest. So it can be more precise.
No, but, you know, for you to say it in words as
Understand.
opposed to us seeing the actual
Absolutely.
flow
I can get you
diagram.
documentation
Go
for that.
ahead. yeah.
I just have a question, is any of this off-site contamination that's migrating to your site are you getting compensated for this in any way, shape, or form from the source owner?
I would assume not. Haven't heard the developer ask for any inquiries about that.
And do you know how many other sites have the same problem?
Yes.
This one is adjacent to it. So the DEC is extremely concerned about what's going on under the property, number one, and also with respect to dewatering. Not only is the cost of handling hazardous liquid generated with chlorinated solvents much more than petroleum, but I think the DEC is also concerned that if the dewatering flow is so great, it actually could pull the plume onto the property and exacerbate it, which means they might not even allow dewatering until there's chemical treatment performed to lower the levels.
That's what we're talking about.
Right now, we're talking about 10 parts per million of chlorinated solvents right along Clay Street and TW3, 6,600 parts per billion of trichloroethene, 1,700 of dichloroethene, and vinyl chlorides at 46 even. So that's coming, that's the up gradient side. The same thing generally is happening on the down gradient side in TW2. Just the corner that's essentially undevelopable is clean, ironically.
Again, based on the statement in your report, page 10, item 3, and the locations of the two sites, it doesn't appear that your site is receiving contaminants from the other site because of simply the location.
I can clarify that, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I think also Commissioner Shabeta raises an important point relative to the uniqueness question. If there are many sites that are affected by the plume, then, So that's quite different. You know, when we have gas stations, and the gas station is the source itself of the contamination, then you can say, okay, you know, sort of a terrible story about bad management of petroleum products on sites way back before the 90s when it was regulated. But in a situation like this where it's caused by another site, which is generally affecting the area, we have a problem about uniqueness. So, right, which is this arcane zoning conversation that's not your domain, right? So I actually have an issue with that. You would need to establish that this site is kind of uniquely affected by this plume as opposed to generally affected by the plume, if indeed it's affected by the plume.
I think it'd be
right?
helpful also to there are maps with E-designated sites in that area. There seem to be a number of them.
Clusters.
So if we can get an analysis on all the E and P designated sites in that area, that might be helpful.
Okay, I can also probably get some clarification from the DEC as what their interest is specifically. But I know that what's holding up the remedial action work plan stipulation letter and the notice to proceed from being issued is the DEC's input that the OER is waiting for. And DEC wants to have some input, either it's approving the remedial action work plan in its entirety or asking for additional investigation at this property itself. So I don't think it's identified the neighboring properties as potential sites, just this one. So.
At your property?
Yes.
Additional investigation at your property?
Yes, yes. I believe that that's partly what they're interested in because they had asked for soil borings in the past, supposedly, at this property.
I'm not sure to do what.
To find out how deep it might be going. If it's chlorinated solvents, it's a sinking plume, as it is a phthalate plume. And I believe there's evidence of a DNAPL under the Newhart. So the subject property itself is unique. It's directly adjacent to a DNAPL site. So there's the same type of source underneath it as underneath the Newhart site by now. Whether it's dispersed to the neighboring properties, it's a good question, but I'm pretty sure this is the worst case of the neighboring properties downhill from Newhart.
So why wouldn't you enter a brownfield cleanup program and at least get tax benefits for your cleanup?
That's I think a business decision, number one, but the OER is a much faster organization, administration. They approved the remedial action investigation work plan fairly quickly. They approved the remedial action work plan. So,
but hardship, like when we're trying to prove hardship, it's not. This is faster, isn't?
In defense of that discussion, we have heard this before.
Sure.
In other
That
cases.
it's not worth the tax credit
Yeah.
to wait on
Unless it's a
DCP,
significantly
unless
large site.
it's- Right. Is that the case here?
I'm not certain. Yeah. Looking.
But you know what, I'm trying to help you here. I believe you should have argued back with whoever, DB or DC, regarding this contaminant transport issue. Your site, per your report, has a natural barrier, which is the clay layer, the thick clay layer, continuous underneath the entire site. And if you contain this site, there is no even probability for something that gets into your property.
The problem with a DNAPL, dense non-aqueous phase layer, is that it likes the clay. It moves along the clay. And if there's tidal influence, groundwater flow influence, that's exactly where it's going to end up, underneath the subject property. And that's why you see...
Above the clay.
Above the clay. And it'll be there forever. And that's why you see 10 parts per million at the property boundary, because that's a sign of a DNAPL. Anytime you're close to the solubility of these chemicals, and somewhere between 10 and 100
But it doesn't
parts per
move through it, right? It doesn't move through the clay.
It sticks into the clay and it diffuses over time. So there's always going to be vapors coming up. The groundwater is always going to be impacted. You can't use any kind of recharge mechanisms on the property, which will feed or spread groundwater contamination. And the state probably will require monitoring of this site indefinitely.
But just to be clear, the clay doesn't absorb it's DNAPL, is that?
Yeah, dense non-aqueous phase.
It doesn't absorb the DNAPL, it sits on top of it.
It absorbs it. It is a sponge. And even...
The clay is a sponge?
The clay acts as a sponge. It's highly organic. And chlorinated solvents bind to organics, not like...
It binds, but that's different than being a sponge, right?
Well, in a way, it binds at a saturation concentration, and then it disseminates it or disperses it at part per billion concentration. So that will go on forever.
Yeah, but this clay is way below the groundwater table, and currently it's totally saturated, and nothing is gonna push the groundwater to move downward.
Sure, precipitation, recharge, as...
When you get precipitation or recharge, you get hydraulic gradient, groundwater moves laterally. But if you have clay layer, clay is the best known barrier ever. Sometimes when you get sites like this and you don't have the clay, you know what we do? You put the shearing in, and then you go grout using cement to create that plug. You have this plug for free.
Clay's used as landfill liners, but it also is a source of...
I have a very basic question
Sure.
to ask. I was just doing a Google search about Hart & Co. company, and I just came across this article dated July 20th, 2018, which says the former Hart & Co. plastic factory site will give way to 2 6-story residential buildings designed by ODA. So if this site is going to be built for residential, and this also is an MX district, it would need to go through all the cleanup, and P site, P designation will apply, they would have to clean up on all of that.
No, this wouldn't be a P site, because this is a
Exactly.
known source.
This
That's
is
a
known- okay,
potential.
okay,
We
I'm
know
sorry,
this,
sorry, sorry.
we know the
What I
problem
meant-
here.
Okay, so this is a known source, so a lot of remediation, a lot of cleanup, all of that will have to happen. When that happens, would it affect wouldn't it help your site? Because now the contaminant has been removed from your site, and therefore there is less of the downward flow and other things to your site. And I'm sure they're also going to create some kind of a
Containment.
thank you, containment. So wouldn't it help you?
I'm not sure where that site is.
No, this
That's
is the
the-
site, this is the
that's the
heart. of-
contaminator.
I'm looking at
I'm
the,
sorry.
That's the polluter.
it's the article that I'm just reading.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying, wouldn't it help? And I would be curious to find out what the status of this is, because this will, and how that, it may help you.
Theoretically, that's the purpose of cleanup, but the DEC is looking, the state now is looking to contain the structures. And they're very good at design and containment, as our field has developed and understands that you can't get rid of it, so you might as well build something that's safe. But the remedial systems for DNAPL, or for these compounds, will operate forever, and they will contain what's within reach, which is how much you want to pump. So each of these properties, in particular the one across the street, the subject property,
The subject, sorry, the polluter?
the site that we're.
No, let's stick with the polluter. The question
Well, I'm saying
asked of you
if
was,
Right, the
yeah.
polluter's site is not going to get cleaned up, it's going to be contained. The concentrations are probably an order of magnitude than what's on the property itself here. So-
contained underneath a six-story residential
Yeah.
building?
Yeah.
Contained without cleanup?
Yeah, that's pretty much what
If,
cleanup
if
is.
they can contain their site, which is the source, I believe your site to be contained should be a no-brainer.
Right, except when you're talking about deep groundwater contamination. Now, you mentioned clay, and there is some clay, like the Raritan Formation is around 60 or so feet, maybe deeper. But there's also very shallow clay lenses, which we found in our borings, or silty material in our borings, and in the geotechnical borings. They found it at 20 or 30 feet.
This is typical, yes.
Right, so the groundwater is going to take the shedded contamination from Newhart and transport it. And there's no way a pumping system underneath this prospective development is going to be able to contain the plume that's already essentially left the barn.
Right,
Would
but
it-
what
would
about
it contain
future
it on
plume
them?
leaving the barn? Yeah.
It would, you say it would contain the other site, though?
It's supposed to be designed for that purpose.
So why can't, I'm having it hard to understand why it would be good for them and it wouldn't work for us.
He's saying that they can contain their containment, but it doesn't suck out.
That's right, it's not
the
going to
pollution that's under our.
Let's back up for a minute. Have you?
Cleanup doesn't mean it just cleans us up, and that was kind of the point of the question, right? If they clean up, does it clean us up?
No, that's not the question. The question is, understood that whatever's sitting underneath our soil and the subject site is sitting there, right? But there's a big discussion about how we're downgrading of the plume, and that this is going to be this very difficult thing, and we're continuously downgrading it, and so on. If the six-story building on the polluter site is constructed, and it's a member of the brownfield cleanup program or something, we just saw that it is a member of that program, so that is going to be remediated in a way that's satisfactory for residential development, which we normally see as a track one cleanup for residential, right? So then that eliminates further source of down gradient plume, assuming we're even down gradient, because that's still an assumption, right? So if we work on that assumption, then we say we're only looking at treatment or remediation of the subject site for today, because tomorrow, arguably, these two projects will be finished at the same time. Tomorrow, there won't be a source because the source will have been eliminated, right? So we're just talking about, and you mentioned that, Mr. Stewart mentioned that the polluter could actually be contained as opposed to actually having the source removed. Well, then that's a question I think Commissioner Shabeta asked, and Commissioner Sheta, then why can't we just contain on our site? We're not even the polluter site, and so our degree of remediation shouldn't be as extreme as what's being sort of implied. I don't know if it's being presented, but implied.
And I do have a question before. Have you extended any of your environmental borings below the clay?
No.
You didn't?
We generally don't like to do that because it'll provide a pathway for
Yes.
contamination to seep through, and it's certainly below what was planned for construction. So that's all the OER was looking for.
Unless you implement a special drilling procedure and then you grout in
Yeah, you
the
need a
boring
double
itself.
casing.
But you didn't
We
extend
didn't
it?
do that. We weren't asking. The DEC may ask for it, but I'd like to clarify something about remediation, and you might have a misunderstanding with the entire process, but the DEC looks at practicality, and I have never seen a chlorinated solvent site with potentially DNAPL concentrations ever being remediated. DNAPL is impossible to remediate. It's not like there's a pool of solvent that they can suck up. They find it based on concentrations, not the presence of the actual product. So what's done with chlorinated solvent sites is they're managed, and they're contained, pumping wells, slurry walls, foundations, all kinds of techniques to try to keep it in place. But the state and the federal government don't really spend that much time monitoring to see whether they got it all. And as I said, it's already off the site when it comes to neighbors. Now, neighbors basically don't like you on the property in the first place, so DEC actually counts on them not to allow the investigation to go further. So it ends when they issue their record of decision saying, contain it, and that's fine.
Contain it.
Can I just?
But contain it on site. It's already off-site now. It's under this property.
I'm just reading while you're talking, and
Sure.
I'm reading an article that says that the state DEC is going to require that Superfund site to clean beyond its borders. And it's also the subject of many lawsuits from the surrounding properties who want compensation for the cleanup because of the fact that it did migrate past their site. So I'm not sure that this site isn't going to get compensation or isn't in the process of in the middle of litigation in order to get compensation.
Good question.
So that, you need to explore that and give appropriate answers to that, because that will actually affect what you can claim is your monetary hardship due to this contamination. And it's a major issue. If you're going to get made whole somewhere else, then perhaps you should not be here.
Right.
We'll certainly inquire with the DEC.
It's not a DEC question,
it's your
it's a
client.
legal question. Yep. Right?
Right, and if it really has been determined to come from this Newhart building, which it seems like everybody around this Newhart building is screaming and instigating lawsuits, then there's a good chance that you're in the middle of one right now.
Okay.
Which would explain why you're not seeking to be in the brownfields cleanup or get any other kind of compensation. Because I just don't understand why one person would undertake to clean up their site when it's not even their fault, unless they're getting some
Just to
kind of
basically provide feedback from the applicant, we're not currently involved in litigation against the polluting site.
Are you considering it?
We can, not only will we respond to that, but we can also kind of talk about some of the legal background and justification for claiming, and as far as an environmental remediation is concerned, in the presence of potential actions. I mean, I think this is going beyond the fact of the matter and going more to the legal substance of whether or not we can argue a claimed hardship when there may be other avenues of relief.
No, you could argue the claimed hardship, but the costs may not be the same.
So-
It's the same as saying, I have a contaminated site, I'm going into the brownfield cleanup program. Okay, then you need to monetize the present worth of your future tax benefits to be in that. So it's the same kind of situation. If you're going to get made whole someplace else, it has to count against what we would be giving.
We're happy to address that supplementally.
Also, by looking at and further Commissioner Otley Brown's point, there are a lot of lawsuits. It seems that they are because there are a lot of E-designations right around this site. And that might, I think you need to address that with regard to uniqueness.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the plume. That's the plume. Uh-oh. Goes the wrong way. Hey, where's our site? The other way. Are we done? Okay. You may have just found a picture of the plume. It shows it going the other way. So, not sure. These are just, quick researches online while we speak because we're naturally curious. But, yeah. So.
Actually, I'm now worried about the playground.
It's going towards the park, right?
It's going towards the park.
That's what he figured with the groundwater. So we don't know where that diagram comes from. Community opposition often creates its own
That is true.
diagrams, right?
Fair
So we
point.
don't know what the source of that is or whether it's scientific.
But it's consistent with their conclusion and their remedial investigation report that groundwater is flowing east-west.
Right.
If it's flowing east-west, that would take whatever from 49 side to the adjacent playground.
Right. Okay, so you can see, we have a lot of questions.
No, I
And-
appreciate them all, and I will do my best to get in touch with the DEC project manager and get the full scoop on New Hart, groundwater flow, chemical transport, and what they think of the potential need for remediating this property that we're talking about, 4048 Commercial Street, in addition to the subject, New Hart.
Can we address this, because I don't want to get like a duplicate of this one more time?
It's a super fun site, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Peter Duran. I'm a professional engineer and environmental engineer. I'm the one who prepared the remedial cost estimate. Let me just give you a little bit of information and then try to answer some of your questions. Based on listening to the review session yesterday, it's my understanding that there are three main questions on the remedial cost estimate. The construction cost should be removed from the remedial cost estimate. The quantity of groundwater appears to be high, and the excavation should not extend to the property boundaries.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
No, the last one, I didn't say that.
Okay. Let me address each of these separately after I explain some of the factors that went into this estimate. The property is located in very close proximity to Newtown Creek and to the East River, approximately 300 feet at its closest point. As Paul mentioned, there is a tidal influence of the groundwater in this area. Past experiences have shown that there's a huge impact on the quantity of dewatering that's needed. There's a layer of clay or silty clay at somewhere between 25 and 60 feet below ground, but it's unclear of the continuity of that layer or its porosity.
It is clear. You mentioned in your report that it's continuous over the entire site.
It's hard to do that with just 6 borings. I would say,
You know what?
I would say that still needs to be confirmed.
You know what? This is typical for like areas like this. I have done tons of borings in Brooklyn, but
I'm just saying that
but
I think it's inconclusive.
what I'm saying is, in your report, you said it's continuous. If you build on this,
That's Paul's
the
report.
dewatering
I understand.
shouldn't be what you put in your cost estimate.
Let me continue if I could.
Go ahead.
There is contamination on the neighboring properties as we've discussed, but this was not factored into my estimate. Number one, the cost estimate was completed based on the assumption that the remediation was a separate activity not associated with building construction. That is not to say that the sheeting couldn't be used for construction activities, but additional costs would be incurred for the construction sheeting.
Why?
Because you'd be leaving it in place for a longer period of time and you have to pay for that.
Buy it and leave it in place.
In addition, let me go through the issues here. In addition, when I did the estimate, I assumed that the length of the sheeting would be twice the excavation depth. So it goes down to 24 feet.
Why?
Not to a confining layer, because that's adequate to remove the soil that's there on site.
The soil is as deep as 10 feet. It's shallower than 10 feet.
12 feet, yeah.
No. The impacted material is not 12 feet
So
deep.
my estimate was based on the fact that we had groundwater at 10 feet below ground and that the excavation would go to 12 feet below ground. And so that's why I designed the sheeting, the cost estimate for the sheeting at 24 feet. It was twice as deep as that.
So you're saying the sheeting length?
It's a hanging sheet.
Yes, is 24.
Right.
Okay.
That's in the assumptions in that cost estimate.
Okay.
Okay? The groundwater quantity was based on a 2-foot thickness of groundwater in the zone from 10 to 12 feet below ground surface, assuming that there would be some over-excavation for the foundation structures. This doesn't include any recharge from the river or from Newtown Creek. The sheeting estimate doesn't include tying the sheeting into the confining layer, that's what I just mentioned. And the
It does
excava-
not.
Does not. Does not.
Why?
The purpose of the sheeting was just to contain the area so that we could get the soil out.
But it's not containing if you don't tie it to, if you don't seed it in the clay layer, it's not containing the
Typically, the
area.
sheeting would be tied into a confining layer. In this case, I did not include that in here. It would increase the cost of the sheeting.
Yes, but if you compare the increase in the cost of the sheeting to the cost, to the reduction in the dewatering cost, it's peanuts.
I don't think.
The
there's gonna
increase
be a
in the sheeting
reduction in
cost
the-
is
in the
peanuts.
dewatering. And once again, the excavation.
I'm
line was
sorry
based
to
on the- On
interrupt
the
you.
assumption that it would extend to the property boundary.
And instead of 20 days of dewatering, it will be just 1 day.
This is a different type.
Probably you don't need even wells at all. Probably you can get, you need
Are
to
you saying
draw
that-
down the
You were saying we would
groundwater.
only have to dewater the site for 1 day?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, what were you saying 1 day?
How much drawdown you're looking for? You want to lower the groundwater from where to where?
Yeah, 10 to 12 feet.
2 feet drawdown, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. If you don't see that sheeting in the clay,
Right.
you're gonna have an opening at the toe of the sheeting that allows groundwater to
That's correct.
infiltrate in.
That's correct.
So in order for you to keep the 2 feet draw down, you will need to put a dewatering system and leave this system in operation
Correct.
for the entire span of the foundation construction.
Correct, which I estimated at 20,
Right.
at 20 days.
If you see this sheeting in the clay, once you take the groundwater 2 feet down, it's like this guy.
Once again, I don't know that because I don't know if the clay is continuous. And
That's what
and the
you said
issue-
in your
The
report.
issue here is the proximity of the site to Newtown Creek and to the East River.
Hold on 1 second, please.
So when I worked on a project similar to this in the Bronx, next to the Bronx River, we wound up having to pump the groundwater for 30 days and increase the cost dramatically because we were basically sucking the Bronx River into the site. And that's my fear here. I didn't include that in here. If you take a look at my estimate, I estimated just a 2-foot thickness of groundwater over the entire site. And that's what drives the 1.4 million gallons of water.
It's in your assumptions, in your remedial cost estimate memo. If you read the assumptions, it's right there. Page 1.
There's another one.
You indicated that you assume the clay layer to be continuous over the entire site.
I did when I did this estimate a year ago. I'm not sure that that's the case based on looking at the soil borings that were in.
Are we basing a variance case on an assumption?
Well, to provide a cost estimate for remediation, I have to make assumptions. So-
You made
so
an
my
assumption and you
assumptions
said
were
it's
based-
continuous.
My assumptions were based on the review of the remedial investigation report, which is the only document that I have. Since that time, there have been other documents that have been generated, like the geotechnical boring report, like the remedial action work plan. Okay?
How many geotech borings were done?
Paul, do you know? Where's Paul? No, sorry, I don't know. I didn't count them.
It's our screenshot.
This one.
Yeah.
This is the side, this is the south.
Two? Or two geotech borings.
It's in your letter dated June 17, it's not a year ago. It's
Yes,
dated
this-
June
this was
17,
revi- this was
2019.
revised.
Let me finish. And I read from it. It says, there is a layer of fill that overlies a sand and silt layer with a clay layer starting at approximately 25 feet.
Right.
It is assumed that the clay layer is continuous across the site and acts as a confining layer to vertical groundwater movement, period. Done.
Okay.
We're done.
So, go ahead to your point, I'm sorry.
Your dewatering, you could reduce your dewatering by like 1/50. See, you're sheeting in the clay.
Yeah.
Take 2 feet out. Most of the contaminants will be in that 2 feet because it's mainly El Napel.
No,
You're done.
it's DNAPL, so the DNAPL actually settles at a much.
Even if it is,
You're likely not going to be able to pull out the DNAPL. But go ahead.
okay, if this is the case, this is the case. You're not gonna be able to pull it out.
They're probably
then
the most
Pull
difficult
out
sites
what you
to
can pull
remediate,
out, which is the El Napel.
Right.
At the top 2 feet,
I don't.
lower the
have-
groundwater 2 feet, and then,
Yeah, I don't believe we have.
how many geotech borings we got?
2.
2 geotech plus 6 environmental, right?
Right. I'm sorry, Paul Stewart. One geotechnical boring was in the point of the triangle, and it went down 30 feet. And the other.
Was it terminated in clay?
Stiff brown, white, sandy clay, and
This is the bottom.
the same above, that's where it was terminated.
Yep.
What was that?
How about the other one?
Jim, just get the date of that. What date was that?
The date of that boring was May 17, 2017.
Okay.
And water was found at under 8 feet.
Yeah. How about the other one?
Second one, same date. And
Same depth.
this went to 70 feet.
Okay.
And let's just see at the 30-foot depth, dense brown, white, trace sand. So it's not clay at the 30-foot depth. So we have discontinuous lens, at least that one. at the
You don't have
30
clay at all in the boring?
30 to 32 feet, dense brown, white, trace fine sand. So, and at 35 to 37, dense brown, white, sand, silt. So the first time clay is found in the second, and this is where the triangle widens to the,
If it's like this, it's continuous. If it's in the 2 borings, and I didn't make this up, I just read
right.
from whatever submission I got.
I think we might have oversimplified in the submissions, since you seem interested in the stratigraphy. We certainly can clarify.
I'm interested in simplifying the numbers that I'm getting. Instead of 1.5 million, it should have been probably 50,000. That's it.
I can show you the log, but what's interesting is
You can submit them.
in the boring that went down to 70 feet, they didn't find clay from 30 to
Yeah,
60
so
feet.
one of the things
They
that-
found rock at 72 feet or 70 feet. They just found dense brown silt, trace fine sand. There's no clay in that second boring.
So I wonder why the June 17, 2017 letter states that it's continuous clay when these borings were done before it.
Sounds like something you have to look into. You know, I think it's really number of borings and.
There was only two, they were done on May 17, 2017. A letter was submitted dated June 2, 2017 that states that this is continuous.
No, in the second boring, there is a silt layer, right?
There's, at the same depth as the first one from
Yeah.
clay, it's sand.
Yeah.
And they didn't encounter clay at all to the.
But there is a silt layer.
It's white, they're both white, sorry, carry on.
There is a silt layer, there is a layer of silt, right?
Keep going.
Yes, there is silt in 35, sandy silt, maybe interpreted.
You know what, submit whatever geotech you have to us, and please, take a look at the numbers in the remedial investigation cost, and just make it reasonable. It's.
As I said, I think the DEC will have a much more definitive and complete summary of the clay layer under the property, under the new heart as well as this. So I'll get as much more information to clarify it.
But the DEC is not gonna dictate the way you install your sheeting to contain this site.
No, but if it shows a
If they do,
continuous
let
clay
me know.
layer, or the likelihood of continuous clay, then that bodes well for an argument of containment with sheeting. If it's discontinuous and they find the same silty sand and clay on the Newhart site, then it's more of a glacial type of.
Why do you believe DEC would know better than you would know?
Why?
Yeah, when you're doing the borings.
Oh, because, first of all, the property itself, this property at 4048, is rung with monitoring wells on the sidewalks. And these are all from the Newhart site. So the DEC used their power to have wells put around the property because they couldn't get onto the property for a lack of communication, whatever. And they have all that information. So they've got a fairly significant off-site investigation, site-wide, area-wide investigation. And I'm sure if they were asked about potential impacts to 4048, they'd probably say, yeah, that's something we're getting to.
They are actually looking into it. They really are in the process of getting the soil samples. So according to Green Pointer's article, and they're pretty much stating that they're pretty sure that that part is contaminated. Your lot is contaminated from
Okay.
Newhart.
So you're getting better information than we are. So I have
Right,
to know
right,
what
but
website you're on.
then, but it also talks, and it shows the plume, and it shows all the different directions that it's spreading, both plumes.
Yes,
And it leads
TCE.
me to think that you are not going to be the only site that's impacted, and from the reading that I've been doing, you're clearly not the only site that's been impacted. And not only that, everybody is staking their claim with Newhart. So I would feel uncomfortable granting anything in this situation.
But there's a DEC decision on March 2019 about the Superfund. Gives you a whole bunch of information about the remediation, what they found,
On
what the
this site.
costs.
I think rather
on
than engage in this on the fly, I think that
March of 2019.
Paul had an excellent suggestion, which is that he's going to actually go to
69
DEC and get a copy of the flow maps, and so we'll have
Yes.
like a little bit better
So we
fact.
have that, but you know, the thing is, we're doing our investigations as we talk, and we find scientific information
Understood.
online while we're speaking.
Understood.
And so, one thing is, my question is, so there are two plumes. One is the contaminant that I can't pronounce, the phthalates, and the other is this TEC, right? So, TCE,
So
sorry.
phthalates are what makes plastics soft.
Okay,
Like when you chew on the pen, that's what you digest.
nice,
Um,
okay.
And it's all over the place,
Okay,
like
s-
the PFAS as well.
Okay,
But here,
but-
there's actually a concentrated body coming from
So
the Newhart.
what is the designation for a phthalate? How would I pronounce
Phthalate?
it? Phthalate.
As far as, it's a semi-volatile.
No, the designation on the boring log, on the boring. So the borings, for instance, it's easy to find the TCE on the boring reports, and that's consistent with the plume information that's actually in one of the scientific reports that we can find online. So the plume of the TCE is headed towards this site and touches it, it seems like on the lower, well, we see TCEs, so we see TCEs in other places. So anyway, it's touching it, right?
And it's really high concentrations. That's-
Oh, okay, but what's it, but you haven't been talking about TCE, you've been talking about phthalate.
Phthalate. No, actually, I did. I mentioned TCE is what's causing 10 parts per million of contamination in shallow groundwater underneath the property
Okay,
itself.
but with respect to the other plume, which is shown in these scientific reports as flowing in a different direction, I don't see how it's being designated on your boring logs.
Right, but the boring logs that form the basis of the report is showing that it's not detected on your site. There's like 3 articles on it, and it shows it going from east to west.
You're talking about the phthalates.
Yes.
Yeah, and before I came, I looked at all the laboratory data, and I think there's one instance in groundwater where it was detected in one of the wells. in a fairly low concentration.
Okay,
It's not in the soil.
So you keep telling us about how terrible these phthalates are and how they can't be remediated and they have to
No,
be
actually,
contained
I
and
wasn't
all
referring
that.
to phthalates. I was referring to TCE.
But
That's
you
not
know,
what
I
you
keep
said.
running into this same, so
But it's
if
all,
you take your block and you take the 2 blocks adjacent to it, you have about 30 designations, different lots that have designations. So uniqueness is gonna be, I don't know how you can claim unique when virtually your block and the 2 blocks next to you are riddled with this problem.
but that's a relatively small.
Okay,
number.
so then when we pull
They're
back-
the ones that are impacted.
Right,
And
when we-
they're going to have a problem selling their properties with that kind of impact.
When we pull back, it's exactly like you said, it's a big cluster right around the tip of Brooklyn, right?
So I think that I think we need to take a look at the factual information, particularly what Paul said about the intensity of the exposure to this contamination, and then kind of come up with a little bit of an educated response as to
Yes.
why we think we're disproportionately affected. Maybe it has to do with the adjacency to the site. I'm not sure yet, but I think we'd like the opportunity to address it. I think we have a good idea of, that's like a discrete issue we can look at.
Right. And you may just want to go to the DEC site because
Yeah.
there is already talk of the
Okay.
new heart.
And, yes, and in the subject of compensation, where everybody else is clamoring to get compensation, and we have seen other projects here where there was compensation, and that was taken into account in terms of the scope of a variance that might exist, where there might be an A finding, the amount of compensation was taken into account because you can't win from 2 sides.
Correct.
Right?
We understand.
And there's a lot of conflicting data at the moment, and Commissioner Sheta's engineering analysis also needs to be responded to.
I need like feedback on every single quantity.
Understood.
And
And
the remediation cost.
as well as the remediation, as well as the geotech that's been done, we need to be responsive.
You know, I'm talking about the quantity
Understood.
itself. I need to know how they were calculated, because that 1.4 million.
Right.
I had to keep guessing for like
Amazingly,
3
I
days
I
to
have
figure it
a
out.
thorough understanding of this right now,
Thank
so. Well, do you want to,
Yeah.
we could talk about it on the record.
Yeah.
I went back and took a look at those calculations, and if you take a 2-foot thickness of groundwater times the area of the site at 5,273 square feet,
Hold on one sec. Yes, 2 feet times
5273,
5, 2, 7, 3, yes.
you come up with 10,546 cubic feet.
Okay.
And if you multiply that times 7.48 cubic feet per gallon,
No, negative. Hold
oh,
on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so.
Yes,
my
it's
calculation-
7.48.
Yeah.
That's how we change from
Right,
cubic feet
right,
to
right.
gallon.
So I came up with.
But
a
you're
total of-
assuming that you don't have any soil. You have to consider the soil porosity.
I understand, but I also understand there's going to be a recharge there, because I did not have a tied-in sheeting, so.
Recharge.
Recharge.
More water coming in.
Water
It's gonna
coming
take
in.
out.
Yes,
knows, he
but,
knows.
but,
So anyway, that's where the calculation came from. Just based on that 2-foot
but this is
thickness
not
over
what
the
you
entire area.
mentioned in your report, actually. What
No,
you
it's-
said is 10% of the excavated material. And then you said, we're assuming that we're gonna dewater 20 volumes. So
So if
each
you
volume.
take a look at item 14 in the assumptions of the cost estimate, that blue sheet, you'll see that it says 71,736 gallons per day. That's that number. It's based on that calculation.
And what is the 71,736?
2 feet of water thickness over the entire area of the site.
But this is inaccurate.
It may be inaccurate, but I'm putting in some
Definitely it's
some
not,
other
because
assumptions
it's,
in there.
the porosity of the sand, silty sand, is no more than 25%.
Right.
So how come I'm saying it's 25%, you're saying no, there is no soil there, it's the entire volume.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what that
I'm just
number.
explaining to you how I calculated it. Whether you agree with my calculation or not, that's up to you.
And what is
You
the
happy to go
10%?
back and take a look at the numbers again?
What is the 10% then?
The 10% porosity that I put here?
No, the 10% of the excavated volume.
Yeah, where are we talking about? I'm sorry. You talking about item 16? Oh, I'm sorry. Page 1? Yeah. 10% of the volume of the soil. So I was saying there's a 10% porosity in that case.
But it cannot be 10% of the entire volume. It should be 10% of the volume
Of 2 feet.
below groundwater table.
Of 2 feet.
Of 2 feet, yes. So it's 10% of the 71,000 number. It's not the entire number.
Well, once again, if you put in recharge, it comes back up again. In any case, I understand your point.
Recharge
I'll
is
go back and look at it
recharge is a
again.
fraction.
I'll go back and look at it
It's not
again.
10 times.
The point
or
being
9
that
times.
that it's very expensive to dewater the site. That's the point.
No, but it's more than the word very expensive. The point is, we need to quantify it exactly
I
and be
understand it.
persuaded that your calculations are representative, because the entire variance request is hanging on the claimed amount of.
Yeah, I don't agree that we would be a fifth of the quantity of water if we went ahead and put a sheeting down to the confining layer. That's just not the case.
You don't agree that the sheeting would prevent the groundwater from coming back in?
Commissioner's comment of if we tie the sheeting into the confining layer, which I'm not sure is continuous, although I stated in here based on those boring logs.
What else do we do?
Right.
So we rely on data presented
I get
to
it.
us,
I
and
understand.
that's all we can do.
Yep, I understand. I'm
So-
happy to go back and look at this again. These were my estimates.
Okay, so the data presented to us was that there was a continuous clay along the entire base, which apparently is consistent with what you would see in this region. So I'm sure there's more geotech data that would indicate whether that's the case or not the
Right.
case. So assuming, for the minute, because we don't have anything else, that the clay is continuous underneath the
Well,
site.
just based on those geotechnical borings, I would say it's not.
You're contradicting your own
report,
I
so this is the
understand that, but I
problem.
didn't have that report to review.
But you did,
So-
because it was before you.
No. This is
Oh,
2019, that was 2017. I never got to see that report.
Okay, so, I mean, in your defense,
Yep,
right?
Yep.
The people who put together these applications are supposed to make sure that all the consultants have all the information at the same time. I learned actually from Commissioner Sheta that often the geotech and the environmental engineers don't speak to each other, hence can't actually interact and learn from each other and figure out a good way to solve a problem less expensively, for example, or more efficiently, or more correctly. And so that should be done, but it also needs to be done on an application like this, because our engineer, our commissioner, is the one who looks at this data and it has to pass the sniff test, kind of, so to speak, with environmental contamination. And at the moment, I'm understanding the idea that if you have clay all the way at the bottom, running the entire way, we don't need to be a very good engineer to understand this part. Like, this is like engineering that I got in, 2 classes of architecture school where they laugh at us because we're not engineers, right? When you put the sheeting
We never
down
laugh
and
at
it
you.
creates this seal with clay, that sounds so terrific that you're creating a bathtub, right? So talk us out of that, and that you're not able to contain it, and that the amount of water that's coming back up while you're dewatering is significant as opposed to minimal. Because why should it be significant if there is clay and the sheeting is creating some degree of enclosure? You need to persuade us, right? And so far not.
You've done as part of the environmental investigation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 holes in the ground. Am I correct?
6 soil borings, 3 of them groundwater samples were collected from, and then there's 3 soil vapor samples.
And you encountered clay in all of them?
No, we encountered silty sand,
Okay.
which had the potential to bind site-related chemicals as well as off-site chemicals below the water table.
Okay, so you didn't encounter clay in all of them?
No, we didn't encounter.
Probably because you didn't extend them deep enough?
We extended them to the base of the proposed development, which is what OER, expects as far as their remedial investigation. DEC will probably ask us to go to a competent clay layer if they're interested.
Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. L-Napple, D-Napple. D-Napple, if you have clay, you can drain this site entirely by building a sheet pile, seed it 2 feet or even 1 foot in, suck the entire water inside, and even put recharge to make sure that you're recycling the water inside and cleaning the site. If you don't have, let me just finish. If you don't have clay layer, and I believe this is the stage that we're gonna be talking about next hearing, if you're gonna go there, I need a design for the dewatering system with the target drawdown, how much discharge you need to take out of the aquifer, and accurate numbers based on permeability numbers, based on that well point system plan or deep or shallow well system plan. Show me how much water you need to extract, and please, for your client, if I'm doing this, I would try 3 or probably 4 different depths for the sheet pile, because even if you don't have that clay, the more you extend your shearing down, the more you're cutting off the infiltration into that closed area. So the less discharge you will need to achieve 2 feet drawdown. 2 feet drawdown, if it's up to me, and I don't have even like continuous clay layer, I would do it without any wells, without any equipment. In your cost estimate, you're accounted for good chunk of money for the equipment. Yeah, so I would do it with some pumps. If I'm doing this side, I would do it with some pumps. Peanuts again. I'm really upset because of this, because I've seen tons of money that are not needed to be here. Like, when have you seen like excavation disposal? $45 per ton. That means it's almost $90 per cubic yard. I haven't seen this, and I'm a geotechnical engineer for 30 years now. $90 per cubic yard for clean soil. This is not, I'm not talking about the contaminated material. I'm talking about the clean one. We usually get cost estimates for like regular disposal, $25, $30 per cubic yard, not 90.
This site has the historic fill type of chemicals, semi-volatiles, as well as high metals. So anything that has to go to a licensed disposal facility compared to a beneficial reuse facility is going to cost between $35 and $55 a ton based upon capacity in the area.
But you already isolated this. The excavation here is isolated into 2 pieces. One is contaminated, and I believe the number used is $190 per ton.
As hazardous.
The other, yes, and the other component is $45 a ton.
Right.
That's way too much. The conclusion is, this need to be looked at
Understand.
significantly.
Thank you.
This one says an off-site area.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think our discussion about how the New Hart site is being remediated is relevant to all of this, and how it's going to affect this site, and already has affected this site. And, you know, because we're doing research sort of on the fly, we also found a remedial action report and so on for New Hart, but.
Remedial investigation.
Investigation report, sorry. But I just note, as recently as May of this year, there was a report in Bloomberg News that the cleanup of the site, the polluter, will involve excavating and dumping soil contaminated with the hazardous chemicals, phthalate and TCE. Both, removing underground storage tanks and extracting TCE tainted groundwater and soil vapor. So that came out that was a DEC report that they're reporting on, that came out on May 22nd. It also says an off-site barrier and off-site recovery wells or trenches would also be installed to control seeping chemicals. So we're off-site where, right.
So that project will limit what's going off-site, but it's not going to be tested to be foolproof and complete. And it will also go on indefinitely.
Right.
50, 100 years.
But the point is that there's a lot of focus on the site. There's a lot of upset people on the site, and so that just picks up what Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned in terms of compensation, and also more than compensation, taking responsibility for cleanup on other people's properties.
Right, so-
Which it sounds like, so we have existing companies as opposed to bankrupt ones. We have DuPont, Newhart apparently still exists, and the owner of the DuPont Realty Corp., which is the contaminated site, right? And other real estate companies, whatever. So those are targets for obtaining compensation or even remediation from those locations.
And I think that the choice not to litigate, I don't think that the choice not to litigate creates is going to support a hardship argument.
Well,
Just because if you have the opportunity to go against a third responsible party, I don't believe you can go before the state.
I prefer to take a look at the case law and see what it says with regards to grants of variances. And I don't think that factors in litigation risk or anything like that, so let me do the work.
Okay, but rather than argue with us about the history of the BSA, because who says you need to litigate? Maybe this is a situation where you just ask, and DEC is saying, you better pay up because you guys are really bad polluters, right? So, not you guys as in
Right.
your client, but Newhart, right? Okay.
Actually,
Sorry, Alternative 4 in the March 2019 report specifically calls out 48 Commercial
Yep.
Street, and then notes, assuming access is granted by owners.
There are four
So-
alternatives on that report, and
Yeah.
they all list 48 Commercial Street and Clay Street. So
Okay. 48 alternatives.
there's 3 or 4 alternatives in the DEC report,
Okay.
but they're taught.
And
For off-site remediation, is that what you
They're
mean?
talking about testing and monitoring and all that other stuff,
okay.
too.
I just find that, I don't know what you're going to find with case law, but I would just find it extremely difficult on the financial side to assess what the actual hardship is to you.
Yeah, especially.
That's the issue, is that knowing that you have another avenue would make it very difficult for us to try and sort out what ultimately is going to be left over afterwards.
Right.
Especially when you look at the history of the site, the use of the site, like the previous use, and you look at the contaminants that we encountered. I have looked at all the 6 boring sampling, the description, and the geotechnical engineer or the environmental engineer who inspected the borings wrote this: no petroleum odor. No sheen means that they didn't see like oilish stuff. So it sounds like the contaminants that were encountered on site, if any, they are not related to the previous use of the site. So if you get hit by somebody else, instead of coming to the BSA and asking for compensation, go to the guy who hit you and just
It sounds easy.
yell at him.
It's very likely that the owner of Newhart liquidated. A new entity came in to do this development as a pure volunteer, having only responsibility for cleaning up the site itself, and everything off-site customarily is investigated and cleaned up by the DEC, and then they look for deep pockets to collect from. And I don't think these companies that you're talking about are handing out money. I think it's more likely they're sitting back waiting for the DEC to assess them, and then they'll pay 30%.
No,
Right,
actually.
but then if DEC does the cleanup, then there's no way that you would
Right.
even come to us, because DEC is going to cover it completely. So then it's not an issue, whether or not you get an additional 5 million from Newhart or not. If DEC is cleaning it and eating the bill for it, then there's nothing left to come here for.
I think we should not speculate and get more
Okay.
details.
So, just to know that we have access to all of these decisions, including that May 2019 report I referred to, which talks about off-site sheeting, off-site barriers to prevent migration, installation of off-site product recovery wells. Where's the off-site? If you're in the direction of the plume, you're obviously the off-site.
It could be. It's something that DEC has kept us in the dark so far, so I think we need to get the details.
Okay.
I'd ask you for a link to the maps you're looking at, but I guess
Sure.
you want to make.
Do you want to make a note of it? Because this one has a very easy link. src.b, like boy, na.com/LSH.
This is the state Superfund program.
Yeah, State Superfund, right, exactly. Fact sheet, May 2019, record of decision with respect to 49 DuPont Street.
And it's site number 224136.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We all found it without a lot of
41
searching.
36.
Site number is 224136, New York State DEC Region 2.
There you go. Pretty easily found.
And also, when you're looking at the case law, if you could respond to the sentence, or part of the sentence in the zoning resolution 7221B that contemplates that the grant of the variance is therefore necessary to enable the owner to realize a reasonable return from such zoning lot with respect to compensation available elsewhere.
Understood.
Right.
If you also can make the cellar shallower a little bit, that would help significantly. I'm looking at the soil exceedances chart, and it says that the only two exceedances are located here, and one of them is 1 to 3 feet. This is nothing. The other one is 8 to 10 feet. So if you can limit the excavation to 11 feet, that would leave you with just 1 foot of dewatering. Beautiful. 1 foot.
Okay.
Although it's not relevant, well, it's sort of, I guess, a
Everything
little
is
early.
relevant.
Tracy asked me to ask, what is the status of the noise appeal you put in? I know it's not relevant right now, but.
We're not up there yet.
Yeah, we're not up there yet, but you put an appeal, you were appealing the noise from, so if you could let us know,
Right.
if you could let us know.
We will respond supplementally.
Yeah,
Right.
if you could let her know, she asked me to ask you.
Yeah, what do we need a cellar for anyway? This is, I thought everything's going on at grade here.
It's for storage.
For storage.
Mechanical.
Mechanicals.
And retail storage, I think.
Okay, so retail storage right under the retail, which is at the front, that's not affected as much by the plume. In fact, not at all. And, right, so there's one, like, what do you need a full cellar for? And then the other is, where else is it?
And storage space.
And storage space for the tenants. Don't need it, or do a little bit of it. Like, what do you need it so much for? So that's another question.
Sure.
To
We can look
eliminate
at
the
alternatives.
costs associated with remediation, right?
But they're gonna need to remediate the groundwater.
Yes, they need to remediate the groundwater, but they don't necessarily have to excavate
That's correct.
to the groundwater.
Yes,
Right, so,
especially when the soil exceedances is just limited to a little area around 2 borings.
there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So yet another point.
Submission date?
Yeah, I just wanted to just
January.
touch on that.
So the speakers?
I mean, are we meeting, basically going down to where we were meeting?
And so we need to work with Dara because there's financial.
Wait, is there any
arguable-
speakers?
Oh, yeah, are there speakers on this? People still
No.
chicken? Okay, yeah, that's good.
Well, it's 0.
Just, Chair, we would just respond with regards to that very last point made, that we were excavating to the point where we were required to remediate, and I think that was in some sense dictating the depth of our cellar.
Okay, so this is DEC's telling you must excavate to below groundwater?
No, the approved remedial action work plan.
Go to your mic,
I'm
please.
sorry, the approved remedial action work plan by OER, forgetting about what DEC is going to add on, says excavation to track 4 cleanup, soil cleanup standards, which is
Oh, that's the first time I heard that, okay.
a certain level of metals and some are volatiles. Well, those metal exceedances are at the depth of the basement already.
But did they require like full site excavation?
No, but they required endpoints, and if those endpoints showed any exceedances of track 4, then we have to keep on going, irrespective of any future development. So they want to see clean endpoints, or add on additional remedies, such as fixation or whatever in the ground, to deal with what's left in place.
Let me ask you this. If you go to OER and say, we got exceedances at these two locations at 3 feet and 10 feet, 8 to 10 feet. We want to take an area 10 feet by 10 feet. sheet this, dig down, remove whatever, put clean fill, and we're done. Would they say no?
No, they'd say, sure, as long as you collect endpoints after that.
You're gonna
Make
collect
sure that
endpoints
you-
from the same
Exactly.
exact cleanup area, right?
Right.
Which you're gonna dig down all the way to 10 feet?
And if the endpoints are dirty, keep on going.
But how come you already dug, I'm sorry, you already dug down 10 feet or 12 feet, took everything out, put clean, nice material in, you sheeted this area, and you will come back and you have the same risk if you even dig the entire site, right?
Right, but the question is the depth. And OER and DEC all want you to dig down until you come up with clean soils, not just to the bottom of your floor. So we can't end it there at the base of the cellar. You have to keep on going until the endpoints are clean.
That's odd. We've had other ones where they just encapsulate the entire site, right? Considered a track 4 cleanup, right?
That's very
They
possible.
encapsulate and they sheet. We had that interesting gas station on Amboy Road, where they sheeted the entire site. There was no excavation whatsoever,
And cap it.
and they capped it, and it was quite interesting. It was next to a wetland, right?
Okay, well, that's a different remedy. That doesn't include excavation as one of the components of the remedy.
They excavated to a certain point, then they put clean soil on, so that you would have your clean test
On
at that
top
point.
of
on top
whatever was left.
Whatever was left. That would be 10 feet and then clean, right?
Right, but the contaminated soil below that has to be dealt with from a
No.
risk standpoint or...
No, but if you, for instance, if we just talk about the elevator pit, it's the only thing that really needs to go down lower than the grade, right? So right? So if we just had an elevator pit that went down below grade, so whatever that is, 10 by 10, just for argument's sake, right? And you do exactly what Commissioner Sheta said, that's the only place where you're excavating a cellar, and everything else is slab on grade, where you're encapsulating the contamination, using the sheeting to stop its flow, et cetera. Why wouldn't that work?
I guess it's a question that OER and us would look at from the standpoint of how bad is what you've left in the ground. If it's an indication of a continuing source, they want it out or dealt with, solidification or a number of options.
Okay, but we know
If
you're not
it's-
the source, right?
Well, it could be a different source. There could be a tank. that
Well,
we haven't
your
found.
tanks aren't leaking according to your
And
board.
even,
You
yeah,
just need
even,
to take
even
those out.
according to the current situation, according to your report, you just have 2 spots and they are like close to each other. So for me, it's kind of like 10 by 10, literally. If you clean up this spot, your side is excavation-wise.
In an
Per
ideal
your
situation,
report.
that's normally what occurs. We get clean endpoints or close to clean, and it's agreed that that's the end of excavation, and the capping should do it. But once you break ground, there could be tanks, there could be veins of oil.
You know what, Chair, I don't care about the excavation, because the excavation, most of it is clean soil excavation. It's a very limited amount of, like, polluted soil. So if they want to go with the cellar, it's up to them, but if you want to dig a cellar, according to your report, the deepest contaminant is 10 feet. Why don't you just dig 11? And
You know, OER is a lot more, I'd like to say, business-friendly, so they're much more comfortable with leaving something in the ground if it's under a foundation. The DEC normally asks for, under their CP 51 guidelines, as much that can come out as practical. And they need to be persuaded that you can't get more out, that you've made the best effort. So I don't want to speak for them, but usually you don't make firm decisions on costs until you've broken the ground and see what's there.
Okay, so here's the thing, is we don't work on breaking the ground and seeing what's there. We work with the deal that's made with OER, sorry, and OER has told us that they're kind of pretty much willing to do whatever it is the developer is willing to do, from a track 4 level up to a track 1, and they won't impose the track. So if we were to look at, a lesser cleanup, because you're driving this entire thing, the entire variance is being driven by what may be unnecessary cleanup costs. And I'd have to say it's much different than some of these other projects where the polluter is on site. And so without removal of all the polluted soil on site, you're going to be polluting everybody in the neighborhood, right? That's not the case here. We don't often, in fact, I can't think of any time where we're looking at a pollution source from off-site as the driver of the A finding, because according to that and DEC's review of most of our applications, almost everyone has contaminated soil from something. You're downgrading from a former dry cleaner, you're downgrading from whatever, so.
I would say it's a kind of self-created hardship, but the self here is not the applicant, it's somebody else.
Well, yeah, but so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, so that's the thing, with the polluted sites where we have environmental remediation counted for the A finding, we tend to isolate that to the petroleum products because until the 90s, there were no regulations about underground storage tanks that were petroleum, right? And so we said, oh, well, what are you going to do? Nothing was regulated, but if you put those tanks in after the 90s and they leaked, out of luck, that's not a cause for a variance, that is a self-created hardship. So I'm actually having trouble with the idea of even considering an off-site pollution source as the basis for an A finding, because that just opens up everybody. That's not gas stations where we're giving gas stations a break, right? Why we give them a break, I'm not quite sure, but anyway, what'd you say?
Especially when there's a plan to fix it, to address it.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the tanks are doing very well.
Yeah, this is a case of non-leaking tanks.
Like in the west, and the contaminants is almost on the east.
Yes.
So it sounds like they are not leaking.
Okay, so in short, you've heard all of our skepticism. This isn't going that well. And so please don't.
Right. Well, we also would rather
Yeah.
have the opportunity to, again, discuss this with DEC, who we've previously been in discussions with and who I know Paul was planning on talking to tomorrow, and come up with actual factual data, including maps demonstrating why we think we're disproportionately affected by the contamination here. So again, we appreciate all the on-the-fly research, but the truth is we deserve an opportunity to respond, and we intend to do so.
Okay. All right then, so, like you said.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yeah.
Is February 11th okay?
There's nothing.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So you're not
Submission
around?
date of
Oh, wait.
Wait, she's not around? When are you back?
What's the
What's the next one?
the 25th.
Kurt, are there any January hearings available?
I should be there, 25th, I'll be back.
25th?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Is that okay with you?
That's
Yeah, yeah.
fine with me.
Okay.
There's nothing
Nothing
there.
else, okay.
No,
I'm sorry, are there any January hearings available?
not if we're going to have attendance problems.
So wait a minute, so what are you talking about? You said the 25th of what?
February, I'm fine.
25th
What about
of
January
February?
10th of
28th?
February, I will
What about
not be
January 28th?
January, I'm fine.
Oh,
But
okay.
that has red.
What day is it?
Wait, those have reds. What are the reds?
Yeah, because there's,
Oh, yeah.
No, not good. Okay.
Okay.
No, not those.
I would be generous timing-wise.
Yes.
They need to do a lot of work.
So February 25th with a submission on February 5th.
Yeah,
February 4th?
4th, it's complete.
Oh, we have a February 4th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we can do that.
February 4th.
Okay. Excuse me. A submission date of January 15th with a continued hearing on February 4th.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
January 15th, February 4th?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you, all consultants, for coming. It's very helpful. Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for October 22nd, 2019.